Janello Nogalo, Mark Cannon, Pete Tule, Marino Figueroa. Have a quick look.
Ty was what? Oh, really? Babes, where are you? Okay, Janello,
Janello, I suppose.
Janello,
Nogalo.
Nogalo, Mark Cannon, Pete Catule.
I think that's an L. Is that an L?
Catule or Kalule?
Kalube.
Kalule. Marino Figueroa. Sweet.
Figured on. Some of them will be tongue twisters. Did he give you the password yet for your... Oh, it's coming now. You beauty. Might have it.
Do you want to take a photo too, Noodles? Noodles? Do you want to take a photo of the password as well? Oh, okay. No, it's okay. If it's there, if it's not, it's not.
Check, mic, test, check, 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 check.
to our week-long commentary with us. True Starling, good morning.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning. It's been a great morning of surf so far, and I think we've just capitalised on the best of it with this incoming tide.
All right, so let's talk about that. You got here early this morning. We've got Heat 1 is off and racing. We're about 7 minutes in, I think. But you got here early this morning. Tell us what you saw when you got here.
Yeah, when Jesse and I got here this morning, it was pretty low. There wasn't, I think there was maybe 2 people out surfing. There was definitely some waves out there, but speaking to Jerry and Ty Sarati, the contest directors and WSL officials, they just knew that, you know, with this incoming tide, the higher tide, the waves and the conditions were going to start to improve. And we can see that happening right here, Red up and riding.
Yep, so Janello has already had a first wave. He's locked in at a 4.4 on his backhand. Nice little thread here.
Wow, so that was pink.
Yeah, I liked it. Go away, man. Surfer in white is Mark Cannon. So this wave, Cloud 9, obviously world famous wave, true. It really does a lot more of that tube riding stuff when it's hitting its straps, but I believe with the forecast we're in for a little bit of the smaller side of Cloud 9 this week.
Yeah, looking at the forecast, I don't think we've got you know, any big barrels coming our way. I think we'll see some small little honey pots, but you know, that's what everyone's excited for as well. I mean, look at that. The waves are so beautiful. The conditions look really clean as well. I think, speaking to Jerry a little bit this morning as well, he was a bit concerned about the wind coming up, but hopefully it'll hold off for the first. We've got 8 heats for the round of 80 that have called on today as well to start off the event. So,
all right, with the potential, I think, to roll into that next round as well. I'm pretty sure I heard whispers about maybe trying to maximise a little bit more of the day with maybe some heats off that very next round. So we'll let you guys know more as we get through the day. But you can see all 4 surfers sitting neck and neck at the moment out there in the lineup. It is Mark Cannon with a couple of scores in already. He's got a 9.75 2-wave total to be leading. There's their numbers, a 5.25. That was pretty cool. Best wave of the heat. I'd like to see White's second number because that was the barrel we saw from Catalay. And I think we're still owed a number from Pete for his second wave to get the tube scored. Our 4th surfer in the green right there is Marino Figueron. Makes out our first heat of the morning. But you're right, True. Great conditions here this morning. Small little waves, but they're only 20-minute heats, so the organisers must have seen something in the consistency to go. 20's enough.
yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of waves coming through. I think it's a smaller period swell that we have here for the event period, so there'll be plenty of waves that are coming through. Hopefully towards a pointier end we'll be able to draw the heats out a little bit and see the surfers capitalise on the better waves, the better quality waves. But for these starting opening rounds, it's great to have 20-minute heats. I mean, it adds that little bit of pressure as well. But yeah, the men out there in the lineup, I believe they're all local surfers as well.
Most of the round is, yeah, so they probably factored that in and went, well, the boys know their way around out there. They catch, they dial up waves, even on the, you know, the free surfs, they catch a lot of waves. So they're well versed in high wave counts. They know their lineup markers pretty well. Business as usual for most of these guys. They'd probably all be surfing out there on a day like this anyway. So now they're just doing it with rashies on and trying to progress through to the round of 64.
Yeah, and they're so lovely as well. Yesterday surfing, they were kind of calling you onto waves and being like, hey, you go this one, or you take this one, and sit here, or, you know, come this way a little bit. So it was great for them to be so welcoming and so openly giving that local knowledge and, I guess, support. Especially having an event here as well. Sometimes you go to places and people can be quite guarded with, you know, where to sit, what's going on. I know where I'm from, it's very much like that, you know, keep your cards close to your chest.
Yeah, don't give anything away. Don't get used to it.
But the local surfers here are so beautiful and so welcoming, so it's great to see.
They are, they're a friendly bunch. There's a lot of them, so thank God. Here goes, green now. So Marino, yeah, that's a nice deep tube. Oh yeah. Now, that's what we've come to see, and that's what this wave is famous for, ladies and gentlemen. He's added a little bit of spice onto the end of this wave as well. So Marino, well done, buddy. I think without seeing those first few numbers, I think we're in for a pretty big score there because that was a great tube ride.
Yeah, I agree. It was really clean. You know, he was deep as well. Hopefully we'll be able to see maybe a little replay there. I'm not sure. But, yeah, for Marino, he should be really happy with opening on that one. It's definitely going to better his scoreline and put him in a better position for the back end of this heat. I mean, 7.5 minutes remaining. These 20 minutes go really quickly.
Yep, you can see Blue there just waving. He wants a little bit of input as to what's going on. But you are temporarily in the lead. I think Marino Figueron's going to put together a number that's really going to set the scale. Here goes a replay again. So we were saying that these waves are small and blah, 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 but these guys know where to take off. And look at that for a nice, perfect positioning on your takeoff. He was totally gone.
Yeah,
Could
wow.
not see the nose of his board. So
Yeah.
insane positioning there, Marino. I'm thinking, without seeing all the other rides, I reckon that's got to be BOG so far, the best. There it is. Look at that number.
Yeah, 7.25. Take him straight into second. I think he was needing a 7.05 or something like that. So gets the score just on one wave. So that adds the pressure to surfers in third and fourth, Pete and Janello, sorry. So, you know, Marino should be really happy with that. And as you said, he had the positioning down pat. He knew exactly where to sit, and that comes with time and persistence, you know, at this wave.
And, you know, look, good tube rides never go out of fashion. We could tell straight away as soon as we saw that. He came out just clean as a whistle. We went, well, that's got to be a great ride because tubes are tubes, and we all know what a good tube looks like, and that was definitely one. So, Marino, congratulations, my man. Now he's just got to get rid of that 1-4. Not going to need much now to get into the lead. Mid-range 2 will do it. So the other three now are all just scouting around. Blue's got top priority and the lead. Something better than a 4-5 will help his account. Surfer in white, though, chasing a 4.06, and surfer in red needs a 5.66 to qualify into the next round. 20-minute heats, the action's going to come pretty thick and fast. So true, we're off to a kind of a ripping start.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start to the opening round and first heat for the whole event as well, to start it off with some solid numbers. I guess just hopefully shows what the rest of the event will look like.
Yep, it is always kind of like we refer to the guinea pig heat one. Everybody's probably watching, going, righto, you know, we're surfing in this round. We better watch and see the consistency of the ocean and what's going on, and listening to the scores, because I realise judges want to see deep tubes. Marino set that theme pretty early.
Yeah, and I guess as well the first heat, touching on that judging point, it does set the standard, I guess, for the rest of the heats in that round. You know, you can tell pretty quickly what the judges are looking for, and they kind of, you know, it's not hard to be like, okay, well, that 7.25 barrel in 2 turns.
Yeah.
That's what it's going to get one of those scores. And if you can get a little bit deeper or have a better section at the end, you're probably going to get into the excellent range. And I think for these local surfers, they probably feel so comfortable out there to just do that in their sleep.
He's on the move again. He's back in the tube again. So this is our tube rider, Marino Figueron. So he, under guard of everybody else, he's picked up another tidy little barrel. His 1-4's long gone. Definitely gets his 2.5 to go into the lead. So just like that, stuff's changed big time. Look at Blue.
Wow. He's either stoked with that wave or he's a little bit frustrated. So we'll see.
He's either stoked or not stoked.
Yeah, hopefully stoked for Mark. But yeah, I agree. We'll definitely see a situation change for that last wave of Marino. Definitely the 2.5. Maybe a paddle battle going on there, but you know, Marino would be stoked with that. Definitely going to take the lead.
Blue wants the paddle battle. He's rolling the arms over pretty quick smart. He's Mark Cannon. He was holding the lead. So these two guys here are in first and second. I think the lead is going to flip. I think Marco Marino definitely gets his 2.5. It's a matter of what Blue did behind him as to who sits in top slot. But that right now is our 1-2. Boys will be playing catch up in white and red. There's only 3.5 minutes to go in this. 3.85.
Yeah, 3.85, but then that last wave for Mark, wow, 6.25. So Mark goes straight back into the lead. So that was definitely, you know, he was stoked with that wave rather than frustrated.
Yes.
So pressure builds for Pete and Janello, needing a 6.51 and an 8.1. They're solid scores for the first heat.
And just like that, down to 3 minutes. So red and white are probably going, damn, come on. They got to dig pretty deep here. A 6.51, something pretty good's got to happen. An excellent number for an 8-1 from Nagalo in red. He's got to be the wave of the heat. So here they go now. So Katule on his backhand. He looks like he can thread a good tube as well. Perfect line.
Wow.
Some little rail work now to try and add a bit of fruit to this wave. I really liked his tube. Job well done. Was it a 6-5-1? We'll know shortly.
I liked it. I loved how before he took off, he kind of angled his board to the left a little bit and then just swung around, kind of tried to get himself a little bit deeper in that barrel so that he can capitalize on that 6-5-1. I thought that was very well surfed. Wow, you can see all the spectators there down here making the most of that lower tide. We were talking about that just before.
Yeah, you won't see that this afternoon.
No, that will be all water pretty much all the way up to the sand there.
The world famous boardwalk there, ladies and gentlemen, out to the Cloud 9 Tower. So that is your entrance point to the lineup. But this was really well done from White, and I like that little comment about the way he faded left.
Yeah, and he just got pretty deep in that one as well for Pete. Gets a turn off the end, as we said. He needs that 6.51. I don't know where it's going to come in comparison to Mark Cannon's 6.25. Who knows whether that score will
I think it's
come
going to be a
close to
little
that.
under because Marino's tube was way better.
Yes.
And did a little bit more action once he got out of the barrel.
Yeah.
So he needed the 6.51.
We'll see if that score has locked in. Yeah, I think it definitely needs to be closer to Mark Cannon 6.25. But we'll see. I'm going to try and figure out if we can get this score in
Thanks.
for
True.
Pete. So
Yep,
looks
it is
like
in. No, I
think
think
it
it was a
was a
4.25. Yep, so well under what he needed. So he'll remain at this stage in third, I think.
wow. So I think we're coming down to the final minute in this heat. At this stage, Mark is in the lead and Marino sitting in second. Pete still needing that 6.51. You can see Mark, he's like, please tell me where I'm at if I need to do anything in the last 35 seconds of this one.
Well, quite a few waves caught in heat one of this round of 80. 20-minute heats. They're going to come and go pretty quick, smart. We are going to be having some post-heat interviews, I believe, today out there on the boardwalk. So you might have the opportunity to have a chat with Mark Cannon in a moment. But here goes Pete Catalay. 6.51 what he needs. The wave didn't offer enough right there, so you've got to be thinking he will finish in third. Job well done for Mark Cannon in the blue and Marino Figueron with the best wave of the heat. All right, so that is heat one done and dusted. Congratulations, blue and green. Little victory lap here for the big fella. So we didn't see his good wave, so we're not sure really what happened on that one, but it was a 6.25 to win the heat. Backed it up well with the 5.25.
Yeah.
Tube master right here was Marino. Well done. Heat two in the lineup.
Well, Marino and Mark will be pretty stoked moving through to the round of 64.
Yep, and as
And
we
maybe
were saying,
surf this afternoon.
potentially.
Yeah.
All right.
Hopefully. Well, looks like I'll be moving out and Justin will be coming in.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's bring Jado in
And-
because you've got to go and have a chat, I
Yeah.
guess, with the heat winner there, Mark. So we'll cross over to you when you guys are all sorted. He'll be up there pretty soon, so you might want to get a wiggle on. Thanks very much, True. All right, round two, heat two of the round of 80 has started. We have Gabrielle Larog in the red. We have Daniel Espajon in the blue. We have Brix Paragus in the white, and in the green we have Tark Alapeo. And we've got a tube ride straight off the bat. I'll welcome into the hot seat next to me, Justin Majex. Good morning, Jado.
Yeah, Mark, how are you?
Pretty good. First day of work at, by our standards, it's pretty cool because 11:30 start this morning. There was no hurry given the tide, but here we are.
We're gentlemen, and we've been given gentlemen hours here on day number one of the Siargao International Surfing Cup. And clear message already being sent by the judges. You've got to get in the tube if you want to make your heats.
Yep, by Marino, that was such a good barrel. Definitely going to have to put that in as a little highlight of the morning, mate. So they've set the scale and they've sent the clear message to all the competitors. He goes, man in red, obviously looking for an air. There it is, a throwaway from Gabrielle. 3.25 in the white column to kick things off. And Juddo, we got here on Tuesday afternoon, Thursday morning. We've had a couple of surfs, we've settled in. What are you making of the place? Yeah,
well, it's been 5 long years since we were last here together, and absolutely love this place. Such a welcoming community. Yeah, the Philippines probably not high on everyone's radar as far as a surf mecca, but we're at the beating heart of the surf, I guess, culture here in the Philippines, and yeah, we absolutely love it. Obviously the surfs are a little bit on the smaller side, but as we see Blue here, yeah, small, but just can't sneak out the doggy door there, unfortunately. But yeah, I love this place, and I know you do too.
Yeah, I sure do, mate. And that was Daniel Esperjon, and just can't quite squeak out and complete the tube ride, so it's going to be counted as a incomplete manoeuvre. So a low number will drop into that column there for Blue. That'll be his second score, I think.
But 20-minute heats, you and True Starling got to talk through the first one, but certainly enough consistency, even though the size of the swell's not, you know, super big, but nice clean conditions, as you can see from the drone shot here.
Look at this wave for Alapeo. Straight in, yeah, sunshine. Oh, gets a little bonus section as well, Jado.
Yeah.
Rail work, kind of not quite there, but hell, when you get a tube like that, you might as well just flick off.
Trying to extract everything out of it, but good to see, even at this size and at this tide, the waves really coming to the party for the second heat of the day. Round of 80 here at the QS 3000, and I think that's going to be our best number to drop in for...
Pretty good tube.
Yep, loved it.
Nice to see the replay of that again. He positioned himself well off the takeoff. Perhaps as opposed to Marino's tube, we could see the nose of his board from the majority of the tube. Got a little bonus second section out wide as well. So still a pretty good job, and he's only got to try and better a 3.25 as wave of the heat. I think that's got to happen, doesn't it?
Oh, I'm backing you in there for sure. A really good wave. Well, a good wave is just locked in for him, a 6.50. So
that's how you do it.
That's how you do it. Yep. We love to see this place. When we were here in 2018, it was definitely a lot bigger, a lot throatier, a lot more challenging. But these locals in the opening round certainly they probably surf it at every size, as we see our surfer in white here going to the rail.
Looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, a couple of nice little turns there, but as I just said before, I think the message has been sent loud and clear from our judges. You got to get behind the curtain if you want to get some good numbers.
Or probably launch a big air out the back or something like that. We saw a lot of that going on during the free surfs. There's a lot of air masters here. We've seen a lot of Superman attempts over the last couple of days.
Oh, they're light, they're nimble-footed, and yeah, some aerial acrobats we saw in the free surfs over the last couple of days. So the wind looks pretty glassy and clean right now, but could puff up from the north, which is the left-hand side of the screen as the day goes on. We're expecting the tide to continue to fill in and push a little bit more water over this really world-famous reef.
Probably add a few more waves as well, I think. So
yep.
It definitely likes a bit of tide, this wave. The boys are on the hunt now. We can see this nice smooth thing just starting to appear right now. Reg's got his eyes on it. He's got priority. It just slides under their guard, but here's the replay of green.
Yeah, this is the 6.50 best wave from our surfer there, Thark Alapeo.
Tidy little slap going on there for Blue as well.
Yeah, Daniel Esperjon. So, but one thing I want to ask you, you've been to a lot of Asian surfing events over your time, and what did you think of that opening ceremony yesterday? That has to be one of the that has to be one of the most unique and star-studded affairs I've ever
been
involved in.
Well, they put a lot of effort into it, let's say that, Justin, and you could see that thing was rehearsed down to a fine art, because it felt like I was in a Hollywood production movie. It was a big deal. There was a lot of speeches going on. You know, look, I think congratulations to the local crew that put it together, because it was definitely a work of art. That kind of went on for a couple of hours, but you know, hey, it's a big deal down here, this event, and it was out there in the gymnasium, big air-conditioned gymnasium. It was really well done, and you know, that was a good way to kick things off. I've seen a lot of different opening ceremonies over the years, but that's probably got to be the longest, most precision operation I've seen, I think.
100%. Well, we can see some numbers starting to lock in to our screen, and a bit of a three-way tie for the lead, but obviously holding down first place will be our surfer in the green on the strength of his 6.50. The other two surfers, that's their combined total. So
the tube ride of Tark is enough to have him in the lead.
First one.
So if you've just tuned in, everybody, it's heat 2, the round of 80. We've got 8 heats in this round, and I think this afternoon, I think we're going to roll into the next heat a little bit later on, but we're going to hear from the winner of that very first heat. So let's throw down to True Starling there with the winner. Go, True.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Mark Cannon. Mark, you had a great win for that last heat, getting a 6.25 and a 5.25. Being at home here at your local break, how special is it to take out that first heat?
The waves, first of all, I would like to thank to God and my family, and to my sponsor, Bagtik Team Rider, Congressman Bingo Matugas. And yeah, the waves out there is so huge, not really big, but good, clean barrel. So I'm just lucky. I use my priority, so I got 6 points.
And you're into the next round. Are you looking forward for that next heat?
Yeah, looking forward, and fully more swells come, so I can catch nice barrel again, better than 6 points.
Thank you, Mark. Back to you guys in the booth.
Unreal. Well, there we go. We've just heard from the big fella there, Mark Cannon, the athletic Mark Cannon.
looks a bit more like a rugby player than a surfer, but got the job done. As we see our second place getter currently, Daniel Espinjon, up and riding. A series of nice forehand manoeuvres there, and that will likely be his best number.
That'll put him into first.
Yep, he needed just a 1.51 to move up into first. His best number currently a 5.0. And yeah, I'm sure that Mark Cannon will be hoping for a little bit more size in the swell over the next few days, because he's a big fella.
He is a big unit, so he's handsomely moving through with the first placing. A good little confidence booster taking into the round of 64 potentially this afternoon. Meanwhile, I think Tark Alapeo, oh no, there you go, Espinon is in the lead now. So Daniel, he just went there via the 3.4. Alapeo though, Tark Alapeo will be pretty happy with his 6.50. He doesn't need to add much to that to go back into first. So playing catch up, it looks like our surfer in white bricks is probably going to have to do a little better work than his two previous rides, both being in 3.25s, to impress the judges and qualify into at least second spot. And Larog there in the red, he's got top priority, he's got a wave coming, so he's probably going to have to make the most of this and put together at least a 5.61.
Yeah, totally achievable. We've seen some good numbers in these pretty much first 30 minutes of day number one here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We have got fanfare. We can hear the marching band behind us. There is not one thing that I haven't been impressed by thus far, and live music's always a winner in my opinion. But right now, 9.5 minutes on the clock. A pretty heavily stacked opening round with Filipino surfers, but they're taking surfing pretty seriously here in this country now.
Well, they are, and this event, it started back in '94, Jado, and it is officially the Philippines' first and longest running international tournament throughout the whole country.
Wow.
So surfing is a big deal. This is the real hotspot. It's the mecca of surfing in the Philippines, and we are hosting this week the biggest sporting event in the Philippines, the longest running, and I'm sure all the surfers are pretty stoked. There's a lot of money up for grabs as well, and points, valuable points towards qualifying rankings, plus kudos, prestige. We'll get to all that in a minute.
Yeah, here goes Gabrielle hunting the tube. We saw him for most of that, so will improve his position, but probably not the 5.61 he needed to move up the leaderboard. But Gabriel, it's a pretty famous surfing name.
Yeah. Taken him a little while, probably hasn't done his best work just yet. We've seen some pretty decent rides to kick things off here. And the tube ride of the surfer in green still the highlight of this heat. But I don't think I've ever been to an event, mate, where we've surf comp where we've had marching music in the background, band music. Did you go and have a look at it before we started?
No, I didn't. I didn't get a chance. Obviously, day one, just wanted to make sure all the systems were right. But I'll have a heat off in a couple and maybe go down there and, I don't know,
have a little march.
Chuck a couple of pesos in the guitar box, or see if they're busking, or here to just bring a bit of national pride. But yeah, I really dig the Filipino surfing culture, and this has been an exciting opening couple of heats thus far. Obviously a small swell, and yeah, the defending champions are back in the draw as well, which is exciting to see. You can see all the people on the low tide through this drone shot. That is the best vantage point. But as the tide continues to push in, those people will have to clear out soon.
All right, so Red's just got his hair wet. Gabriel, his best wave is only a 175, so I think he's improved on that and will bring the requirement down. But yeah, it's a big deal here, mate. Rain, hail or shine, every day feels like a Sunday, and there's a lot of people that dig surfing, and they're all down here to pay homage to our opening day. Look how many crew are down there, mate. When I've been here before for past events, we used to have a 3-story tower, chock-a-block full, a few hundred people out there, mate. It's a good scene.
Here goes, yep, Alapeo looking to repeat his dose of that 6.5, but just gets clipped and sent down, so not the wave he really wanted to not come out of, but a 1.0, so it's really make or break in any barreling wave. It's you're either in there or you're getting clipped.
Yeah, got to come out to make it count. So only needed a 1.9, didn't get it. Has to bide his time. He'll drop into 4th priority in a moment, and he's still got 6 minutes to challenge for the lead. He'll be pretty happy and comfortable with his 6.50. Back up, he needs to work on that. Here we go now, White.
Yeah, with priority, this is Bricks. Throws the tail loose on the first manoeuvre, gouges a good second turn and pulls through. You can see the tide is still pretty low. He probably eyeballed a little patch of reef he didn't want to know too much about.
Yeah, not on this tide. Give it a couple of hours, people will be hitting that and probably boosting off it as well.
100%.
That is pretty shallow right there, folks.
One thing I do love is just the water clarity here. It's so crystal clear.
It's insane, isn't it? So Green now sliding the board around into an opening turn. So this is Tark. He is in 2nd place, needs a 1.9, so I think he's going to move into the lead. Oh, look at this thing for blue.
Yeah, Espen John, bit more of a wedgy sort of wave. Carves a nice little opening manoeuvre. Throws a bit more spray on the second turn and kicks out. So you can see, even though it's at this size, if it's not barreling, there's still opportunities to, you know, wet the rail and extract some points for manoeuvres. But the judges have really made it clear that they want to see the tube, and you don't come to Cloud 9 to not get tubed, I guess.
No, and that will happen. Now, this little fella here, looking pretty sharp and slick, and he's got a bit going on to like, but you can see the pedigree of when we watch Daniel's next wave. So a couple of good turns. Pity he was denied a finish there, but when you watch the surfing of Daniel in a moment, so this is the live action now, so we'll stay with Gabriel. But in comparison to what we saw White just do, Daniel, really good pedigree in his manoeuvring. Green there looking a bit lackadaisy on this wave.
We might have missed the opening because he was getting a couple of hoots and hollers. We could hear the crowd just behind us, so maybe we'll be able to tee up a little bit of a replay of what we missed. But Alapeo, that's a pretty famous name around these parts.
Sure is. His brother, his big brother, or maybe, well, the same surname, Filmar. He's won a QS event before.
Yep.
Down in Indonesia, Sumbawa. Hopefully we'll get to have a chat with him throughout this event, get him up here and pick his brain a little bit about what it's like to be a famous surfer out of Siargao.
Yeah, a lot of national pride. Obviously, at the opening ceremony, the Bag Tick team was there, so the government supports a total of 41 Filipino surfers, and you know, helps pay their entry fees, helps get them to all the events, because now surfing's in the Olympics. They really see this as a great opportunity to showcase the future of their sport.
Oops, Red's got a little shampoo going on here. Gabriel Larog sitting in 4th spot, doesn't like it one bit, so he's catching a lot of waves to get his requirements up into at least a 2nd spot. He needed a 5.25. Alapeo holding it down, still a little shaky in the lead there. Needs to improve on that 2.30. The requirements are obvious, they're right there in the column. Second priority, or second position, needs a high 8. Here goes Alapeo's busted away from the pack.
Yeah, a little insider, stalls nicely, gets a little bit of foam on the head, but executes a clean inside manoeuvre as well. So looking to improve on a 2.30. And I think he's definitely going to do that, because that was a smaller inside wave, but he definitely extracted everything he could out of it.
Yep, and for the people that are watching online and you're going, okay, it's small, but there's some nice tubes going on, man, you want to see this place with a swell. 4 to 6 foot or bigger swell, it just goes absolutely nuts and drains super hard. Some great drone footage there of White just not quite finishing up his tube ride for bricks. But yeah, when this place lights up, geez, it is absolutely world-class, Juddo, and the funnels that go on, you know, they go on and go on and go on, and you can be so deep in tubes, you sort of think to yourself, no chance. But then you remember what this wave does. You just got to hold your line and stay true, and it pushes you out most times. It's pretty incredible. It's a great feeling.
Well, I remember last time we were here 5 long years ago. It seems not that long ago, but 2018 was an absolute barrel shootout between Skip McCullough and
Marimar, I think, got
Marimar,
second,
yeah.
second in that. So
And
Marimar's the defending champion.
But it was probably 4 to 6 foot and just absolutely doing its thing. Here we go, Daniel Espen-John sticking with the manoeuvres. This wave's not barreling, but he doesn't mind.
No, he's got, you can see the quality in blue. He's got a real strong pedigree. He doesn't mess around when he does turns. It's a lot of rail. He's very sharp and crisp in the pocket. Doesn't surprise me one bit that he's in a qualifying position. Needed a 5.61 to get to the lead. I'm not sure, but he's given himself every chance of consolidating 2nd spot.
Yeah, well, right now, each surfer is still waiting for a score to lock in. So with just over a minute remaining, there could be a couple little moves on the leaderboard. We'll wait and see, but this has been an action-packed heat, only 20 minutes long, and yeah, these guys have definitely made the most of their opportunities. Here goes White, swinging in 3rd place, a little insider. Throws a nice first turn, gets a little bit more radical on the 2nd manoeuvre. This guy's in 4th. Talk us through this one, Mark.
Okay, Gabriel, he needs something pretty big here, so he goes pretty big. He gets the reverse, but doesn't complete it. Come on, he's trying to sell that to the judges, but we know that wasn't a completion.
Yeah,
nice try, Sunshine.
You could see the frustration on his face, gripping with his toenails, trying to hold on to that one. And here goes your heat leader. This could be a little victory lap for Alapeo. Just a trip into the tower, I think.
Yep, so these boys would have a lot of their little posses on the rocks down there, giving them some support. You'll probably hear a whole lot of cheering in a minute once the siren goes. 2, 1. Blue's got another wave right on the buzzer, so green and blue will advance. So well done to Tark and Daniel. That is heat 2 done and dusted. White's after the hooter, so this won't count. But the tube rides are what do count, Juddo, and I think the judges are staying true to their form based off heat 1.
Yep, I think the scale has been set, and the message loud and clear is going to happen from here on in. So,
all right, so we'll take a quick break and be back with heat 3 in a moment, so don't go anywhere, folks.
Welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup. This is the third heat, the round of 80 in the water right now, and just a beautiful view of the spectators on the low tide reef here at Cloud 9, and it is an exciting opening day of competition. The heats have been short, sharp, but action-packed, 20 minutes to see a lot of
Give me a thumbs up, you can hear me still.
So heat 3, I'm lucky enough to be joined in the booth by Jessie Starling, sister of True. You'll be a competitor in this event, and certainly what's your impressions first time here at Cloud 9?
Yeah, first time here, and honestly, I love it. I've been pretty blown away with how amazing this place is. It's exceeded my expectations so far, and I actually had a little surf out here yesterday, and it was 2 foot, 1 foot maybe, and windy and crowded, but everyone was so nice, and I ended up getting my fair share of waves, and yeah, learned a few little things from the locals out there. So I'm excited to compete, but I'm more excited to commentate and also watch the event. Looks like the locals just absolutely know what they're doing. You know, a few of the competitors in the first and second heat have just been perfect in the positioning and the barrel, and yeah, it's been really interesting, but they're also so nimble on their feet, and they're just, I don't know, you think they're going to fall, and there you go, they just land that turn. So it's been exciting, and it's only been the first 2 heats, and yeah, into heat number 3, I'm excited to watch it and commentate with you.
Yeah, 100%. A couple of scores have locked in, the best of them being a 3.75 to Christian Araquil, our surfer in the red. Right now leading the heat is Mark Kent Houquet. He's got a couple of little scores that have pushed him up into the lead, but what is it like travelling with your sister? Obviously you've got to be good friends to be a travel buddy with anyone, but you look like you've got a pretty cool thing going on with your sis.
Yeah, we've got a really cool relationship. We've got on forever, like that. We've never really had a point in time where we haven't always had each other's backs, and I wasn't that into surfing growing up, and then True got really good really quickly, so I decided, yep, that's my turn, and then yeah, we've kind of just followed each other on this path, and then now we're commentating internationally and competing internationally, and yeah, I think if you had have asked us when we were little girls what would we be doing, and this definitely would have been the dream. So we get on pretty well, and we're roomies as well as co-commentators, so spend a lot of time together. But that was green, just kind of clamping on him at the end there, but that was the first we saw of Carlito Nogalo. So I like his style though, really nice technique in the barra. I mean, I feel like all the locals kind of have to have good technique here if you're surfing a wave like this every day.
I think so. Very in tune with their lineups. They definitely can read the waves even at this size really well. What I like about Carlito is the matching board spray and rash vest combination. I think that's always cool to see in competitions, and definitely eye-catching from the judges' point of view. And certainly sitting here, it's just a cool little touch, I think, to have your rash vest match the colour of your board.
Honestly, I try and do that too, but I try and match it to my swimmers.
Oh,
if I
okay.
know what colour rashy I am, I'll wear that colour swimmer. I don't know, maybe it's more of a personal thing. I think it looks a bit sleeker, but
Nice, nice. Well, here goes blue. This is a bigger looking wave. It's not going to barrel, but that hasn't stopped our competitor from gouging a couple of really impressive opening manoeuvres. Works his way through to the inside, and a little bit of repetition there, but he'll just, I think at the start of heats it's always good to get a bit of wax between your toes and, just feel your board and lose the nerves a little bit as well.
yeah, I feel like as the tide comes in, we'll see more waves like that as well. When I surfed it yesterday afternoon, it was barely barreling. It was pretty much only turn. So as the tide comes up, it might lose that X factor.
Okay, yes, here I am down here with the winner of heat number 2. It is Tak Alapeo. Tak, you must be happy with your tube ride.
Yeah, was happy because this is my first time to join the international, and round 1 I made it. Thank you for my family and friends for always support, and Team Bagtik, and especially to Kong Bingo and Cernil. Thank you guys so much for giving me a chance to join this event.
Very cool, well said. Thanking the big wigs. I like it a lot. Are you a local here?
Yeah, I am a local. And thank you to my friends for letting me borrow his board. No arc field.
All right, so you won the heat on a borrowed board, yeah? Where is your surfboard?
No, I don't have surfboard.
Oh my God, you have no surfboard, serious?
Yeah, I don't have. I just borrow from my friend.
All right, well listen, well done. You're through to the round of 64, so that must feel good.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that was really good. I'm happy.
All right, we're going to throw back to you guys. Justin, thank you.
Well, yes, cool little interview there with Mark Clift and Thark Alapeo, the winner of the second heat of the day. We're back into the third heat of the round of 80, 13 and a bit minutes on the clock, and we saw some live action. White had a really good attempt, just got clipped on his exit, but as you've been saying, Jess, even though it's a little bit smaller, these locals can still really, you know, find those waves that can barrel. And I'm interested to see what the tide's going to do, whether it's going to push a few more waves onto the reef here, or if we're just going to, you know, sort of see the consistency. But for 20 minutes, there's been a bunch of waves still, hey?
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's so contestable, and the wind hasn't come up yet, and these guys definitely know what they're doing out there. I honestly think we'll see the Filipinos go a fair way into the draw. I mean, we know that the Japanese, they're dominant in the Asian region. They win almost every event. We saw Tenchi Awami win India, so they're very impressive. But to go on with that, the Indonesians surf waves like pretty similar to this a lot. So I feel like this is going to be a really exciting event. However, I do think the Filipinos will travel a fair way through the draw.
I back you 100%. You know, the local knowledge and the home ground advantage always helps in surfing, and you know, we've got two Filipinos as the defending champions in Mark John Takong, and on the men's side, and it was on the ladies' side. Sorry, her name's escaping me for a moment. Nilvi Blancada was the female winner. So, you know, to have two local winners defending their title is pretty good. And this is the last wave of White travelling through this thing.
Oh, no.
Spotted the doggy door, but just got it slammed shut on his head. Unfortunate there for him.
Yeah, it's kind of lucky that the reef isn't too gnarly here, but honestly, I still wouldn't want to hit it myself. But I think, you know, we saw White bounce up pretty quickly after he got knocked off his feet on that one. So straight back out there, hoping for another one, second priority, but plenty of waves. So currently blue with a 475 and a 375. That 475 being the highest wave of the heat so far. So I feel like all four surfers probably not hitting their peak in this heat just yet. So hopefully a little bit more action for them in the back end.
Yeah, well, here goes your heat leader, using priority well, travelling, and unfortunately he's not going to improve on his situation there. But I love that drone angle. You can see how the wave just comes in and sort of TPs up. He was sort of on the other side of the peak to backdoor it, and got some good vision and a good bit of travel time. But at this size, you can just see that getting out of the barrel can be a challenge in itself.
Yeah, it definitely looks really hard. You've got to be experienced, but here goes White. So that's better for him. He makes it out of that one, racing down the line, looking for a little finishing phone climb. He likes it. We get the claim from our surfer in White, which I believe is Mark Kent Houquet. So that was a lot better for him. Only looking for a 2.76, so I definitely think he's going to get that score and could potentially be the best wave of the heat.
100%, I'm backing you there. He's going to move into a qualifying position pretty much at the halfway stage of this heat, and they're quite passionate. One thing I know about the Filipinos is they're very passionate, they're very proud people, and the little fist pump really signified for White that he was happy with that. So we'll see what that locks in at, but I was talking to Mark before about the opening ceremony, and can I get your thoughts on that as we see Blue really well positioned behind the curtain there?
Yeah, that was really nice. So currently in the lead for our surfer in blue. But yeah, the opening ceremony, I thought it was epic. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I even put on my Instagram story last night. That's how much I loved it. The dance, where the dancers were up on the surfboards and crowd surfing the surfboards. I just thought it was amazing. I've been to a few Asian opening ceremonies now, and I actually think that could have been my favorite one.
I'm with you. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, there was lights, there was fireworks, there was confetti going off, there was singing, dancing, a lot of speeches as we see the replay here of Araquil's last wave. He was in the lead prior to this last exchange, it went for the best part of 2 hours, I think. So they definitely jammed a lot of action into that event.
Yeah, it was extravagant. It was
Good word. I
definitely
like that.
extravagant. Yeah, I enjoyed every second of it. I think if my mum was there, she would have loved it so much too. And here goes Red. So currently in third place, traveling, trying to make it through that one. It's getting harder and harder to kind of creep out of those barrels right now. This is maybe, I mean, I haven't been here before, so I'll pick your knowledge, but maybe this is the time of the tide where it's between barrels and turns.
Yeah.
And you've got to kind of decide what you want to do.
Yeah, obviously, you know, wave selection is key in all surfing events, and all these local guys are super hungry. So I think, you know, they're just catching as many waves as they can and hoping one's going to stay open for them. But we saw some really good scores in the opening couple of heats. This is heat number 3 of the round of 80. The men's competition is underway. Ladies on hold. We had a little bit of a late start due to the tide, and it has filled in enough to get competition underway, which is really good to see. Just under 8 minutes, our surfer in blue is leading, a 4.75, the best number of this heat. The last score we did see in before from White was a 4.25, moved him up into second, and the requirements are really low for both green and red. So whether it's a barrel or not, or just a wave that allows them to do a couple of really nice sort of directional changes, probably enough to change the outcome of this heat.
Yeah, it's definitely anyone's game right now. No one's really run away with anything in this heat. And 7 minutes and the amount of waves that these guys have been catching, I'm still saying it's up for grabs for anyone. I don't think blue or white are safe, you know, and I definitely think green and red are still in contention to make it through this heat. And the one thing I've learnt about the Filipinos in the last 48 hours I've been here is that they're very homegrown and they love to represent their country. And so I know that each and every one of these 4 men definitely want to make it through as many rounds as they can to represent the Philippines.
100%. I said it before, they're a very proud nation, and sport is an important part of their culture. As we see Red here, currently in 4th position, going to turns and sticks that one just. So a little sort of smaller inside wave. It hugged the reef, but allowed him to, you know, sort of unleash on 4 different manoeuvres there. His requirement was quite low, so I'm going to be interested to see what the judges thought of that. You can see on the screen there just a 2.61. He's definitely going to say goodbye to the 1.10. A little bit out of control, but he certainly hung on there enough to finish the wave, and he'll paddle back out with a little bit of confidence, I think.
I feel like this is what I mean sometimes about watching, you know, these guys turn. You never know if they're going to make it or not. They're so nimble. And just like, no, I've got it. And there you go. They're doing a next turn before you can even think if they're going to make the last turn. So I find their surfing really enjoyable to watch. I think it's very different to what we're probably used to seeing back home in Australia. So yeah, it's just fun for me to be able to, you know, witness my first Philippines contest. You were here back in 2018, did I hear?
I was, and that was my first taste of Cloud 9. We'll talk through this wave here of White. Stalls, gets a little bit of cover there, has to bust through the mashed potato, but just looking to improve on a 2.25. This one's got a little bonus section and leans into a nice finishing manoeuvre. So okay, in the White, he did use priority on that wave, and I think it's going to benefit him. He needs a fraction of a better score than his best number to move into first place. But yeah, rewinding back to 2018, it didn't seem that long ago, but 5 years ago, yeah, it was amazing. I was here with Mark, one of our co-commentators. The swell was definitely a lot bigger. It was doing its perfect little TP A-frame thing, barreling both sides. I think back of a few West Aussies that were in the event. Jack Robinson was here prior to getting on tour. Jed Madison, a really good surfer from Margaret River, was here. But yeah, I think people came from all across the world to be here because it's such an iconic and amazing wave to surfing competition.
Yeah, I feel like I've watched and heard of this wave for so long, and everyone I've ever spoken to in the surfing industry has been like, you have to compete in the Philippines at some point. So to be able to, yeah, have our chance, it's really good. I actually even had Stace Galbraith. I
caught up with him for a bit of a lunch last week, and he said, if you don't compete while you're over there, I'll be upset. So made it happen, but I understand why now that we're here. It's such a world-class wave, and one of my hometown friends, Kai Warner, he got a 10 out here. I think maybe even the 2018 event.
I might remember that exact wave. To get a 10 in competition's amazing, as we see Red trying to do his best at picking up the perfect score. He's not going to do it on that one. But yeah, Stace Galbraith, what a legend. Shout out to him if he's watching. There we saw Green. Just he looks like a bigger frame surfer, as Blue travelling. But look at these waves. There was like 4 quick waves all in a row there. So yeah, the consistency, even at the size of the swell that it is at, it's still providing a lot of opportunity. And it's a little bit of an arm wrestle between first, second, third and fourth. You know, pretty much 2 points separating all 4 competitors. Mark and I were lucky enough to get up early and go sort of tap into some more uncrowded waves, but Siargao Island itself, it's just teeming with opportunity, and I think the Philippines is one of these new surfing countries that is definitely going to you know, shake the world a little bit moving forward. It's going to be exciting to see. They've got a couple of competitors on the Challenger Series, and I think this whole Asian region is really starting to emerge as a front runner for you know, some potential gold medalists and future world champions.
Yeah, it's definitely an extremely stacked division on both the men and women's side. You know, we see even now that the WSL is back to regional qualifiers, we see, you know, you think of dominant regions like Australia or the US, but honestly I think the Asian region is just as hard. Like, you look at, you know, the seeded rounds and all the guys, they're so close to pretty much, they all get wild cards onto Challenger Series, but they don't get as much of a lack of words.
Opportunity or
they
exposure?
Don't get the rankings that we get, the amount of people who go into the Challenger Series. They only get, I think they get to about 2 or 3, but honestly, if it was opened up to the same amount as America and Australia, they would definitely give qualification in the Challenger Series a bit of a nudge.
100%, I agree with you, but I think the cool thing is there's been a lot of you know, sort of dual sanctioned events where Aussies can come up to Asia, or the Asians can come down to Australia and pick up points. Obviously NIAS was one of those events. I believe Taiwan, which follows on after this event, will be a dual sanctioned event. So here we see White. He's currently your heat leader, and he's just sort of stuck in the 4s at the moment, and I think he'll remain there on the strength of that wave, but the requirements have grown a little bit for 3rd and 4th. Arizona is chasing a 4.61 and Nagola chasing a 4.95, but here he goes. Oh,
That was nice.
I sort of like the opening. Might have really had to ride out of that last maneuver, but did pretty well.
Yeah, had to be the best wave of the heat.
Yep.
I don't personally think it was the best wave of the heat, but still a really great effort. I mean, 40 seconds to go to do that under pressure was really impressive.
Yeah, I'm backing you there. There's just 30 seconds and still anyone's game, but right now White and Blue in a pretty strong position. Blue has priority, and he's probably going to use it just to keep... no, he's not going to use it on this one. This guy's currently in 4th. Stalls. Wrestles a little bit of a foam ball there. Leans into a little Larry layback. And behind him is Blue. So this is going right down to the wire. We're going to count it out, and we'll potentially be on hold with some scores still to lock in before we kick off heat number 4 of the round of 80. So even though it's small, it's action-packed. There's been a lot of excitement, a lot of good surfing going down. So you can see the crowd on the reef just checking out the action, and I think they'll be impressed with what they've seen so far.
Yes, so many waves caught in that last minute or so, and it was so tight between everyone, and I actually have no idea where this heat's going to go, with who's going to make it. All 4 of these guys so determined to get through, but we'll have to see what happens because we're going to cut to a short break.
Yeah, we'll go to a break and be back with more action here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup very soon.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 27th Siargao International Surfing Cup. We are rolling into heat number 4 of the day. This is the men's round of 80. My name is Jessie Starling and I'm joined in the booth by my big sister True Starling.
Hi, JJ.
Hi.
It's nice to chat to you again.
Yes, just like 5 minutes ago.
I know.
It's been a really exciting morning, all morning, full of, pretty, I feel like, upbeat, fast-paced surfing from all of the local guys. And, heat number 4, we're going to have a pretty stacked heat. So, Clarence Saavedra in the red, John Carby in the blue, Ivan Nogalo in the white, and Joshua Gonner in the green. So, that last heat was really interesting. It was really close between all 4 surfers, and honestly, we had no idea who was going to make it through and who wasn't, because there was so many waves. It was so close. No one really broke out of the 4s, so definitely interested to see who won that last one. But we'll catch up with them with Justin shortly in the post-heat interview. But already locked in for red, a 4.5, and maybe white and green getting waves as well. Blue sitting out there with priority. So 3 minutes slipped away. How have you enjoyed the first day of competition so far?
So far, so good. I feel like, the waves have, with that tide coming in, I feel like the waves have gotten, they're starting to get a little bit better. That last heat, it looked like there was a bit of maybe a couple of buzzer beaters at the end, a bunch of waves being ridden, and it's so great to have, so much opportunity for the surfers and, as well for this first round of the men's, a round of 80. Pretty much most of them are from the Philippines, so they're local surfers. They've either grown up here and lived here, for their whole lives, so this is their local wave, or they are from, other parts of the area of Siargao and maybe even the Philippines as well. And, being our first time here, I just feel like the people are so welcoming. They've been so homely, in a sense, so open to giving feedback, giving advice, kind of directing you in ways, where you can get the best food or get the best waves and things like that. So it's been amazing to have that here, and a couple of scores locked in as well, I believe, but 60 minutes to go. It's a little bit of a slower start to this one.
Yeah, in the last few heats we've seen everyone turn heaps of waves really quickly, but I believe that 6.65 is broken down into 2 scores.
Okay.
But not as many waves as opening heat, but the tide is coming up, and I feel like we're about to see, as the tide continues to come up, it change from barrels to turns, potentially. I surfed on the dead high tide yesterday, and it was turns. Honestly, there was no barrels out there, but it was still a really fun wave. That was our surfer in green, just up and out of that one. So scores, we had a 4 and a 2.5, a 4.4, sorry, and a 2.5 for red, 4.5 and a 2.15 for red, a 1.15 and a 1.1 for green, just the one wave of a 2, and then we've got John Carby sitting out there with priority. He knows what he's looking for. In those first 2 heats, we saw numbers go into the 7s, so he'd probably be looking for a wave that will allow him to lock in a score like that earlier on in the heat. Having a bit of a paddle now, decides not to take this one, but that's okay, because Ivan is stroking into this, so racing down the line, floats that first section, up there for a second turn. Really nice at second turn for Ivan. We're going to catch up with him. There was red. That was a beautiful backside turn. I think if he had a road out of that, that would have been a pretty big score.
Yeah, I really liked that turn there for red. It was just unfortunate catching his inside rail there. Wow. So he could have put himself in a better position in the lead, bettering potentially that 2.15. But you never know. He might have got something done before that. But I feel like that was probably, the start of that wave for Clarence. Looks like we could have a paddle here. Oh, maybe not for green. But the conditions look really good as well, Jessie. The wind's pretty calm. It doesn't look that tricky at all.
Yeah, and someone who made the most of the conditions was the winner of the last heat. We are going to cross down to Justin.
I'm here with Christian Araquil, the winner of the last heat. Christian, congratulations. Tell us, a little bit small for Cloud9, but tell us about conditions out there.
But it's good now. It's good condition.
And a lot of Filipino surfers in this event. You surfing with your friends, a lot of people that surf out there all the time.
Yeah, a lot of friends of surfing.
And you're through to the next round. How important is this event for the local surfing community? A lot of tourists here, a lot of international surfers. Do you feel proud to compete here?
Yeah, I'm proud.
And tell us, who do you think the best surfer from Cloud9 is?
Me.
Apart from you, of course. You know, there's Marama, there's Filma. A lot of good surfers come from this wave.
Surfers, Marama and Pilmar, is good surfers here.
And the forecast, are we going to get some more swell, do you think, over the next few days?
I don't know.
Fingers crossed. Well, we'll throw back to you guys and talk us through what's going on in this heat.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Justin. Yeah, bit of insight from the heat runner of that last heat, but during that interview, we saw a couple of really good waves roll through. One that really stood out for me was from our surfer in red, Clarence. So 3 really strong backhand turns, and I'm thinking he's going to lock in a pretty good score and extend his lead in this heat.
Yeah, I agree, Jessie. I think, 3 solid backside manoeuvres. That was a really good looking wave for Clarence. And he just connected them really well as well. He was able to kind of just go through the motions, I guess, and he didn't try to push it too hard, but whoa, green up and riding.
Yeah, that was kind of a wobbly first turn, and that second turn I think was off the back of that first turn. He wasn't really solid on his feet. I think maybe if he had to build a bit more momentum on that one, we would have seen him ride out of that. Here we go with Blue up and riding. Really strong layback turn, almost hitting his competitor there. And back-to-back waves. Here goes White. This is Ivan. Really strong first turn. Straight into a second. Carves back. It gets a little bit foamy now, but he likes it. The Filipinos, they're extremely excitable people and proud of what they do. So we did get a little bit of claim there from Ivan, but I really liked that first turn. And yeah, still waiting for scores of Red, but White looking like he's hot on Red's heels.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, the Filipino people are super passionate, and I love that Ivan was just able to show his emotions at the end of that wave. You could tell that he really liked the feeling of it. So we'll see what that locks in as for Ivan. We've got a couple of scores as well. We do have that one for Red to lock in. Blue as well, he was just unfortunate to not ride out of that turn because that board looks really drivey under his feet. And I believe John, he also travels a fair bit with the Filipino team as well, especially I believe he went to Cruy this year and was kind of mentoring them in a way for the events, trying to, support them where he can. So to be surfing here and up on this one is great. Whoa, goes to the air for John. Yeah, it looks like he's having fun out there. He's just, I don't know what I just want to have fun and get some waves out at Cloud9 with 3 other people.
Yeah, it was almost like what do you think of that?
Yeah.
I believe he's also one of our co-commentators. He's one of the beach commentators and kind of a local legend around here, but here goes Red. Unfortunately, too much on the heel side rail, so slips off of that one, but that was looking like it was lining up to be a really nice wave. Here goes White. This is Ivan. Really strong first carve, a bit of a bigger wave, offering him more sections. There we go. There's a second, building momentum now. And just continuously driving down the line. He loves it. And I love it too. I think that could be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, the judges definitely have a bit going on. Wow, that was one solid turn there as well for Clarence. But I loved the pace that Ivan had on that wave. He didn't try to rush it, and you could see him just kind of patient off the bottom before he went into that second turn. Sometimes less is more, as we have learned over the years as well, and I think Ivan just surfed that wave exactly how it was asking him to, in a way. So yeah, got a bunch of scores. I think that previous to last for Clarence was a 6.5 for that 3-turner, and then we have some scores for that last wave of Clarence and Ivan. Pretty much scores for everyone to lock in.
Yeah, I think you nailed it on the head right there with Ivan's last wave. It was beautifully timed, and he could have rushed a bunch of maneuvers on that one, but he decided to lay the rail in, and yeah, definitely think it's going to pay off in the back end. But there was 6-5 for red, so that 3-turner we saw coming in. But here we go, a barrel for John Carby. So trying to get a good score on the board. He's got a 3.6 and a 1.1. So I'd say that would be his best wave so far. 8 minutes to go. This heat is flying by. But yeah, so a 6.5 for that 3-turner that we both love from red. A 4.5 to back that one up. Meaning right now that Ivan would need a 7.75, but he's got 2 waves to lock in, which honestly I think will allow him to challenge for that first place.
Yeah.
John Carby, I think he will potentially improve his 3.6, and Green, we're still waiting to see him open up just that little bit more. But one of Ivan's last waves just locked in a 3.9, so only looking for a 7.1 now. So we'll see what that last right came in at, but John's staying busy. Just a quick up and out there, but looks like he's just having heaps of fun.
Yeah, and how could you not? I mean, there's plenty of waves out there on offer. You're surfing one of the best waves in the world with 3 other people out. You don't get that very often. So be able to do that, especially somewhere where I feel like he has so much knowledge and he has so much experience at, he's probably just kicking himself a little bit being able to experience this. And I think, you know, for the other 3 surfers as well, to live here and to have grown up in this space, it would be pretty amazing for them to, you know, knock out some big names for the rest of the event.
Yeah, I said, I mentioned to Justin in the last heat, I honestly think we'll see the Filipinos travel through this draw a fair way just because of their local knowledge. You know, on these smaller days, it's not as easy to know where to sit. I feel like on the bigger perfect days, there's an exact takeoff spot. Here goes White Ivan, so needing a 6.01, that last wave locked in at a 5. So here he goes, now he's on the open face, really, really strong first turn, floats that second section. Here's where the wave gets a little bit weird, carves that one back, blue, out the back again, another barrel for John, got a 4.3 for that last one, so just needs to better that by 0.31 to get that 4.61 he's looking for to take Ivan out of second place, so maybe it's one of those master versus apprentice kind of heats.
Yeah, it definitely could be that. I feel like we've seen and probably commentated a lot of those throughout many, many events. So we'll see what that last wave for John locks in as. There's plenty of animals around, but let's have a look at this replay for that last wave of Ivan. He got a little bit caught behind, but as you said, Jesse, really solid and quick, snappy first turn for Ivan, and then floats that section there, getting a nice little finish. And then this wave for John, a little bit of a smaller wave, a little bit frothier, quick barrel there, but it was just unfortunate that he couldn't finish that wave off. I think he probably would have been challenging for that 4.61 that he is requiring. We'll see if Ivan, you know, betters that second score of that 3.9. But, oh, look at this one coming through for Joshua.
Yeah, this looks like a great wave. Unfortunately, a little bit straight on the takeoff and has to jump out there. So Green not really finding his groove so far. So 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go. I'm hoping that Green gets back out there to, you know, show us all what he can do. A pair of 1.75s right now is all he has, but I know he's capable of so much more. This is a replay of red, True.
Wow. Ducks for cover on that one for Clarence, and then just whips it around for a backside cutty. I tell you what, he knew how to do that on his backhand as well. Backhand barrel riding can be pretty difficult until you have it down pat, and then it just becomes second nature. But John, live action.
Yeah, John, you can see him stalling there, trying to get a barrel. Nice first turn, super explosive, and kind of kicks the fins out on that second one. I'm not sure if the judges will call that one a ride out, but we'll let them do their job and we'll do ours. But if I was Ivan, I'd be getting a little bit nervous. John looking like he's building a bit of rhythm, and he's just having so much fun out there. But I honestly think going back to that last wave of red, that will be the best wave of the heat. Really impressive stuff from Clarence.
Yeah, I agree. He read that wave very well, so we'll see where that score locks in as for Clarence. This is Joshua having a little paddle, but doesn't opt in for that one. So, you know, I feel like the surfers out in this heat have been really capitalizing on the better waves out there. We haven't really seen anyone on smaller waves, kind of those frothy ones. So we'll see what scores lock in. As for John, I think he has maybe a couple of scores to lock in. But 3 minutes to go, you know, it's actually still a fair bit of time, and Ivan up and riding.
Yeah, here we go. Ivan, nice barrel to start this one off. Grabs the rail, carves back there. Can he get any more done? Decides to paddle out, but yeah, like you said, 3 minutes is plenty of time out here. It's really easy to get back out. You kind of pull off the wave and you're into a rip, and you can paddle wide and around and get back out. Like, there you go. Ivan just pulled off a wave, and he's not that far from the competitors out there. It's just whether or not priority will pan out in his favour. Here's the replay.
Yeah, tucks in really nicely, you know, puts his arms in the wall there to kind of just stall himself so that he can get a little bit deeper, a little bit more technical in that barrel ride. Out behind him though, Red ducks in. We'll see if he gets away. Looks like Joshua just wanting to have a bit of fun out there.
Yeah, he's looking like he's taking the same strategy and approach as John, just the having fun. Love to get a replay of Green's wave from the front, but we haven't seen him do too much in this heat so far, but he looked pretty happy at the end of last one. Kind of gave us a bit of a peace sign and just signing out of that one. So here we go, Green. A bit of a cover to start off that one, True.
Oh, wow, yeah. He ducks in for that one, and then he's kind of just enjoying himself here. And then out behind him, Red, just comes off towards the end of that barrel. That was unfortunate for Clarence because he was pretty much coming out of that one.
Yeah, that would have been really impressive. We still haven't seen that score lock in for Red to see if it improves his scoreline. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go. Here goes John. Still looking for that 4.61. Really strong first turn. Carves back, can't ride out. That's kind of been his enemy this heat. He just can't ride out of that second turn. If not, honestly, I think he would have challenged that 4.61 a while ago. So John hot on Ivan's heels. If I was Ivan, I'd definitely try and better that 3.9 right now. He does have a few scores to lock in. He has a TBD, but that backside barrel we saw of Clarence only coming in at a 4.5. So equaling his second best score. I thought it might have gone a little bit higher, but maybe you and I were just massive fans of it. 50 seconds to go. Hopefully we see a little flurry of waves.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, there's still plenty of time to catch a wave and, you know, make your mark. Looks like that Joshua still has a wave to lock in, and he's up and riding again.
Yeah, looking for a 5.45, carves that one back to start off with. This wave kind of bending out weird on him. Here goes Ivan out the back, looking to better that 3.9. Really strong first carve. This is more like it for our surfer in white. Floats that section for the third turn. And just kind of a disconjointed carve. Can't ride out of that one, but I feel like he got the damage done out the back already to better that 3.9 and make those requirements a little bit higher for John and Joshua.
Absolutely. Well, that was a really nice wave for Ivan. I feel like this whole heat, you know, he's been looking really solid and really smooth on his feet. So I feel like, you know, that is the end of the heat. I think unofficially Clarence and Ivan will be moving on through to the next round. We'll have a look at this replay though. As I said, just so smooth, driving down for that first carve, straight up into it for that second snap, and then gets a quick float there as well. For Ivan, you know, he should be really happy with that wave and how he executed those maneuvers, and to be moving on to the round of 64 is pretty great.
Yeah, looking for a 6.01, so maybe potentially challenging for the lead, but we're not quite sure yet. But we are going to go to a short break, and we'll be back for more action in heat number 4.
And welcome back to the 27th Siargao International Surfing Cup. I'm True Starling, and I'm joined in the booth for heat number 5 with Mark Clift. Mark, that last heat was a really great last heat as well. We saw heaps of action towards the end of it. What did you see out on the boardwalk when you were there earlier?
I saw a lot of waves getting caught. Yeah, 29 waves in that heat. So, the swells there. The call this morning to make these first rounders 20 minutes.
Yep.
Plenty of opportunity for everybody to strut their stuff and get their two. So I think it's a fair playing field.
Yeah, I agree. There's as you said, heaps of waves. There's so much going on. We can see that tide starting to come in and fill, that area a little bit more. It was very dry this morning. There wasn't much water there, so we saw heaps of competitors. But 17 minutes to go. We've got in this heat for heat number 5, Mike Cannon is in the red, James O'Donnell in the white, John Febrer in the blue, and this is red. That was Mike Cannon. Wow, really nice start to this heat.
Yep, well done. The tube's always good, and so well done. He goes, I think, live action now. So green, just putting one right in the pocket is Jennifer Figueron. Nice work from the big fella. Yep, we have James there in the white. And John Febrer as well. So this is heat 5, everybody. If you're just tuning in, it's the round of 80. We have 8 of these heats, so later on in the day we are going to boost into the round of 64. And just speaking with Ty Sarati, our WSL official, he's leaning towards 6 of those heats this afternoon.
Yeah, hopefully, pending conditions and what's going on, we'll see the waves start to get better, and I'm looking forward to seeing the round of 64 as well. We'll see hopefully a couple different nationalities in that draw, a couple of different surfers. There's 16 heats for that round, so we do have a lot of surfing to get through, but as you said, hopefully the first 6 heats will be run for that one.
I think they pretty much want to do it. Here goes James O'Donnell now, so the Kudo surf boss. Everybody around town knows James. He's a good fella. He's for many years has been putting together WSL jerseys as well for all the events, and he's a very popular cat around town. Him and his wife Marja, we take our hat off to you too. You do a lot for the area. He goes red.
Yeah, really nice wave there for red. Loved how he just pulled straight into that, got a bit of cover, and then nailing those last 2 turns as well for Mike. I feel like he's just picking up where I'm not sure whether it's brother or cousin or anything like that from Mark Cannon that we saw in that first heat.
Who won his heat?
Yes, as well. So picking up where he left off, I guess.
Yep, and he looks pretty sharp and knows his way around a barrel on his backhand, and the goofy footers seem to be able to really throw it up there in the pocket. So we saw a bit of that from that last rider, Mike. So we'll be getting some numbers come through soon. I think his first wave was a 415. No, his first wave a 325. This wave, though, will be better as a short, sharp barrel, but some pretty tidy rail work right here. Watch this end move. Boom. Plenty of board above the lip. The judges always love that.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like they'll reward that nicely. Waiting on that score to lock in there for Mike. But really liked it. He seems to be on a bit of a roll for the start of this heat. Of course, there's 8 heats for the first round.
Yeah, we can see that being. There we go, 475. So that puts him on an 8.2 wave total. Enough at this stage for the lead. 20-minute heats here in this round. The Ty, speaking with him earlier, he's suggesting potentially 25-minute matchups in the round of 64. And hopefully we'll punch out 6 of those this afternoon. And that's when the seeded surfers come into play as well. So these are all not trialists, but they're not enough rating points to be seeded into the round of 64, all these surfers we're seeing now. So we can expect performances to probably ramp up a little bit in the round of 64. So for you people online, we're at round 5 now, heat 5 now, another hour's time. We're getting really close to the next round of 64. So basically, hang in there, stay tuned.
Yeah, the surfing and the talent is only going to be getting better. And as you said, the round of 64 is that seeded round. But it looks like we will have a post-heat interview down there with Jessie and the winner of that last heat.
Okay, Clarence, congratulations on winning that last heat. You must be feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, my waves is good, but sometimes my last wave I will bottom torn, Why? So no more balance. That's why I outbalance. So my strategy in my heat, it's I great because I get good waves, get barrel and good cutback. Then I congrats my hit, my cousin Ivan Ogalo. I congrats him and to get a second. This is my first time to get some good score for this 27 international competition here in my country. Yeah.
And this is your hometown. Cloud9's your home. So it must have felt really nice to get a win here, and especially against your friends and your cousin, like you said.
Yeah, that's why my cousin. Uh, um,
We've got a man of few words, but that's okay. Is there anything that you want to say or say thank you to anyone who's watching?
Thank you for my sponsor and to my friends, to my family, to supporting me, to all everywhere to come here, Japan, all country will join here in international competition. I congratulate here to come. Then I'm ready to the 64 round of 64. I'm ready. To the next round.
Well, amazing. Good luck in the next round. We're really looking forward to seeing you compete again. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your time here. And back to you guys.
Thank you, Jesse, and thank you, Clarence. Clarence had a great last heat. He was looking really solid. A goofy-footed surfer, just really nailing some solid barrel rides. But live action, this is James O'Donnell, just trying to pull in a little bit there, but that one just not quite cooperating. But you can see James just having fun out there nonetheless. Being able to surf such a perfect wave with 3 other people out is such a luxury.
Yeah, James, a big player down here. I love his work, and he'll be thrilled with the fact that A, there's only 3 other surfers. B, you have priority. Now, while we were on the break, I did notice Red really showing his local flavour. He got a left-hander, everybody. This wave does have a pretty good left off it as well, although all the focus is on the right-hander. But we did see Red go left. It's kind of a little bit of an unsung hero, that left-hander, True. I've seen guys get really good barrels on that. When you're free surfing, it can be one way to pick up a wave if it's really crowded, but I've seen people in heats before go out there and put together 6-point rides on the left, so it is something to not discard. And then Red got another wave as well, so Mike Cannon in the lead now. He's still only got the 8.2 wave total. It looks like a little bit of a priority thing going on here. Green and blue caring and sharing. Not sure what that was all about.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll find out what happened there soon enough between Jennifer and John. So whether green had priority or blue, we'll have to wait and see. But coming down to the 10-minute mark, plenty of time in this one. So a couple of scores to come through, maybe a situation to be updated there. Whether that was priority interference.
For sure something went on. One of them didn't know the rules, surely. Green looked like he was confident that it was his. Blue looked like it was confident that it was his. And by the time they stood up, there was no priority in their column. So I don't know which way that went. We'll probably know shortly via a potential interference call. We're only speculating, but he goes red again in the tube. So Mike Cannon is having a big day out.
Yeah, he's loving it out there. Just looks like he's honestly having a ball. Just seems to be choosing some of the best waves.
Well, he's had 6 waves in 11 minutes.
Yeah, I mean...
he's on a roll.
Yeah, you can't be unhappy with that.
What a frother.
Absolutely.
But he's frothed in a good way, because most of the waves he's caught have been pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you can see Blue there just asking for a situation potentially that is John Febra. We know at this stage, White has first priority and Blue has established second. But still waiting on that situation between green and blue just before, whether we'll see a priority interference, which I feel like regardless we probably will.
Yep, something went down for sure. There was a definite, interference by one of them. So I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm wondering if the people down there in Kudos Surf have got their computes on. Here we go again. So this was blue took off first, but it doesn't matter. It's all about who had the P in the column. Blue had his arms up. He was confident that it was his, and Green looked like he was confident it was his. So the big fella's unable to sort it out on the point of takeoff.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay. Wow, so Mike just ducking for cover, as you said before. He got pretty deep on that one as well and came out clean. So, yeah, I guess for that situation, it just depends whoever had that first priority or not, whether it was Green or Blue. We weren't quite sure what was going on at that point in time with the priority situation. So I'm sure we'll have a update.
Yeah, we still got
shortly.
no input as to which way perhaps the interference call went. But a 3.9 Red's last wave turns into his backup and extends the lead. He goes Blue now. So John Febra has the interference.
Yeah, so interference call was Blue on Green, which means that Blue will lose his whole second wave. So he'll only be scored on one wave. So Green had the priority. So Blue at this stage is looking for a 5.05 single score.
He's still in it. He's still in it.
Yeah, it's very achievable, especially with the conditions out there today, Mark.
Yep. Well, look, second, third and fourth, all low numbers. That's why John Febra is still in sight of that second position. 5.05 is not a huge number needed to get out of fourth with an interference. He's got about 7 minutes to sort that one out. But yet Blue definitely needed to pull back on the point of takeoff on that interference call. Green wisely knew he had priority and off he went down the line. And this is James O'Donnell.
Yeah, really nice wave there for James. Just a couple of carves there. That one unfortunately fading out just a little bit, but 6.5 minutes to go. He's still got plenty of time. 2.65 is not a big score at all out there, but just depends if Jennifer betters his scoreline.
Yep, and he doesn't need much to do that. He's sitting on a bunch of twos, a couple of 2-point plus rides. So, yeah, to all the crew down there in Kudos Surf, are probably hoping the boss can get up. He needs himself just a 2.65, does James, to go into second. Real popular fella around town. I know his wife will be surfing in the women's round when it comes up, but here is Blue John Febra.
Yeah, John unfortunately going down on that one. He maybe seems a little bit scattered. An interference call is never something that you want to hear. So he just needs to slow it down because a 5 is very achievable. But wow, Mike.
Cannon. Big day out, as we were referring to before. Everything he touches seems to turn to gold, and he's trying to throw away a 3.9, but he must have got tubed at least 5 times in this heat already.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him fall off yet.
The first surfer to go left. He's sitting on 7 waves. He's got it all.
Yeah, 100%. He just seems to be in sync, in rhythm, and just having a really good time out there, which, you know,
Man,
the best surfer, happiest surfer wins.
I don't get 7 waves in a whole surf. He's got 7 in 15 minutes. His last one was his best, a 5.35, so the judges are buying into the Mike Cannon performance here. He's got the top 2 scores of the heat, a 10-10 2-wave total. Here it is again.
Oh, wow, really tucking that one in. Gets some solid coverage there as well for Mike, so you can see why they are loving the surfing from Mike Cannon. 5.35 for that last wave, extending his lead.
He's just got the perfect takeoff position dialed in. He knows how to just drop straight into the tube on his backhand. He's got the perfect line. His rail works looks pretty sharp as well. I didn't see what he did on the left-hander, but I don't think it was one of his 2 waves. But either way, he definitely knows his way around the lineup. So I think next time I have a free surf and he's out there, I might stay pretty close. Try and work out his lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, James O'Donnell ducking for cover as well. Unfortunately not making it out of that one, but still some pretty vision there nonetheless.
Yep, he couldn't help himself. It was always going to be a closeout, but all he saw there was the opportunity to get barreled.
Yep.
2.65 is still all James needs. Pretty low scoring affair between second, third and fourth. They're all sitting kind of on 2s, and we know Blue has an interference, so just the 1 score. So John, a 5.05 can still do it. He's just got to wash off that bad news about the interference. It was pretty obvious from our angle that there was an infringement and it went his way against him. So look, he goes red again, the frother, up and down. He didn't even need that wave. Wave number 8's a total closeout.
Yeah.
He can't help himself.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, in these first rounds, it's actually okay to be doing things like that, but in that next round and the rounds after that, you know, you actually want to be sitting and waiting with priority to get those better looking waves. So I feel like hopefully Mike can really tune in to that as well, to kind of, you know, sit with priority and be on those best waves, because his surfing is incredible
I
and
know.
he can get those better scores.
I've got a question for you when you go and give him a post-heat interview. Ask him where he got his morning coffee from, because I want some of that.
I know, yeah, seriously, it looks like he's just absolutely buzzing. I mean, why wouldn't you be? I feel like for 20 minutes.
Yeah, he's
so
definitely
fun
making the
out
most
there.
of it. He's, he's on 8 waves, and he's in the lead. He's got 4th priority, but I bet he gets another 2 waves in the last 2.5 minutes here. He's still sniffing around. Look at him; he can't sit up.
Yeah. So much energy.
He's looking again. He's going to go left. No, he's a dial a wave, old Mike Cannon.
Absolutely. Well, coming down to 2.5 minutes to go, will Mike Cannon get another one here? He will. So up and riding on this one, a smaller looking wave, not really much on offer there, but he just looks like he's stoked to be out there.
His wave choice absolutely got out the window right now.
Yeah.
He's trying to get to 10 in 20 minutes. He's got 2 minutes to do it. He needs one more wave.
Yeah.
I reckon he's going to get 10 rides.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, he'll definitely push for that, but in this last 2 minutes, he probably needs to try and, apply a little bit more pressure. Maybe he is definitely well out in front, but just to really kind of get in the zone for those next rounds as well, to take it to that better level, wait for that priority.
I mean, he's a dastardly competitor. He's really got the eye of the tiger, or he's got, he's on the theory of more is better, and it's served him well in this round, as you're saying, and stuff's going to probably have to be a little more on point next heat. He goes wave number 10. He's looking down in the corner. He's going to get it. He's still got a minute 20. Of course, he's going to get it. But yeah, might have to shift his tactics a smidge once he hits the round of 64. Given the fact they might be 25-minute heats, could he get 12 or 13 waves in a heat?
Yeah, that extra 25 minutes, that extra 5 minutes, is a blessing. So I feel like Mike he probably won't know what to do with himself. But we are coming down to just under 1 minute to go in this heat. As he said, it is really close between 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th as well. 4th looking for a 5.05. James O'Donnell chasing a 2.65, and then Jennifer is, sitting in 2nd. He's got those a 2.6 and a
James.
2.45.
We got to watch this. He needs only a 2.65. Come on, give it a slash. Oh, you got to stick that stuff, James. Wave totally petered out, so he just had to he knew he needed a wave. He had to catch something, and he did, but it turned into a kind of a nothing. He goes blue now, who is in 4th.
Yeah, this is John February. He's got that priority interference. That wave was never really going to be enough to get him up into the lead, into 2nd place, which is unfortunate for John. I feel like he probably had a little bit more to offer in this heat, but a big congratulations to Mike Cannon, just really firing up in this heat, and Jennifer Figueron as well, placing in 2nd. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the Siargao International Surfing Cup right after this break.
is the world famous tower out here at Cloud 9, folks. That's where the judges are, right behind that big sign. We are watching Heat 6 now of the round of 80. And I welcome back my good buddy Justin Majex. Juddo, here we are, Heat 6 already.
Yeah, stoked. I think it's pretty cool that we got the Starling sisters, and we're pretty much like brothers, you and me.
We are. Out of the Surfing WA stable there. I hope the crew at the SWAR office are watching and tuning in. If so, g'day gang, good afternoon. Woohoo! It's 1:15 here in Siargao time, same in West Oz, same in Bali. It's good that we don't have to wind our watches forward or back coming this far. It's quite a long way to get here, but we're still on the same time frame, Justin.
Yeah, I thought we would have picked up a bit of time, but losing no time at the start of this heat is our surfer in blue. That's Lloyd. I'll let you have a go at his last name before I do.
I'll totally butcher it, but let's watch white. So the second left-hander of the morning has been ridden. A little flyaway flick out for Jonathan Arjona. I think we just roll with Lloyd for blue because that surname's a bit of a tongue twister.
Yeah, I don't even want to try it because I'm sure we've got some fans tuning in that will probably say that we're doing it all wrong, but Lloyd. We'll go with Lloyd.
All right. And Jonathan Arjona in white, PJ Alapeo in red, and Lionel Delamade in green. That is the matchup. We've got 3 waves ridden so far, I think.
Yep, the best of them so far are 275 to our surfer in blue.
We'll just refresh our screen. I think there might be a couple of other numbers there, but we'll get to that. Anyway, here we go. Red with, well, there's no first or second priority, so he parks himself quite nicely in quite an open pit. Didn't have a whole lot of length to it. And that's what's going on with this short period swell is you've got a little bit of power and a little bit of juice on the takeoff. Does tend to taper off pretty quick unless you get the absolute A-grade waves, which then offer a couple of moves. But either way, PJ parked himself in what I'd be happy with. It was only a 2-point ride, but something's better than nothing at this early stage, Juddo, just to get up a bit of confidence, mate.
100%. Just looking to get some numbers on the board. And, you know, I was saying it to Jesse Starling just before, you know, just catching a wave in those first few minutes, really crucial in a competitive heat like this. Just trying to, you know, get some momentum behind you, get rid of the nerves and build some confidence, really important. So even a 2-point ride will feel pretty good. And he did sort of try and get himself behind the curtain there. As we see, holding priority, this is green.
Lionel. So you can see he's tried exactly the same thing, just probably got himself a little too deep on the point of takeoff. Maybe got a little greedy, but the wave shut down pretty quick on him. It didn't remain open and wide. So there we go, a little mini bit of shampoo there for PJ. So then Lionel tried it, Lionel, and couldn't quite find the exit. Seems pretty tidy backhand tube ride so far today.
Oh, I've loved it. You know, these are pretty much a majority of these opening round heats have featured Filipino surfers, and they know this lineup well. And yeah, I think I don't know, maybe a little bit of it. Is it easier, do you think, you know, grabbing your rail and pulling in when it's this size, or a little bit more technical?
These days it's kind of neck and neck, you know, like depends on the situation, but guys with a good backhand pig dog on them and the right style, geez, they can really milk it a little bit more, I suppose, but there doesn't seem to be any disadvantage these days, put it this way, being a backhand tube, a backhand surfer. Blue's a little too deep, another throwaway wave here for Lloyd. I don't know whether you watched that last heat, but Mike Cannon knows his way around the lineup, caught 9 waves in 20 minutes.
I saw a little bit of it. But he looked like he was riding a slightly bigger board, which might have given him a little bit of extra sort of paddle in, and that's a big committed backhand turn there from Lionel.
Yeah, and we saw Jonathan previous to that in the white. So while we're on a short break, let's throw down to True, who's going to have a chat with Mike Cannon. Maybe.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Mike Cannon, the winner of that last heat. And Mike, This is your hometown. This is where you've grown up. How special is it to be competing here?
Actually, yeah, it's really nice to come in this island, and actually, it's my hometown, so it's everyone. It's good, but I try my best to make it better more. So that's it.
And as well, you know, you looked like you were really fired up out there. You caught so many waves, and a lot of them, you know, pretty much you didn't fall off on it. So how are you feeling with that one? You look really solid on your feet.
I actually am really happy that time, that the time that I make it. I thought I'm gonna lose my balance, but yeah, I'm just trying harder, more, until I say 6 ball. All right, that's it.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your family or any of the local people around here?
Una, pasalamatan ko sa taas. Lord, thank you so much for this one. And una, to my family, thank you very much. And to my sponsor, Bagtik, thank you so much. Because of they're not here, I'm not here, we're also here. So that's all. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, huge congratulations to Mike Cannon. We'll see him in the round of 64 coming up later. Back to you guys.
Well, unreal. Thanks, True. That was Mike Cannon, the biggest frother of the day. Won the heat handsomely, hands down. Blue looking for a bit of coverage, but doesn't find it. So effectively, first manoeuvre is a pretty tidy, sharp slash out there, and that's all he gets on his effort there for Lloyd. Chasing just a 2.66 to go into the lead. Pretty low scoring heat so far, Juddo. Best number is only a 3.25.
Yeah, it's wide open, so we can see the replay here. Sort of didn't really disappear behind the lip at all, but one nice little slicing turn that will, you know, push him up into second spot, a 1.95 rewarded there by the judges.
Needed 0.7 extra out of that to go to the lead, so didn't quite pay off there for Lloyd, but low scoring heat. Hey, he's hanging on to second.
Yeah, enough at this stage. We'll hope to be there or one spot higher in the next 11.5 minutes. But yeah, I did like the way that our last heat winner just frothed around, caught a bunch of waves, kept busy, and you can't really ask for much more than that, can you?
It was really good to watch because his first probably 8 waves he picked were all real quality and didn't put a foot wrong, you know, dropping into tubes, probably had 5 tubes in the heat. Caught really good waves, got a good rail game going as well. We're talking about Mike Cannon, winner of the last heat, everybody. And then over-frothed at the end and caught like 3 closeouts to wrap up the heat. But it was fun to watch. I feel a bit sorry for James, don't he? Needed a 2.65, James O'Donnell, to get out of third and into the next round.
Yes, our good buddy and absolute... Well, sound like a bit of a community saviour, you know, during
Good Samaritan.
Yeah, good Samaritan, just an all-round good guy, and does a lot of really good things in this local community. And unfortunately, just couldn't get through that heat. As we see White, your current heat leader, on the backhand, nice good slap.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, that's 3 pretty tidy turns. So
yeah, little fist pump from Jonathan Jonah. I reckon best wave of the heat. 3 pretty sharp moves. We're only trying to improve on a 3.25 to get best wave of the heat, and I really liked it.
Yeah,
It won't be a blockbuster number, but I think it's wave off.
Yeah, I reckon goodbye 2.15, and he's going to strengthen his position in first place. We'll wait for the number to drop, but I really like how surfers have been able to adapt from barrel riding to manoeuvres. Here we see on his backhand, Green throws it up, gets a little bit stuck there, wrestles a second manoeuvre through to the whitewater.
Yep, so 3 moves there, 3 moves for the surfer before. Jonathan, way sharper, really good, above the lip, total control. Little messy there for Lionel.
Yep, so a good opportunity to compare and contrast, and there it is. So White has locked in a 4.25 in comparison. A 2.80, but enough to change the leaderboard right around. So Green moves up into second. His requirement now of 4.70 to go to first.
Whoa, good looking wave. Red on his backhand again. Digs in, grabs around. First scoring move turns into a bit of a cutback. Nice little slash there. 2 turns, out he goes. Kind of missed the tube, but gave it every opportunity.
And yeah, we missed the opening part of this wave, but what we did see was Lloyd getting a clean exit out of a little cover-up. So We'll probably get a replay of that shortly. Requirement wasn't large, and as we've said all day, tubes are definitely being rewarded here by the judging panel, a international panel. We've got, as we go through some replays, some great representation from Australia, Indonesia, and even Japan on the judging panel. So,
and a couple of locals too.
And here's the replay. Oh, nice little disappearing act. We'll see what that does lock in at.
Well, all the scores are in. So it still sees white leading, with the best wave being the 4.25 for those 3 tidy backhand moves. That's the highlight of the heat so far. Everything else is in around 2s or 3s. Leaves green in second, blue in third, red in fourth with 8 minutes. We're watching heat 6 here, everybody, the round of 80. Little break in the action. So I was going to ask you, Juddo, we'll wait till we get a break in the action. Something going on here. Who's got priority? Arjona.
Yeah, heat leader up and riding. Looked really sharp on his backhand. Good bottom turn. Throws a lot into that first manoeuvre. Oy, had to wind the windows up a little bit there. A little bit of loss of control, but does manage to ride out.
Oy.
Bit of the
little wobbly on his feet and wobbles his way right off the back of that wave, Leonel. So the goofy footers are winding up. They're going nuts. PJ's a goofy footer as well. Lloyd. I think natural footers?
Yep.
All right, so 3 goofies up against Lloyd on the front side. So I was just going to ask you, Juddo, for all the crew online that are watching the Siargao, the 27th Siargao International Surfing Cup, I'd like to enlighten us as to how you get here.
Well, from Western Australia, it was the best part of 24 hours worth of travel. We went Perth, Singapore, Manila to Del Carmen, which is the bigger town here. I'm not sure if it's the capital, but it's the biggest city, and yeah, it took us the best part of a day, 3 flights, and yeah, they've got some nice smoothly paved roads, and they've got some BMO drivers that don't mind putting the foot down. So we got from the airport to our accommodation pretty quickly,
which was nice. The quickest part of the ordeal.
Yep.
But you've got to be committed.
You do.
But it's wicked once you get here. We can recommend it. There's a lot to do here.
The weather is awesome. The waves are amazing. The food is really, really good. And you know, you compared it a little bit to one of you know, like a step back to early days along I guess the Legian stretch in Bali.
For sure, mate. That's exactly how it looked. You know, like. Lots of little restaurants and little hangout spots and cafes and blah, blah, blah. They all got a lot of local style about them. Everything's not la-di-da brand new and living in the modern architectural era. It's all kind of jungle style, which is cool, I reckon. And same with the roads and just everything. So a bit of drone footage now of Arjona, who's got his froth on. He's surfing at a squillion miles an hour here, winding up hard. Boom, great finish. He's got his claims down.
Oh, he likes that one. But you know when you get a good wave, and you know as long as it feels good, you can. That's nothing better than a wave that flows and everything connects. And he looks like a little fella, but he's throwing buckets on it. Here goes Lloyd. The sole natural footer gets clamped on that one.
Yeah. So Jonah wound up and kind of got better with every move, but he's still living on a pair of 4s, 4.2s. His total is 8.45. It's enough for an early lead. Second, third, and fourth again. Here we go. We've got just about a photo finish for a second spot, Juddo.
Yep.
There's just over 1 point separating second, third, and fourth. So requirements are quite low. So Jonathan Arjona with a pair of 4s is actually looking pretty solid.
He is. You can see here in fourth place, but with priority red. Thought he saw something he liked the look of there. Paddled pretty far south. You can see the couple of little boils just popping up, and I guess it's those little pockets in the reef that really make this wave jack up and throw over itself when it's a little bit bigger. But
well, you're normally not sitting there when it's a bit bigger.
No.
You're out past that lump.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
As we hear the marching band just firing up for the early afternoon session.
Sounds like their afternoon coffee's kicking in. Here goes the drone footage of Lloyd now. The natural footer winding up. Boom, crunches it. Someone's got to stick a wave here, and that's going to be enough for second.
Yep.
Boys are all fumbling around. Lionel, Lloyd and PJ. There's nothing in this. Come on, young man. Come out of this tube. You go to second. Oh, he heard me. Even adding a little bit extra here. I like Reds.
Yeah, and here goes Green straight behind him. A bigger wave. Manages to throw together a couple of manoeuvres, but PJ looks like a pretty solid fella and really wrestled his way out of the mashed potato to bust through that one. And, you know, as we've said, barrels have been the difference, the point of difference here today. And with 3 minutes on the clock, it's going to be a important number to lock in for Red.
Well, he needs a 3-3. I reckon he gets it. So he needs a 3-5 now because Lionel's upgraded it a little bit on his second placing. 3-5, I still reckon he gets it. The tube was probably worth that. And he threw in a little cutback.
All right.
Probably somewhere in the 4 range, maybe.
Well, he needs a 3, and there's less than 3 minutes on the clock. It's going to be another exciting finish. We're into the 6th heat here in the round of 80 at the Siargao International Surfing Cup, the 27th instalment of this long-standing and iconic event.
Numbers are coming in. 3.85 just gets what he needed. Needed a 3.50. So PJ Red into second. He's now 4.6 off a lead, but here goes Blue, Lloyd.
Yeah, Lloyd up and riding. Drone footage, we're going to stick with it. Floats over that first section. And let's see what he can do through the inside. Again, not a big requirement, and he looks like he's going to finish this wave, which is all important. I think leaving a lasting impression in the judge's mind. And just poked the nose a little bit there.
Not sure he gets credit for the end move, but here goes Jonathan Arjona, the heat leader. Ooh, floats a little airdrop, squats down. Second manoeuvre is right there. I don't think that locks into his top 2. 90 seconds to go. He looks over his shoulder with a little bit of concern. Lloyd's number is in a 3.05, falls marginally short of advancing into second spot. So here he goes again. Oh, this is the replay. All right, so this is the wave in completion. This is what turned into a 3.05. Just needed a bit extra out of this thing, Juddo.
Yep.
Damn, you're saying, what? You know, for what he had, he couldn't have done a whole lot more apart from stayed on his feet at the end, and maybe that might have been enough. Yep, you're just about done there, Jonathan.
1 minute remaining. He's standing on the reef, going, do I bother getting back out? But in a tight little heat like this, you know, your position in the lineup could be the difference. So Red has priority. Scratches, he's going to lose it on that effort. So watch the P move places to the green column.
Yep, good call. So now under guard, 35 seconds to go. It doesn't matter, PJ still in second. White still holding the lead. Yep, and he's asking, am I still second? Yes, you are, PJ.
Yep.
That tube ride was all the difference here between second, third and fourth.
Let's see if the next 15 seconds, whether Green gets an opportunity.
Lionel.
Red will be thinking that's a bit of a priority mistake in the clutch moment of this heat, but
might not matter.
The clock is going to be his saviour, so we'll count this one out, and we'll congratulate White and Red, who'll move through to the round of 64.
All right, we're just going to go to a quick break, Justin. I'm going to nick off and have a chat with Jonathan, and we'll be back shortly with Heat 7.
Well, we're back into heat number 7 here in the round of 80. I'm joined by Jesse Starling, and we've got our first guest on the commentary booth as we see another all-Philippine lineup. But we're joined by tour manager for the WSL Asia Pacific, Ty Sarati. And Ty, mate, always good to kick off on the opening day of competition, right?
Yeah, it's always nice to see some waves come through on day one, and it actually looks quite fun out there. And yeah, the surfers are all getting plenty of waves. The wave count's quite high, and there's a couple of gems out there for sure.
I saw we went with 20-minute heats, and was that based, I guess, on the consistency? Even though the swell's not super big, there is a lot of waves coming through.
Yeah, with the lower period swells here, the sets are so consistent. So yeah, we decided to go with 20 minutes for the first round, and yeah, the surfers have had plenty of opportunities.
Great to see. And mate, this is quite a busy few weeks for you. Obviously Cloud9 is a bit of a surfer's favourite, but you know, it's the first of 3 Asian events in a short succession of time. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, from here in Cloud9 we go straight to Taiwan for QS 5000, which is co-sanctioned between Asia and Australia. That's another favourite of the surfers. And then from there we're doing our first wave pool event in Asia in South Korea, in Seoul.
Wow.
So that should be pretty interesting and pretty cool. Yeah, looking forward to both of those upcoming events.
Here we see Red puts the brakes on, and looks like a bit of a Jack Robinson inspired spray on Red's board. Mate, what is it that is so special about surfing in the Philippines? Obviously a really long-standing event on the QS calendar. Great to see it elevated back to a QS 3000, but so many local surfers, a really rich surfing community, and a really good vibe around the event site.
Yeah, it's always such a privilege coming here to Cloud9. The local surf community is amazing. There's so many good surfers here, and it's just great to give them an opportunity to surf against the best surfers from around the world.
Jesse, tell us, first time here in Cloud9, but even at this size, it's been a pretty exciting opening start to the event.
Yeah, even though it's small, it's still super contestable, as Ty said, and I feel like the Filipinos are so action-packed in their surfing. There's so much to watch on each and every wave. Just like we see, I've got our competitor and heat leader currently, our surfer in red, up and riding on this one. So the wave, it sort of fizzles out when it gets to about there, but I mean, the start of the wave is so impressive with the barrel or 2 big turns. So there's definitely been plenty of action this morning, this afternoon, I guess now. We're into
Have you surfed in a big event like this before?
Yeah, last international I did join.
All right. I really like your style on your backhand. You're really sharp and fast. Who are your favourite surfers?
Also my PJ Alipayo, and then Pelmar Alipayo is my favorite because it's goofy. It's the same.
Okay, so PJ got second through that heat, so you beat one of your favourite surfers. That must feel good.
Yeah, feeling good.
And you might be surfing again this afternoon, so what are you going to do now? Do you go home and have lunch, or do you stretch, or just stay here?
Maybe I go to my team and then relax, and then we wait for my hit again.
Yeah, that's a good one. Relaxed, have some water, and all the best for the round of 64. Thank you. Cheers, guys. Back to you.
Frothing little goofy footer in that last heat. Banked a couple of 4s, but just to make it through your first heat on day number 1 of competition here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. All important. What I love about the Filipino surfers, they're just bright, bubbly, smiley people, and they seem to have a lot of energy in and out of the water.
I feel like we've seen a lot of claims this morning too, which is just a reflection of how excited they are about surfing as well. You know, you get a barrel and get a turn. I think it's been claimed out here almost every heat. So here's a replay of that last one of green, getting a little cover up and then laying the rail to finish that one off. So that was really impressive. That was Mark Alacatale from the Philippines, as you said, all Filipino heat. But they're really welcoming in the surf and the free surfs as well. They kind of point you on where to sit. I was talking to Marimar and I was like, yes, my first time here. Is like, come with me and just pretty much told me where to sit, what wave to take, and I think it made for a much more enjoyable surf.
It's always nice to be welcomed. Obviously, I've heard a few people rename this place Crowd 9, not Cloud 9, but I think when you've got an amazing wave like this, it definitely attracts surfers from all across the world. As we see red, deep, pumping, travelling through, and there's one of those claims you spoke about. Perfectly teed up, Jesse, and he's going to town on the inside on this one as well. This is going to be the wave of this one. 12 and a half minutes on the clock, and surfer in red, he liked it.
Bit of a floater there from White, another claim. I've just timed this very perfectly, but I feel like in the last few heats we haven't seen a score go above the 4.5 range, I'd say. So I think that last one of red could maybe break the curse. I really liked it. What did you think, Ty?
Yeah, it was nice and deep and well positioned, and he threaded it really nicely, and then the claim obviously was quite nice too.
But he backed it up with a couple of nice manoeuvres through the inside, so really showing a complete repertoire on this wave. And I don't think the judges are fooled by claims anymore though.
But they came in at a 5-point ride, so it did break the curse that we've seen for the last few heats. Only just, but yeah, Calvary Nogalo going into the lead of 5 and a 2.85, and I feel like that's 7.85 total we've seen get through previous heats. But you know, all four of these surfers very talented, so we might see a breakthrough heat this heat. Conditions look really fun, and I surfed on the dead high tide yesterday, and it was still really fun, punchy waves. So I think we'll have action all afternoon. We're going into round 2, are we, Ty?
Yeah, we're going to go straight into men's round 2 after this round. That's just the waves that look too fun to stop.
I think it's a really good call. The winds look really manageable as we see a little bit of a swan dive, a jump off the top rope there for our surfer in blue. White scratching hard. He's not going to get that one either, but I think good call to push on through. The waves are here. Tell us what we can expect maybe over the next six days, Ty. We've got a pretty jam-packed draw, but a few days up our sleeve to really milk the most out of it.
Yeah, so we have about 60 or so heats to finish the event in total. The low tide in the middle of the day is a little bit tricky, so further into the event we'll probably start doing a few heats in the morning, then going on hold, and then coming back in the afternoon. I think the conditions are going to be pretty similar all week. Cloud9 has an amazing ability to suck all the swell in that's out there. And maybe a little pulse on the last 2 days, but we'll wait and see how it comes through.
It is a bit of a swell magnet. I can definitely attest to that. Me and Mark went for a little surf just south of the contest area, as we see red flirting with the tube once again. And it was definitely a little bit smaller and slower than yesterday, and we got back to the comp site and we're seeing little tubes and plenty of waves, and we thought, oh, maybe we blew it, maybe we should have gone out the front for a surf this morning. But short period swell, a lot of action, and a lot of waves being ridden, which is great to see.
Yeah, and the wind's really staying light all day, I've noticed the last couple of days, so hopefully that trend continues for the rest of the event and we can have some really magical afternoons.
Do you have any crowd favourites or event favourites in your mind that you're really excited to see compete?
It's pretty hard to go past Marama. I don't think there's been an athlete anywhere in the world that's won as many events at the one break as he has, and just watching him is mesmerising. He always puts himself on the best ones, and he's a little master out here, that's for sure.
He certainly is. So this is the replay, last of White. Not a typically clean exit out of that one, but managed to wrap a few nice little turns through the inside. That's Wema Bono Ono. Locks in what I think is a 3.35 to back up his 3.50. He's currently in second position, and I think that all-important 5.0 we saw from Red, really the difference in this heat so far. But yeah, Marama, he's a bit of a rock star around here. He's I don't know, he's got almost the lion mane sort of hair, and small in stature, but a big personality.
Oh, his smile lights up any room he walks into, and yeah, just watching him out here is just, yeah, it's pretty special.
I feel good getting his tips yesterday there.
Yeah.
Talking to the right guy.
Absolutely.
Oh, Blue just taking to the sky. So that was Bear Boy, but kind of what we touched on before, we're just past the halfway mark, and that would have been wave 17 surfed in this heat. So
Wow.
so many waves coming through. So I'm excited for the afternoon, round 2, and we'll see the seeded surfers. So we'll see a more of an international field.
Yeah,
coming into play.
for sure. The round 2 is where all the high seeds come in, and we've got a pretty good contingency from Japan and Indonesia and a couple of other countries as well. So yeah, it should be good to see them compete against the best locals that got through this round. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting and exciting afternoon for sure.
Yeah, Justin and I talked about this earlier. We said the Filipinos are so impressive out here, and we both think that they'll travel through the draw a bit. But then again, the Indonesian surf waves pretty similar to this a lot, and the Japanese are just so solid. So I think it's going to be a really great event, and it's such a unique wave. You know, there's not a lot of QS events on waves like this, so I'm excited. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see local knowledge versus the international competitors, where to sit on the reef and all those little tricks that you learn from surfing here every day.
Yeah, those little 1%ers.
Well, just under 7 minutes. Red leads from white. Green has first priority, chasing a 3.80, and this guy up and riding now in 4th, looking to improve on a 1-point ride, and he's going for it. I like to see this. You know, maybe the barrels are slowing up ever so slightly, given the tide is filling in a bit more, but going to the airs, I think we're going to see a fair bit of that at this size, Cloud 9.
Yeah, especially if that wind gets into it a little bit and creates that air wind, I'm sure we'll be seeing people go to the sky pretty regularly.
Ty, I guess a question now that the Challenger Series is finished for 2023. We've got our confirmed 2024 CT roster. Where does this event fit in, sort of, I guess, for the remainder of the year and for these surfers looking to get on the CS, or where does it all fit in for our listeners tuning in back at home?
Yeah, so this event is kind of halfway through the Asia QS series, and the season finishes at the start of April. So we've got a few more events here in Asia to qualify the CS surfers for the 2024 season.
Okay.
Yeah, as I said, we've got Taiwan and Korea after this, and then we have another event in the Philippines in a place called La Union in January.
Cool. And how many Asian surfers qualify onto the Challenger Series in April?
The men is 6 and the women is 4.
Okay.
Qualify for the CS.
Has
Wow.
that increased?
No, I think it's the same. I think it's 5 from the regional series and then 1 wild card.
Gotcha.
And then the women's is 3 plus 1 wild card.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, a fair bit on the line. Great to see multiple events here in the Philippines, and certainly a QS 3000. 3,000 points certainly vital to all these surfers' campaign to try and get onto that Challenger Series. And as a West Aussie, I'm pretty proud to see Jacob Wilcox make his way finally onto the Championship Tour. And just looking through the name in the draw here, the names in the draw, there's so much talent on the men's and women's side, and I think as we see White travelling nicely, this drone angle is so amazing. The water clarity here is unbelievable in the Philippines. But I think it just goes to show that you start in your region, and if you can get onto the Challenger Series, that you know the CT is not too far away. So I think it's a super exciting pathway that these surfers can progress through, and I think the World Surf League has done an amazing job in really sort of providing a clear pathway through qualifying series in regions, and then challenges, and then the Championship Tour is awaiting the world's best. So yeah, super exciting. Ty, I had a question for you. How many times have you been here to Cloud9?
Good question. I think maybe about 6 times.
Oh, not bad, not
6
bad.
to 8, I'd say.
6 to 8, okay. Not quite 9 for Cloud9.
Not quite 9. It's a big anniversary next year.
Okay, there we go. And mate, obviously this is probably one of the smaller swells that you've seen for the event, but you know, even at this size, we're seeing that it's still a high performance wave. We've seen barrels, we've seen air attempts. I'm super excited. It's been non-stop action. And great community support and a great surf culture here, right?
Yeah, the culture here is amazing. The whole town is just so behind this event. I remember a few years ago, like when Maramar's been in finals, and it seems like there's 10,000 people out on the tower all cheering and yelling. It actually feels like the tower's gonna fall down sometimes. There's that much clapping going on. It's one of the more amazing scenes I've been a part of surfing, just how much the locals get behind the event, and especially the hometown favourites.
Yeah, well, the opening ceremony yesterday, we see a lot of support, obviously, from the Philippines government, and obviously after the devastation of Typhoon Odette, and you know, this really iconic sort of boardwalk and tower that has been rebuilt behind us. Really amazing to see, you know, all levels from lower, you know, the local community through to, I guess, the higher end of government getting behind rebuilding this really amazing spot. And yeah, I've been blown away. I was last here in 2018, and just to see all the new little shops and bars and restaurants as you drive from the airport, it's a booming little surf town.
Yeah, absolutely. The community's really benefited from this event. Yeah, the amount of new shops and infrastructure that's being built here is amazing. Like the road in is perfect now, and I remember the first couple of times it was a bit of a dirt track, but the governments on all levels have really seen surfing as a great tourism draw card, and they've been so supportive. There's such great support from all levels of government, and yeah, there's, I don't know, the whole surf scene in the Philippines is growing, and it's pretty exciting to see, and maybe a few more events in some other places coming up. There's a lot of great waves in the Philippines, and yeah, it's an exciting place to be for sure.
100%. Well, I feel like we've been talking so much, we haven't really given the listeners a bit of an update. I've just looked at the clock. There's less than 1 minute remaining, and this is still a little bit of an arm wrestle. Right now, it is red leading from white. White's chasing a 4.36 or better to move up the leaderboard. Here's the replay of our surfer who is currently in third. He used his priority on this wave, chasing a mid-range 3, and you don't want to fall chasing a 3, unfortunately.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. Red, he's in the lead, but he's scratching for this inside one. He's been really impressive all heat. Takes to the air.
Yeah, nice.
Re-engages the fins. Yeah, spins that one around. So if I was Red, I'd probably call it a day with 6 seconds to go.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you here, Ty. I'm not sure if you're going to hang around for the next one, but that man on screen, I'm going to go have a chat with him and find out why he loves the waves here at Cloud9 so much. I think we're going to probably cut to a quick ad break, and we'll be right back with heat number 8 of the round of 80 here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup very, very soon.
and welcome back to the opening day of competition here at the 27th Siargao International Surfing Cup. We're rolling into the round of 80, heat number 8. That was our surfer in green, using up his priority. But I believe these are still the scores from the last heat, so as soon as we get an update, we'll give you some more information on these surfers. But I am Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by my big sister, Tree Starling. How are you, Boots?
Yeah, good, JJ. How's it going?
Great. We had Ty Sarati in here for the last heat, giving us all the breakdown and all the knowledge behind this event, previous events, what we can expect for the future. So it's been really great to have him in and kind of analysing some of the surfers' waves as well. So I think he's a bit of a pro at it, if you ask me, and he should do it again.
We'll get him on the commentary team.
Yeah, I think we should. I definitely think we should. But yeah, round of 80, heat number 8, last heat of round number 1. So it's been an action-packed morning. We are rolling into round number 2, but we're just going to do the first 6 heats. And that means we're moving into the seeded round. We're going to see more of the athletes who have a higher ranking come into the event and see how our local Filipinos go. But if you're looking at that wave, you'd think pretty good. Unfortunately, just kind of getting eaten by that foam ball at the end. But yeah, it's been exciting and it's making me want to go surf watching all these waves go past.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was John in the white there. There's also Redden Espion in the red. Kent Brain is in the blue. And then we also have Neil Alkeso, in the green. That is for heat number 8. So got a few scores to lock in. Not too much of much consequence though for heat number 8 of this round. But Jessie, the conditions look really fun. Back to some live action here on this one though.
Yeah, this is our surfer in green. We saw him up and riding before. Really nice technical backhand surfing. Goes to the air on that one, unfortunately not riding out. Here we go, Red out the back after him. We love these back-to-back waves this morning, or this afternoon. Gets a bit of release on that opening carb and pushes that little bit too hard and kind of just bumps off that one. So unfortunately, not riding out of that one, but Red would definitely be kind of kicking himself because that first turn looked really fun for the surfer in red.
Yeah, it definitely did. It looks really good. And oh, okay, here we go. This is white. John up and riding, Jessie.
Yeah, wow, straight up into lip. Vertical first turn, but opts out of that one. Kind of pin dives down, which is a bit of a risky move because I still think it is quite shallow out there. But nonetheless, these guys are the locals. They know what they're doing. So we have Redden Espejon in the red. Kent in the blue. John and in the white, and Neil Alceso in the green. So we're just having a little bit of technical difficulties with scores, but as soon as we have them up, we'll give you an update. Here goes green. This is Neil. Really nice first turn. Kind of talks a lot through his body as he rips back around through those turns.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate there for Neil that he buried his rail a little bit coming down on that one, but there's plenty of opportunities out there. Wow, look at that wave going through unridden. The conditions just look super clean out there for the surfers. And as you said, this is the last heat for the round of 80, and then we'll move into round 2, the round of 64 for the men. First 6 heats, that was blue. Kent in and out there.
Yeah, he had a pretty bright board. I don't think I've seen yellow spray that bright in quite a long time, but I love it. The judges can see him better. But yeah, just a quick up and out, like you said. A lot of surfers around here I've noticed riding Pizels too, so maybe taking on that ghost model. I believe it's better in the barrels and on rail turn 2 with that pulled in tail, so maybe a little bit of local knowledge from a
bit of board talk there with Jessie.
Yep, no myself. Do work in a factory. But yeah, it's been interesting seeing all the local surfers this morning. I think trying to learn from them as well this morning. They have a really unique take on this wave. Here's the surfer in white. This one not really doing much for him. Yeah. And I think that was a good call to opt out of that one.
Yeah, I think he maybe got a little turn in at the start, but for White, you know, he's probably just happy to be getting a few waves. It looks like, you know, the best waves haven't really been that consistent in this one, those sets, but I'm sure there'll be plenty coming through. Here we go, live action.
Yeah, he goes red again, looking to redeem himself after that last one, but has a little bit of a roadblock because surfer in white, John, unfortunately in the way on that last wave. But just a little bit of just a misunderstanding. It happens, you know.
Yep.
Sometimes you just get in the way of your competitors, but it wasn't intentional. He just pulled off a wave, and I mean, like we saw in that last heat, I think we had about 20 waves ridden in that last heat. So
Wow.
a wave a minute, basically. And every set is back to back. And, you know, these guys making the most of every wave that's coming through. Here we go, green, up and riding again. Take us through this one, True.
Yeah, really nice first jam there for Neil, but unfortunately that wave just doesn't offer too much more. It kind of just fattens out a little bit. Oh, that thing behind it spat though, and no one was on it. I was, in my mind. And out behind him, John.
Yeah, racing down the line. Wow, really strong backhand surfing from John. Kind of kicked the fins out, but maybe surprised himself a little bit. That was really nice surfing. And yeah, I'd love to see him on a bit more of an open face. It's looking like maybe the barrels are fizzling out a little bit with that upcoming tide. There goes green. This could be his 14th wave of the heat. But he's going for it, you know. I love that he's not sitting there umming and ahhing. He's just absolutely going for it, and that's his strategy for this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like in waves like today, you know, you can either sit and wait and maybe nothing will come, or you can stay busy and you can find yourselves, you know, staying busy on the good waves, getting some rhythm in. We saw Mike Cannon a few heats before. He had a really great heat and he was just staying really busy and just enjoying the waves out there. This is Redden up and riding, draws off the bottom. Wow, lets her fins fly but don't know if he gets a ride out there. And then behind him, Kent up and riding.
Wow. Wow. Really impressed with that first turn from Kent. I just love how he laid in the rail. Here we go, White up and riding. We know he's got a good backhand. Bit of an under first turn. Here we go. Builds up down the line, looking for something more. Unfortunately, the wave fizzles out there for him, but let's just backtrack to Kent. That first turn was super impressive. And I think the judges would have loved it too. They would have seen it perfectly with that purple and yellow spray, but laid the rail in and then came back up and did it again. So I'm thinking that's going to be a really great score for Kent. We're still waiting to get access to the score page. Unfortunately, we are having a little bit of a technical issue. Here goes green. Up and riding again, so that's better for the surfer in green. Really strong first turn. Unfortunately, that wave just fizzling out for him, but as we've seen, he catches a wave very, very frequently. So I think he'll be up and riding again.
Yeah, and I think, well, let's have a look at this replay for Ken. Draws off the bottom and then just hard carve in that section. Such a great section there for that turn as well, and gets a little bonus one, but has to pull off after that. And then out behind him, that is John. John is just having a fair bit of fun out there for this one. So few waves, and as Jessie said, we are, you know, having a couple of technical difficulties, but nonetheless we'll wait and see for those scores to come in for heat number 8. So I think that yeah, bunch of scores to lock in. Still waiting on our scores cards, I guess, to just refresh here. But I tell you what, the judges have a hell of a lot going on, and this is that last wave for Neil as well. So Neil, just that one turn. Unfortunately, that wave just died out pretty quickly for him, but still a good turn nonetheless. And live action, oh wow, John straight up and into it, and again for a second one. That's more like it from John Carlos there in the white jersey. Just puts it straight up there, and oh wow, just misses out on the finish, but he did get some damage done at the back, Jessie.
Absolutely he did, and that was better. I feel like he linked the wave a lot more smoothly from start to finish, and if he had landed that last turn, that would have been a pretty good score for John. But not having a scorecard, I have no idea who would be in the lead, who would be in second. Reds had great waves, blues had an excellent wave. And White's had great waves, and we've seen Neil start to find his feet. So I would say it's pretty close between first, second, third, and fourth.
Yeah.
And looking like we might be getting a refresher.
Yeah, it's anyone's game here right now. So I think we are halfway there with our scores screen. We're just waiting on some numbers to lock in, and then we'll be able to see a full picture of the situation. But yeah, no, this is shaping up to be a really great heat to round out the round of 80 for the men's here.
Yeah, we're not even sure how much time is left, so feels like tension's building because we've seen every one of these 4 surfers have a good wave and at least have one good score on the board, and time's ticking, so it's a matter of pressure who can swim and who can sink. But here we go, this is Neil up and riding. That's better for him, more of a green face, gets back up there for another turn. Really lovely surfing. It sounds like we have just got notification that the heat is on hold.
Oh, this whole time?
Oh.
Well, that was a great practice run because everyone was on hold. So I think from that last heat, what was going on was they were probably still trying to lock in some scores.
But we are going to keep the action rolling, and we're going to cut down to our friend Justin with the heat winner of that last heat.
All right, we're here with the winner of the last heat, Carly Nogalo. He's just 14 years old and he's through to the round of 64. Carly, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah.
Tell us about the waves out there. You got a nice little tube and some nice turns. Do you surf Cloud 9 all the time?
Yeah. This is my home break.
Home break. Do you usually surf it a bit bigger or do you like it at this size?
I like it at this size.
Talk us through your best wave. A good little cover up, a 5.0. It was a good number.
Yeah.
How do you feel surfing here in front of your friends, your family, at your home break?
I'm feeling better and good. And I like to thank you, Team Bagtik and Congressman Bingo Matogas.
Of course, he's supporting a lot of surfers and helping you be at this event.
Yeah.
Were you at the opening ceremony yesterday?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
Like it.
Well, we wish you the best of luck in the round of 64. Keep up the great work, mate. Back to you, gang.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Justin. And yeah, I guess that interview actually kicked off the real action.
Yeah.
We got told that all of that actually wasn't the heat. It was just a bit of a warm-up session.
I tell you what, if you were these 4 men out there, you'd be loving life. 20-minute fun session, 20 minutes serious. My goodness.
I think though you'll either be happy about it or kicking yourself because all 4 surfers had really good waves.
Yeah.
So just as a matter of like whether they can continue, but I'm sure they can because they've caught so many waves. Here we go. Here goes Kent. He was super impressive in our warm-up session for turns just like that. Beautiful carving turn into a layback and then belts that end section. That was better than we saw in that last heat, or not even heat, warm-up session. So Ken, really impressive. You can see with the tide coming in, it's kind of changing from barrels to turns. It's kind of hit that time where there's enough water on the reef that it's more of a turning wave now. And I've recently learnt that there's a left on the other side.
Okay.
I did not know that. I thought it was just a right.
Well, we saw Mike. Well, I guess you weren't actually watching that heat earlier. He did go left. He was a goofy footer though, so I understand why. Us natural footers here, that sometimes doesn't even exist. We'll have a look at this replay though. Solid first turn there for Kent, and then gets another turn. So really liked that wave there for Kent, Brain, Soloso in the blue.
Yeah, and that
6.
one locks in a 6. So really strong surfing from Kent. I feel like he was kind of finding his groove in that little warm-up session that we saw him in. He's a really strong, powerful surfer, and looking like if he's on, he's on.
Yeah.
And he would be a hard one to beat, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks like a really back-footed surfer as well, which I feel like suits these waves a lot. So for Kent, you know, he'd probably be really happy with that.
And maybe a bit of a bigger stature to his competitors, so he's able to drive a bit harder, push a bit harder, and deliver some stronger turns. Here he goes again. So this is Kent up and riding on that bright yellow and purple board, and unfortunately that looked painful. But he'll get straight back out there. We've seen all four of these guys catch so many waves. I wonder if maybe they're tired, because I reckon Green would have caught 15 waves.
So many waves. I would be, but you know, my energy runs out pretty quick. But I feel like if you're surfing out there with 3 other people out, you just make the most of what's going on, because I feel like you don't get that very often.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be surfing with only 3 other women, I should say, out there. But 15 and a half minutes to go, so Kent currently out in the lead, a 6 and a 0.8, but he'll be bettering that 0.8, I'm sure, by the end of the heat. John Carlos Noguera at 3.25. He's currently in second. Redden Espejon in third. I feel like I've seen the last name Espejon a few times today already, so maybe a bit of a family affair. A 1-point ride has him in third, and Neil, our surfer in green, the busiest surfer in the warm-up session, hasn't caught a wave in 5 minutes, so maybe taking an opposite tactic once the hooter starts. He knows what he's looking for. He was on some pretty great waves that we saw in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But has priority, so he does have choice to go whatever wave he wants in the next 14 minutes and 45 seconds. And here he goes, Neil, up and riding on his first wave. Really strong goofy footer, nice first turn. That's better, straight in the pocket. And again for a third, so patiently waited for this one, and it's looking like it's paying off for him. Gets a 5th turn in, streaking, trying to find another section, and he's just making the most of this wave. And that was really impressive from Neil, and I think that's the best wave we've seen him on all afternoon.
Yeah, I agree. I loved how he had, you know, his front hand, I guess, in the water as well. Just using that to pivot off. You can see him there, just putting it in the water and really using it to get himself up into that critical part of the wave for Neil. So really solid backside surfing for the local surfer here. A lot of these surfers are born and bred here at Siargao, surfing waves like this, Cloud 9 here, and there's plenty more around as well. So a few scores to lock in. 4.15 for that first wave of Neil. Here we have current heat leader up and riding.
Yeah, this is Kent, and he's in the lead for turns just like that. He's such a strong rail surfer, looking for an end turn, opts to hop out of that one. Decides there's not much more scoring potential on that wave, but that'll definitely increase his 0.8, but a 4.15 for Neil. I think well rewarded. It wasn't as big as we saw the waves that Kent was on, but really powerful goofy footed surfing from Green. And yeah, 4.15 has been looking like a good score to have in previous heats. You know, we've seen surfers get through with those scores, but maybe we'll see an increase in score lines as the tide has come higher and we'll see more turns. But with 13 minutes to go, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, really like this replay for Kent on this one. The current heat leader, that wave locks in at a 4.5. You can see, you know, the judges are really separating that first and second wave. We can even see on screen there, you know, a little bit of texture in the water. Looks like there's a bit of rain coming through. So I feel like there's definitely a bit of a dark cloud looming over behind us, but you know, that's sometimes always good for the conditions. It's pretty clean out there now, but it could make it even glassier. So we'll just have to see. Looks like there was a little paddle there. Oh, wow. Redden pulling in.
And then throwing the fins at the end, but unfortunately coming unstuck. But we'll see where the judges go with that one. He only has a 1, so no matter what, he is going to improve his scoreline. But whether the judges liked how deep he was or not is completely up to them. Came in at a 3.15, so he's actually tied for scoreline with Neil. However, when it goes to a count back like it is right now, they go based off the highest score, which means Neil stays in second because he has a 4.15 and Redden has 4.15 as a combination of 2 scores. So he only needs a 1.01, and very achievable for Redden. However, Neil has 11.5 minutes to get another wave and make that situation harder for Redden.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is where, you know, sometimes the tactics can play in, and Kent up and riding again.
Yeah, I really enjoy his surfing. Unfortunately, that one shutting down on him. But every time he gets to his feet, I feel like I get excited to watch him because he is so powerful and smooth, but kind of elegant at the same time. So, yeah, hopefully he gets another wave soon, but he will be slapped with 4th priority as he gets back out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And in moments like this, sometimes 4th priority can be a great thing if you're in the lead, but sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating because you can see those perfect waves roll through, and you know, not being able to go that kind of hurts your heart a little. Let's have a look at the replay though for this wave of Redden. Ducks for cover, doesn't get too deep, and then unfortunately doesn't make that second turn, and live action, unfortunately he goes down on that one. But you can see why the judges gave him that 3.15. You know, he was in there, but it wasn't such a critical barrel ride that they could really go into the good to average range.
Well, he was only looking for a 1.01 after that wave. That last wave looking at a 2.10 moves into second temporarily, depending on what this guy does. Unfortunately, not riding out of that one. That would have been really impressive from Neil. Needing a 1.01. I'd say he gets it based off the one turn out the back, but there's a reason I'm not in the judges' tower. But yeah, pretty close for second right now. Even we've got John only needing a 2-point ride, so it's heating up. We've passed the halfway mark. Everyone's on fire. It's just that Kent has really separated himself with that 6-point ride.
Yeah, and I think on days like today, you know, if you can get a combination of, you know, those good scores, then you're going to be sitting pretty in the lead.
Here we go. This is Kent up and riding. So Carve to start off, hits that second section, gets back up there for a third and a fourth. He's racing down the line, but nothing else is going to eventuate for him. So needs to be a 4.5. In my opinion, I don't think it does. I preferred his 4.5 better, that really strong rail, almost a Wade Carmichael-esque style.
Well, let's have a look at the replay. I agree with you. You know, nice carve to start. The wave doesn't really offer too much, and then he actually finds himself just a half beat late on these last few turns. But he does really well to get some solid connections for Kent. That last wave locks in at a 4.1, so it doesn't go into his top 2. He has that 6 and a 4.5. Yeah, but still really solid surfing. His board looks really whippy under his feet as well, which is always something, you know, we rely on our equipment as surfers so much. And you can really tell a good board from an okay board just by how much drive and response it has. And Kent's board looks really good.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, he's on one of those Pizels, and I'm thinking it's a Pizel Ghost. Because of how well he can carve on that board and push it in those steeper sections, it replicas what a Ghost model does with that pulled in tail and that little bit of extra foam up the front. And it's looking like it's working for him. And a lot of the other local surfers seem to be riding the Pizels as well, whether it's the Ghost or not, I'm not sure. But they look really impressive in waves like this. And when it gets bigger or when it's small, you could ride those boards in all conditions. Here we go. This is one of those novelty lefts that we've seen. This is Neil. We get to see his forehand. So 2 turns for Neil. Looking to better a 2.45. We'll leave that one in the hands of the judges, but here's Red out of the back, finally landing one of those fin blows. But pushing a little bit too hard on that second one. I feel like if he just slows it down a half beat, lands that first turn and puts it up for a second, he'd find himself in a better situation right now. And here's John. He's been quiet this heat, but he was very impressive in the warm-up. That's better for John. So 3 quick turns, needing a 3.36 unless Neil improves on that 2.45.
Wow. So that was really unfortunate for Redden. I think he came down on that last turn just a little bit straight-legged. And maybe hit it a touch late coming down with the lip rather than in front of it. But, you know, as we said earlier, he's been putting in that earlier warm-up surf. He was putting on a great show. That last wave, 2.7 for Redden, and then John Carlos gets a 3.5 2. So those last 2 turns, the judges liked it, but it was just on that smaller section of the wave. So they're saying, hey mate, like that was great. Let's see it on the bigger sections.
Yeah, and Neil getting a 3.15, so extending his second place position over White and Red. Now White needing more than what he got in that last wave, a 4.06. But the thing is, John's capable of that, and Redden is capable of a 4.15. So honestly, I don't think I would be comfortable if I was Neil, and with 6 minutes to go and the amount of good waves coming through, I don't think I'd be comfortable if I was Kent either.
I agree. I feel like it's anyone's heat, this one, and in conditions like this, or any conditions really, everyone is in the same boat, but especially when the conditions are pristine like this and you can get some really solid scores and some really good waves, a heat can turn on a hat. You know, 4th can go to 1st, and 1st can go back down to 4th within the blink of an eye. And here we go, live action, John.
Yeah, John, unfortunately not finding the waves that we saw him on in that warm-up session. Here we go, Neil, looking to better a 3.15. Strong first turn, gets a little bit hung up in the foam. This one's going to double up for him on that inside, so it pushes really hard off that back foot. Redden up behind him. John still going. Redden, that looked like a very strong carve from him, so interesting to see what he got done out the back before we caught up with him in that carve. I'm sure we'll see replays of both Neil and Redden's, but here we go. Here goes John. This is a better looking wave for him. Nice first turn. Gets around for a second, hoping this one stands up to give him a little bit more. It's not looking like it will, so John, maybe a little bit of frustration because he was kind of going for broke in that in the warm-up session.
Yeah, he was, you know, maybe just gassing out a little bit towards the back end of this one, although, you know, there's still plenty of waves coming through. I think those last 3 waves were some nice looking waves. That last wave for Redden, 3.15. So that goes into his top 2. He needs a 4.15 now. We are waiting on that last wave of John because that last of Neil was a 2.7. So that did not go into his top 2. Let's have a look at this one here. We missed his first turn. Kind of floats it a little bit and then a hard carves and then brings it around again for another one. Looks like that score locked in at a 3.5. So best wave for John. He now needs a 3.81. I can see where that score was coming in. And wow, here we go.
Here we go. Kent out the back, pulling in for a barrel. This is one of the best ones we've seen all morning. Comes out, gives us a bit of a claim, but there's still more on offer.
Wow.
But I'm going to say that's one of the best scores we'll see today. That was very impressive from Kent.
Yeah, I agree. Wow, he tucked in so deep on that one. Just really negotiated that first section so well just to kind of get himself in the deepest part of the wave. This is Neil just taking this one through. I am very excited to see the replay of that last wave for Kent because I tell you what, that's definitely going to go into his top 2. It's definitely going to be the best wave of the heat, probably the round so far. We had that 7.25 earlier this morning as well, which was looking really good. So we'll see what that score locks in as.
Yeah, that was impressive. That was one of those jaw-dropping moments that you see at a wave like this in Cloud9. Here goes Redden, looking to do the same, get a bit of a claim from him, carves back to the pocket. So I'd say that's Redden's best tube that we've seen this heat. He's still going, looking for more. Very excitable surfer. He was looking for a 4.15. So depending on where the judges go with that one, on how deep he was, here goes Neil. Again, trying to secure second place for him. Throwing the tail around, but hasn't gone vertical yet on a pretty small wave, needing a better 3.15. Whether or not the judges deem that better is up to them. It's just over 2 minutes to go. It's all really heating up in this back end of the heat.
Yeah, that it is. And I tell you what, we will have a solid score coming through for Kent Brain Soloso because, yeah, wow, that was a really great looking wave. Waiting on scores, an 8.0 for Kent. That's exactly what he is looking for this in this heat. You know, best wave of the event so far, best score of this round. That 8.0, he got so deep in it. Let's have a look at the replay, just tucking under the lip, and wow, he gets so much coverage in this one, flies through the doggy door, and I love that claim. He's like, yep, you know, I do this every day and I'm stoked on it. So huge kudos to Kent Brain Solosso. Wow, getting so deep here, Jesse, just so much coverage. And then that little bonus section as well. For Kent, you know, he just surfed that wave to a T. He could have even got a little greedier at the end, but he was like, nah, this is where I'm going to get out. I know I'm going to get an excellent score, and 8.0, the judges liked it, and so did I.
Yeah, I was a massive fan. It made me smile. I love the travel time he got in it. We've seen a lot of short barrels today, but you could see he kind of took off a bit deeper and got a bit more cover time. Looking like we've got a bit of a set rolling through. We've got John out there with first priority, needing a 3.81. Here we go. Really strong first turn for John. Carves this one back. He's hoping for more to secure that 3.86. In the dying stages, Redden has moved to second. Right now, Neil looking for a 3.21. He's held second the entire time. 25 seconds to go. We're waiting for a score for White. Will Redden hold on to second, or will John steal it off him? Here is that last wave for Red. True?
Yeah, wow. Getting underneath the lip on that one. And as you said, Jesse, he's currently in second. And oh, wow, he's up and riding again on this one. So for Redden, you know, he's just having heaps of fun out there, trying to better that 3.15. But that's going to call it. That's the end of the heat. And for Redden, he looks pretty stoked to be moving through the round of 64.
Yeah, he fought really hard to make sure that he was moving through that one, but Kent really stole the show on that one, locking the highest score that we've seen of the day so far and of this round. But we are going to move into round 2 right after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
And welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We had a great end to that last heat with an 8-point ride from Kent Solosso, just really putting together a great heat. But we are welcoming in the seeding round surfers. Round of 64, heat 1 is out there, 25 minutes, and True Styling joined in the booth by Mark Clift. And Mark, that last heat was
Man, that was mental. You know, I could have seen 9s being thrown for that tube of Kent's. It was that good compared to the 7.25 this morning. Wow, I would have thought every bit of an 8.50, but he's happy with an 8. What about the wave he got after the hooter as we were signing off? That was another 7.
Yeah, absolutely. He just seems to be really in tune out there, and he was loving it.
Well, Jerry Deegan will be having a chat with him, and I reckon that'll be a whole lot of fun because Kent will be beaming. That was a mad heat. Yep, so these are 25-minute matchups now, everybody, and let me tell you, this is a really tough way to start the draw because Katura Gus is a Challenger Series surfer out of the Asian region. Irawan Wow, I know him from Nias. He's really loose and fast. He rides an epoxy, and he uses it to his full advantage. He's really good. Nikita, Serbian surfer, I believe, goofy footer. Seen a bit of him in Indonesia throughout the year. And then we've got Mark Cannon, who won the very first heat of the day. So expect fireworks, everyone online.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark is the brother of Mike Cannon as well. Mike, we saw a little bit earlier
Won,
catching.
I think heat 5 or something.
Yep. He won that heat, catching heaps of waves out there. So looking forward to seeing all 4 of the men out there put on display. 25-minute heats as well. That extra 5 minutes is luxury out there, especially when the conditions are like this.
Looking at what happened at the back end of that heat, maybe there's less waves, but I think they're better when they come. That's what my takeaway from that last heat is anyway.
Yeah, well, looks like we have Jerry Deegan down there with the winner of the last heat, Kent Solosso.
Like, I never know, like, yeah, it was perfect waves, good barrel. Yeah, just stay there, patient, take the good one. Yeah.
Well, you blew him out of your water. Your mum Edna's going to be very proud. You want to say hi to mum?
Hello, Mama, Auntie Sosa, and Lily, Uncle Jerry, there. Miss you.
Right,
Nice
well,
to meeting you.
Hey, congratulations, buddy, and we'll see you in the next round.
So happy. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jerry and Kent.
All
Kent
smiles.
looking, yeah, all smiles there.
Winners are grinners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, we saw a good wave from Nikita during that break. That's going to be a huge number as well. Barrel to a couple of really spicy hits, true. I reckon that's one of the best waves of the day as well.
Yeah, it looked really solid there from Nikita. Just, I don't know, he seems really comfortable out there, you know, in those barrels. And sometimes I was saying to Jesse earlier, backside barrel riding can be really hard, especially when you're first trying to do it, but he just seems like he has it nailed.
Yeah, we've seen some good efforts at the backhand too, but today he goes Nikita again on his backhand. He really nailed his first wave. We're yet to see the number, but trust me, it's going to be a big one. So this is turning into a backup score, and for mine, it's going to be a healthy lead right now for White in the first 5.5 minutes. He's done a great job. Has not put a foot wrong. I'm going to give him a clap. Nikita Abdiv teeing off on his first 2 waves for me.
Yeah, really solid. Like, not really many mistakes there for
No,
Nikita.
0 mistakes. Really good. No nerves coming to the round of 64. It's his first time he's pulled the jersey on at this year's 27th Siargao Cup, but great surfing. Strong lead. You watch. Here comes his first number. His tube to snap. He's about to drop. It's going to be the wave of the heat so far with a good backup. This is the backup wave, everybody.
Yeah, really like this wave. So goes straight up into the lip. Ditches the fins a little bit off the back of that one. Brings it around for a second carve and then finishes it again here. He even gets a little bonus section, but out the back, live action as our drone angle just pans to the beautiful landscape. This is Katut that goes, wow, just hammering this one for Katut. Gets a solid finish there. We see him just absolutely nail that turn all the time. And then he gets a bonus section as well for Katut. So he opened up with a 5.75 for his first wave. He'll back it up. Same as Nikita, his first wave was a 5.75. He's got his second score of a 4.5 just locked in. And a score for Katut as well.
Razor sharp. Katut, Agus, great use of the rails, speed to die for. The timing was perfection on a small kind of B-grade wave and did some A-grade surfing. It was really well done.
Yeah, absolutely. He was able to just nail some solid turns. We'll have a look at the replay. Oh, wow, that first turn was great.
Oh, sick. Yep, so all these turns, absolutely pinpoint precision, done with lightning speed. Katut Agus, first time we've seen him at the event this year. He's already matched the wave of the heat with a 5.75. The judges are loving the rail work. Check out this number, a 7.25, equal with the second best score of the day. Well done. Katut, I'm going to give you a clap as well.
Well, here we go. This is Nikita. Loses a little bit of balance, but regains it there. That wave just not really offering too much, and yeah, I think a bulk of that score for Katut was from those first two turns. They were really solid, looking really spicy, and he looked like, you know, he was connecting with those sections so well. So coming down to 17 minutes to go for this heat, Mark Cannon and Iran Wu.
Irawan Wow, that is.
Irawan Wow,
The boys
sorry.
in Nias may be watching, if you are, boys. Falaga. You boys out there in the water, he's in the blue, but we need him to catch a wave and come join the party, because right now he's tracking down some pretty big numbers to secure a first or second qualifying position here. So yeah, green and blue are both looking over their shoulders going, what the hell just went on? The boys just
Where were
feasted.
we when this happened?
Yeah, 4 really good rides just went down and they were all red and white.
Yeah, it looks like Irawan and Mark are sitting a little bit deeper than Katut and Nikita, so I'm wondering if that's where they were when those last few waves came through for the surfers in red and white. Irawan had a paddle at that one, so I think we could see priority change, but there's a priority judge for that, and I'm not
Not going to touch it.
I'm not going to touch it. I don't want to know about
it. Close, borderline anyway.
Yeah.
They have taken it off him. Damn, he says.
it. Yeah. That was pretty unfortunate for Irawan. Pretty critical.
It was too.
And here we go, Mark Cannon, ducking for cover in this one. Wow, gets a fair bit of coverage for the local surfer. Really solid on his backhand and just kicks out of that one, throwing a bit of spray off that.
Solid in
turn.
stature. He definitely needs a round wave to fit himself into a tube, and he found one.
Yeah, he
was pretty
definitely
well served.
did. He surfed that so well. Drops in nice and quickly. 4.35 for Mark Cannon. So now needs a 5.9.
And Irawan, wow, geez, the pressure's on. 9.25. Break that down into 2 more acceptable numbers. Something better than a 10.25 total. But check out Mark Cannon. Boom. Big fella, straight into it. All right, let's give him a little shot at a qualifying spot.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that's lowered the requirement for Mark. 5.9, we saw him do that in that last heat. And Nikita up and riding on this one, Mark.
And once again, just doing what he does best, a top to bottom attack. He's just relentless, so unreal. Really digging out wave number 4 now for Nikita and Irawan out the back.
Wow, that was a solid first turn for Irawan, and just linking this one together. Wow. Just really driving so hard through that carve. I loved that first opening section. Hopefully we can get a better look at it in a replay.
Well, I hope so, because as I was saying, you know, I've seen him surf a lot up there in Nias. He rides his epoxy boards in some pretty punchy surf. I don't know how he does it, but he is really fast, he's really sharp, and he's always high risk. So those things, if you put them together in a rashi, equate to some pretty good numbers. So he's playing catch up, but I reckon he now has a shot at second spot at some point here.
Yeah, 100%. Let's have a look at the replay. That was Nikita there, just getting some solid backside maneuvers. But this is what I'm really excited to look at. So that first hard turn there, just really laying into it.
Yep, no, that was an absolute highlight move, and he really backed it up with some serious sort of strong backup moves as well. So the judges have got something to think about here for Irawan as well. It's got to be right in the conversation as all these sort of backup scores, apart from the 7.25. I think it's right there.
Yeah, I think so too. That last wave for Nikita, 5.75, that goes into his top 2. Betters his situation, so Mark needs a 7.15, but waiting on that last wave of blue for Irawan to lock in.
I think personally, it was probably one of the best moves of the heat.
It was, but he didn't quite get it back up, so it locks in at a 4.5 for Irawan. So he now needs 7 to move up into second place. I think if he got a better second connection, maybe he would have seen a better score.
The first turn was nuts. I hope the boys in Nias are watching. The Wow clan up there, they're a big family. There's a lot of them that haunt the point out there at Saraki Beach in Lagundri Bay. There goes Mark Cannon wondering what's going on. Well, Mark, you need a 7.15, buddy, to get out of trouble. Probably going to have to park himself in a better tube or get some really big hits going on. It's really close now. Look what everyone needs to get second is very similar numbers.
Yeah, really similar, and I mean it's definitely not out of the question. 7s and 8s are they're out there today. We've seen it.
Yeah, and things have really gone through the roof with this heat. Everybody is surfing really, really strong, but none better than Katut Gus. Purely on rail work, 7.25, a real feature on today's leaderboard of scores. and there was no tube involved, there was no air, it was just good old-fashioned hardcore surfing. Really loved it.
Yeah, that it was. He just went straight up into the lip and did it again a couple more times.
He did, and the speed and the risk on all of Katut's moves was a real pleasure to watch. So he's become a real gnarly competitor since his time on the Challenger Series, and I guess that Challenger Series drags a lot of people up to the level because it's a gnarly series.
Yeah, you really have to step up your game and be prepared to, you know, I guess put more risk in your surfing.
Exactly.
And well, you have to do that. You know, it's not a question. It's a command.
It is. It's what the judges demand, and fair enough. They're judging the second tier of the world's best surfers on the Challenger Series. So, and that's what I really like that Ty Conigan brings to this. The head judge, he's a no-nonsense judge. If you're taking risk, and he sees that, which he will, he'll reward it every time. You know, he'll dictate that is excellent surfing or high good surfing every day of the week. And if he sees lots of fluffy surfing, you're in for a bad score. You can't sort of fool him.
Yeah, absolutely. You can tell the difference, and that makes it easy as well for us to be like, yeah, well, that was a 7 because it was risk surfing, it was critical, it was raw, as opposed to maybe the scores in the 4 range where, you know, there was maybe a moment there, but not really much after it.
I really want to see Irwan get another good wave where he can tee off more than once, because I know how good that fella is, and he's come a long way, you know, from Nias to here. And having to back himself and send himself down here. He's like, I was having a chat in the water the other day. He's like, well, kind of Mahal Sakali to get here. He's, you know, expensive, he was saying, to get here. So he'll really want to put his best foot forward here. He's in 4th priority and 4th spot for all the crew on Saraki Beach out there. But he needs a 7, and they all know that he's good enough to do it.
Yeah, it's one of those moments. Okay, here we go. This is Nikita up and riding. He had priority over Irwan, doesn't quite get a completion there. I feel like that was somewhat smart for Nikita, although there is 10 minutes remaining. So
just to take the wave off Lou, you mean?
Yeah, in the sense that he used his priority because I think he has identified Irwan as a threat.
He is. All right, time will tell. This is the first heat of the round of 64, everybody. Seated surfers, the big fella here trying to squeeze under the lip, but not quite that time. He surfs off the screen. That's how fast he's going. Here he is.
Yeah, just a carve there for Mark Cannon, and out behind him, Katut.
Yep.
Oh, almost coming out of that one. We saw his board just come through the back end there.
Oh,
no takers on that one behind, though.
The good news is the size of the waves are there, you know, so you just got to bide your time and make sure when you got priority like Irwan that you are now an absolute A-grade takeoff spot to make the most of your opportunity. And that's what contest surfing is all about, making the most of your chances. You only get a handful of them during a heat, and Irwan, it's time to strike.
Yeah, you got to play the patience game and, you know, keep the nerves at bay.
Yeah, so White's last wave, Green's last wave, and Red's last wave will amount to nothing. So Irwan can go, whew, dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
He's got priority, needs a 7.
Yeah, let's have a look at a replay though, because Katut did pull in on this one, and it looks like a pretty hollow looking barrel, and this is where he almost came out. He just came off, maybe got a little bit clipped by the foam ball in that one.
Yep, the lip just took him down. He tried his hardest to bust out, turns into a 1.1. Had he come out, you could have been expecting a high good score. So, you know, it's such a minor moment of metres and inches sometimes between a good score and a 1. Turns into a 1. Bad luck, Katut.
Well, coming down to 8 minutes to go in this one, Katut is holding on to a pretty healthy lead, a 7.25 and that 5.75. He's just showing that Challenger Series surfing. Nikita coming out of one there and puts it straight up, bringing it around. Just gets a little bit caught up and has to kick out. I don't know whether that will go into the top 2. He didn't really get a solid moment off the back. So Irwan and Mark can hopefully be breathing a sigh of relief.
Yep, for sure. You know, the last 4 rides have amounted to very little. So for the crew in 3rd and 4th, you're right, they can just regard themselves as pretty lucky that they're not blown off out of the picture here. You can see Nikita the whole time there was still good positioning. He got under the hood but didn't quite disappear. I don't think he will add to his better is 5.75. So back to the drawing board for Nikita. He'll still remain in second, still now with fourth priority number is about to drop. Hang on there, a 4.8. So went close to his previous 2 scores, but a little under, and that's fair enough.
Yeah, let's have another look at the replay for Nikita. Goes straight underneath, and then he kind of gets a little bit, you know, caught up towards the back end of that second turn, but still a fun wave. I think I'd be really happy with that if I was Nikita. You know, you're always happy getting barreled and coming out, so it's good to be doing it with 3 other people out.
Yep, he's kind of, you know, he's looking pretty relaxed, and he's got off to a great start, so not feeling any pressure. He's held on to one of these qualifying spots since the word go, so hasn't really felt the pressure yet, or at least he's not showing it. I think he's surfing a pretty good heat. Already got 6 waves, so really enjoying his time out there. Well done.
Yeah, 2 5.75s and 2 4s. Looks pretty good in the scoreline. He'd be making this heat courtesy of the 2 backup scores that he has throwing away, but
That's
Mark Cannon and Erawan really need to get some solid scores.
Here goes Erawan. Oh, yeah, damn, geez, he's had a long time for that to get shut down like that. It's, once again, that word, you know, maximising your opportunities. That's putting himself under pressure now in these last 5 and a bit minutes.
Yeah, that was unlucky though. I feel like it was a good looking wave. He had to do it. It was just unlucky that it kind of clamped on him towards the end. I don't know if it would have been 7 that he needed, but it could have bettered that 4.5 if he came out to just, you know, lower that requirement a little bit. There's still 5.5 minutes to go though, so
That's
heaps of time.
So here's our bonus 5 minutes in this round of 64, about to kick into gear. So let's see which surfer it favours, or if the heat had have ended at 20 minutes, our result is Katut and Nikita. Let's see if Mark and Erawan can capitalise here.
Yeah, Mark Cannon patiently waiting. He knows what kind of wave he's looking for. But Katut, of course, has the priority, so Katut can take whatever wave he wants out there. So we're coming down to the 5-minute mark. This is when the pressure starts to build for the surfers in second, third and fourth, because second is never really safe until that hooter goes.
No, Nikita won't be too you know, comfortable that he's advancing. He knows he's in second, has been the whole time, but the quality of the acts around him are right there, so he's going to have to play the last 4.5 minutes really well. He's the surfer with his neck on the chopping block in second, up against 2 quality campaigners in this fella Erawan. Oops, gets chopped there, did not get the right takeoff, projection off his takeoff there.
Yeah, that was unlucky for Erawan. Just, I don't know, it looks like he kind of pulled a little bit square there. Looks like Mark Cannon just missed that wave as well as Katut.
Yeah, well, does Mark kind of throw some pressure on the judges, the priority judge? No, it doesn't matter. Here he goes. Ooh, that didn't look good from the start. There was nothing to like about that for the word go. He got it all wrong.
Yeah, I thought that was a different call.
that's diplomatic.
Yeah.
Different.
But, you know, I mean, maybe he saw something in it that we didn't at the start.
It was frothy and his feet weren't in the right spot, and it was all a little bit weird.
Yeah, well, 3.5 minutes to go. We'll see if Mark and Erawan can crawl back to an advancing position in this heat.
Yep.
They need a 7.15 for Mark, and Erawan is chasing a 7.
And it's all got to go right now, because boys have been trailing for a while. White and red both have priority, and they're both in the top spots. So green and blue are going to have to hedge their bets here. Here goes Erawan. Needs a 7. That's not it. He knows it. Geez, I reckon if he could surf this whole heat all over again, I reckon he'd get off to a quicker start. It's probably come back to haunt him a little bit, Blue.
Yeah, I agree. You know, sometimes sitting and waiting at the start can either really play into your hands or it can't.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, when Katut and Nikita applied that pressure really early, it probably just put a little bit of weight on the shoulders of Erawan.
Yep. And, you know, let's face it, a surfer like Erawan, knowing him, he hasn't done a whole lot of high-end QS stuff because he doesn't have a personal sponsor. He backs himself, and he's come here for this. A few of the other boys from NIAS were trying to get here for it, but just too many zeros on the end of tickets these days to make it viable. But Irawan,
Yeah.
when I saw him in the water the other day, when you did make it, he said, yeah, but Mahal Sakali paying for it all himself. So he'll be a little disappointed with this outing, but I hope he takes something positives away and doesn't drift off into, you know, the Netherland, because he's a really good surfer. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree. Most of the surfers back themselves in these events, and it can be really hard, you know, when you spend a lot of your hard-earned money on to come to these places and you just don't quite have the heat that you want or that you're expecting. But you just have to keep pushing through. You know, you lose more than you win.
Exactly.
But it's, you know, for Irawan, he's got 90 seconds to change this heat, so I'm not going to ride him out just yet. And here he is, up and riding.
Right, Irawan, come on, buddy. Boom. Slick surfer, just not getting the waves he needs to really show us his A-grade stuff. Nikita.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, unfortunately, just coming off the back of that one for Nikita, pushing a little bit too hard. Maybe leaving the door open there for Mark and Irawan, but you can see Nikita just powering out the back.
And you can just see the patience game of Katut. He knows he's in the lead. He's got the best wave of the heat. He'd be feeling really, really good after that ride because it was just so sick the way he put it together. So all confidence, and he's playing the game of a seasoned pro by not frothing, and he's held his top priority for a long, long time, knowing the wave he needs to shut down this heat, or doesn't even need a wave.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he's so far out in front, he can probably just sit out there and maybe get a little victory lap.
And just fend anyone off, the absolute bomb, with his top priority. So he served a good heat.
Yeah, that he has. I feel like he's such a smart competitor. This is Mark Cannon rolling the dice, trying to see if he can get a 715. Katut out the back, straight up into the lip, and again for Katut.
And this guy is on.
Yeah, he just looks like he is really in tune out there.
Well, when
Looking
you travel with Rio Wider and Oni Anwar and the other surfers on the the Indonesian team, you know, stuff rubs off. And you know, when Rio Wider is a hero, inspiration of a nation, and Katut Agus is right there as well.
Absolutely. Well, looks like Katut Agus and Nikita Avdiv moving on through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with round of 64, heat 2, right after this break.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Here we are, the round of 64, heat 2. And if that first heat, Justin, was anything to go by, we're in for a treat here this afternoon. 6 of these heats to roll out. Welcome back, Justin Majax.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Super exciting. Clean conditions still on offer. We've got 2 Japanese surfers taking on 2 Filipino surfers. And, I think the round of 64 really has set the benchmark. Your boy there, Ketut Agus.
Mental, such good surfing, and did in fact upgrade his total with a 6.1 right at the end of that heat, everybody. So, yep, a 13.35 two-wave total there from Ketut Agus, the second best two-wave total of the day, so well done. So this heat in blue, Kenta Ishikawa. In the white right here is John Mark Figueron. It's going pretty good. Looks quite slick. A little bit of a mishap there at the end, but does ride out. He's still going.
Yeah, the local surfers really know how to extract everything out of these waves, even at this size.
He's added about another 5 moves after the fact we thought he was going to fall.
And here we go, our surfer in the red.
Onoi.
Yep. Saw him out there in the free surf the first afternoon we got here, and pretty sure he was on our flight from Manila here to Siargao Island, and it is a pretty stacked field of Japanese surfers. They've brought their samurai swords and
slicing through the field.
They are. Let's have a look at this. Gets a little bit hung up there. You could see what his intent was, really to wrap that all the way around, but just getting some wax in the toes and starting his campaign with a 2.60.
Yep, so the judge is really noticing that fumble mid-turn. Surfer in green, let's confirm that is also Marino Figueron, who was in our very first heat this morning. I think he copped the second there.
Wow, 2 brothers or cousins or relations?
Oh, Team Figueron.
Yeah.
Maybe relations. We got one from a different part of the Philippines. Marino Figueron and John Mark Figueron, white and green.
Wow.
2 Japanese, red and blue. Japanese surfers are everywhere, Justin. They are really a force to be reckoned with.
Yep.
Throughout the Asian series that I've seen this year, and an event we did in the Maldives. Whoa. Team Japan are coming in hot. There's a lot of them. They're real slick and well versed in shredding. White.
Current heat leader takes to the air. That was a full rotation. Just couldn't quite stomp the landing, but you can see his intent is clear. He's really looking to go big. And just out of frame there was our surfer in green. But straight into it, here is red, up and riding on his second wave. One of these amazing Japanese surfers that are really coming on strong on the World Qualifying Series.
And I think when I was glancing through the ratings just recently, just as we watched the back end here of Reha, all over it. Lots of sharp surfing there. We'll get back to what I was about to say in a moment, but we are going to have an interview. I think Jerry Deegan will have a chat with Ketut Agus down there on the boardwalk. Jerry?
Feel so much excited. Oh, I just waiting for so long for my heat, but yeah, I really great to be there. Get some couple waves and get some barrel. It was pretty fun.
You've been here before, I know that. How does it feel compared to the last time you were here?
Compare last time was 2018. It was really good waves, really good, really challenging, but I really had a bad day that time. I injured my ankle, but I'm glad to be here and get so much good waves.
Yeah, well, we're lucky today. It came good. We weren't expecting good waves. What were you expecting from today?
Oh, I didn't expect anything. I just want to go out there and get a couple waves and get some barrel. That's because I watched the heat was really good from the first heat, round 80 was really great waves, and I was super excited to be in my heat.
Well, congratulations. Would you like to say something to your family in Indonesia?
Terima kasih semuanya untuk dukung saya. Terima kasih semuanya sponsor saya, PSOI, tim Indonesia. Tetap dukung Indonesia tim. Indonesia pasti juara.
Congratulations and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Unreal. Thanks, Jerry. And blue, meanwhile, tidy slot out the back. Kenta Ishikawa here really going nuts on this wave number 2. A great tube with some solid rail work, Juddo. As that interview was at the back end, oh my goodness, can't wait to see the replay again on a set wave. Did you like it?
Yeah, I loved it, and yeah, the barrels have been well rewarded here today, and yeah, really great variation and really good repertoire on offer from our surfer in blue. So I think we're going to await the best number of this heat thus far. Currently first place is held down by our surfer in red, but numbers are starting to drop into the blue column, and there we go, the best wave of the event thus far, an 8.25 for Kenta Ishikawa, from Japan. Wow, that is what you want to see. Here's the replay, drops straight into it, totally disappears, gets spat out, and super composed. Big wrapping roundhouse cutback there, and if you can get a good solid tube out the back and back it up with a number of inside manoeuvres, we'll get another look at it.
Thank you for the replay there, boys, from the production team. Stuff like that, we need to see it time and time again. That was so sick.
We love it.
You know, wave of the day right here so far, everyone. So thanks for the replays, gang. Much appreciated. Now just needs to improve on a 0.6 to extend what is already a decent lead. And wave of the day, Kenta Ishikawa. Back to the story we did. Here he goes again. People like himself are all over this Asian region series, Justin. Team Japan, 6 spots out of the Asian region take into the men's side, into the Challenger.
Yep.
I think 5 of them right now are Japanese men.
Oh.
Yep, they've had an outstanding series. This is probably only our 3rd counting event. We did Krui, Nias, we're here.
Yep.
3,000. Go to Taiwan next week for a 5,000. That's going to be a big deal, and that will probably cement who ends up in the top 6. But right now, 5 of them are Japanese men.
Yeah, it's, well, a little bit like the Philippines. They're a proud nation. They're taking their surfing very seriously, and here goes another Japanese surfer travelling behind the curtain on that one. Just gets a little bit clamped, but I feel like, yeah, if we can get a few more Japanese surfers onto the Challenger Series, they're going to be a real force to be reckoned with. You know, you've got Kanoa Igarashi, you've got Connor O'Leary now flying the flag for Japan full-time, so I see that, you know, the tsunami wave of Japanese surfers is certainly approaching, and I think they are razor sharp. They're super disciplined in everything they do, and you can see in their performances thus far on the Asian circuit that they're out to get to that next level of competition, being the Challenger Series.
They will. They're pushing hard, and I can see success on the horizon. And I guess as we get to the women's draw as well, I predicted throughout a bit of last year and this year on the Asian circuit that I think a Japanese female surfer is not far off cracking onto the World Championship Tour.
Yep.
They're really good, and there's a lot of them as well, mate. They're a hugely improved unit, the Japanese females. So believe the hype, everybody. We might have said it a lot of times this year, but it's going to come to fruition, whether it's this year or next or whatever. Team Japan, they mean business.
I think a lot was put into the Tokyo Games. Obviously, the debut of surfing, being there in Japan was a massive opportunity, and I think they've realised that not only World Championship titles, but Olympic gold medals are now on the line in the sport of surfing. So a lot of energy and a lot of great surfers coming out of that country. So exciting to see so many here in the draw, and yeah, right now an 8.25, the best number we've seen of the entire event. And mate, the waves they've delivered so far on day number 1. You know, a little bit smaller than we'd probably would have liked to have seen here at Cloud9, but certainly delivering some excellent scoring potential.
Yep, none better than Kenta Ishikawa leading the charge here so far. Really stepped up the scale for round of 64. The good news for everyone watching is there's 4 more of these heats after this. We're going to get to heat 6 today and then tap out.
Yep, so yeah, best part of 2 hours remaining. We're going to go pretty much till 5:30 this afternoon. And, you know, when the waves are on, you've got to keep running. It's pretty simple.
Yep, and also I think one of the days in our waiting period is an unsurfable day, a not surf day due to the elections that are going on in town, which is a big deal. And they said, you boys, you've got to shut it down. It's part of the deal.
Yep.
So I think that is the 31st.
Okay. Well, might be an opportunity for you and I to get out there.
Woohoo! That's some 10s. Well, hang on. Put a decimal point between them, make it some 1s.
Yep.
It's been good. Day one, you know, it was an 11:30 start. Everybody sat around quite anxious. A lot of free surfing in the days leading up to it. The day eventually rolls around and then it's 11:30 start. So a lot of crew would have been on tender hooks today, Juddo. But, you know, the people that have found the right waves have really put on a good show.
I totally agree. And even at this size, Cloud 9 is a really, really good competition wave. We've seen a bunch of waves ridden there. It's a small period swell, and there just seems to be rapid fire action going on in every heat thus far. And every heat I've called, there's been the best part of sort of 12 to 15 waves as an average ridden. So everyone's getting their fair share of opportunity. You just need to be on two really good ones, as we've seen, you know, that Kent has locked into. His fellow countryman right now, Raiha, is looking to improve on his low score being a 2.6. His strongest score of 4.50. So a little bit of work to do. And our Filipino surfers right now require a 3.86 and a 5.95 respectively. The Figueron brothers, cousins, relatives.
Well, Marino this morning put together a 7.25, remember?
Oh,
so
that's
he's
right.
sitting on the third best score of the day, an equal third best score of the day. So he's no slouch, although right now he's in fourth. Requirement is only a high 5. Still got 11 and a half minutes, just under half time remaining in this heat to put his best foot forward and regain some of that moments of brilliance that he had this morning. If we flash back to this morning, Juddo, that whole waterline out there past the tower would have had 150 people standing out there this morning. Remember that?
Easy, yeah. It was quite cool that the spectators could get so close to the action. There was people underneath the tower. That was all exposed, but as you can see, the tide is well and truly filled in, which has opened up these couple of other little free surfing options for competitors and tourists and surf school operators alike. It's a bustling little scene down here at Cloud 9.
All right, 10:40. John Mark Figueron needs himself a high 3 to get out of trouble. The surfer in white is third. His namesake in fourth spot needs a high 5. So here goes Red trying to extend his hold on second. A really good two-turn combo. Look at these bottom turns. Whipping into that second turn was to die for. The bottom turn he put together, Juddo, and just keeping some really good flow going on that wave. I guess if we see the replay again, his first two turns totally top to bottom.
Yep.
Digging deep on the bottom turn. I'm sure the judges are going to take note of that. Could be his best wave.
Yeah, I really liked it. Textbook, absolute perfection technique there, and yeah, his equipment looks finely tuned, and yeah, the standard has definitely stepped up. Now we've seen the seated surfers come into play, and there we go. His best number, a 5.25, extends on second place and makes it a little bit harder now. White needs a good score, and green needs an excellent number, but they're both holding pretty small backups, so if they get rid of those, the requirement is going to become less. But 10 minutes, here's the replay. Talk us through it.
Yep, good. He'll be right in the groove now. Watch this. Boom, that was the money turn. That bottom turn, top turn connection was just brilliant. So well done, young man. A 5.25. He's got a good shot at second spot, a lead now as well. Just needs to repeat what he just did, and he'll go to first. Yep, so the pressure on now for the Figueron clan. They're both looking at some pretty substantial numbers to get out of trouble. Time is starting to become an issue, down to 9 minutes. Surfer in white does have the next priority. He needs himself a 6.5. So it's time to deal with a bit of pressure here, boys, and get it right. Won't have too many opportunities sneaking down to 9 minutes, 8.5 minutes now.
No, I really like that the heats have been extended to 25 minutes. You know, don't think things are really slowing up on the tide as it fills in, but you can see a little bit more texture on the ocean surface. That wind out of the north is just starting to fluff up a little bit. Still super clean and super contestable, but I think extending to 25 minutes is a great call, and you know, just allows these seated surfers their maximum opportunity to, you know, strut their stuff, and that's what we're here for, is to see
The best surfers on the best waves.
100%.
Here comes one now. So it looks like a bit of a mini set starting to push through. The boys paddle over this first thing, which would have been a handy inclusion in your free surf, but they don't want a bar of it.
No.
So what I'm detecting out of this breeze, mate, not that I can do it, but the airshow boys might enjoy a little fluffy northerly.
Oh yeah, the northerly wind blows right into the right-hander.
I think Red just went down for the count.
And this is perfect for those aerial acrobats who like to pop a bit of air, and I'm sure that we'll see a little bit of that in the rest of today.
So it might have been white. I just saw someone on a wave and just got slaughtered. Pretty sure it was white.
Yeah, we can't see white on screen at the moment, so
Might still be underwater. He got the belting. Anyway, the marching band down there, Justin, they're back to it. I went down and watched them for a little while.
I did too.
Trombones, trumpets,
electric
clarinets, guitar and drum set. There's 7 of them down there going for it. And they haven't had a break either all day.
No, I got down there. There's a bit of that wet stuff starting to fall from the sky, but there was a little group of tourists who were loving it, and there was a little bit of dancing and a little
My
bit
old
of...
man would be in his element if he was here.
Really?
He'd be over there. He'd join in. He's a clarinet saxophone player. He'd be loving that.
Oh, it's so cool. Yeah, the little beachfront here is a bustling little hive of activity, and yeah, just to see all the little touches that have gone into, I guess, bringing this International Surfing Cup to Siargao for the 27th time is really unique and really cool. It's definitely one of my favourite locations. My second time here. It's been a long time since we were back here together, Mark. But
yeah, 5 years.
Wow,
look at the flags out there now, mate. As you were saying, the northerly's kicking in. You can see those flags have not pointed that way all day, everybody that's watching online. There's a bit of stiffness to the material as well, so the breeze is definitely fluffing up, and conditions that we haven't seen all day are presenting themselves, so time to adapt. And here goes White trying to do just that. John Mark Figueron in third, needs a mid-6. So he's bounced back from that wipeout.
Yep.
Onto wave number 5. He'll be hoping to get some love from the judges. Turns into exactly the same as his top score, so the requirement remains the same for John Mark, 6.50. And what about the boardwalk, Juddo, when we head out there to do our post-heats? A lot of people out there, a lot of tourists checking it out.
Locals, tourists, just everyone trying to get the best vantage point of the lineup, and now that the tide is filled in, you can't sort of be sitting out on the reef like you could earlier today. But yeah, there's a real vibrancy about that thing, and there's a lot of different nationalities and ages and cultures all mixing together as we see the replay here of John Mark.
Yeah. All right, Green just caught himself a wave as well, so the Figueron brothers have gone back-to-back rides. The Figueron clan.
Go figure.
Yeah, let's see. So a 2.6, his best wave. Now needs a 7.15 is Marino in the green. John Mark needs a 6.5 in the white. He's third. Team Japan out in the lead. And here goes Marino. Oh, this is the replay.
Yeah, this is the 2.6, so one strong opening carve, but the judges compare and contrast the waves that have been ridden, and a really good standard getting thrown down by Japanese surfers in blue and red. So they're going to have to up their game, our 2 Filipino surfers, if they're going to challenge for a spot in the round of 32, which awaits first and second place after this heat.
Yep, and Team Japan holding down the first and second priorities as well, so they'll play a smart game, you would imagine. Well versed in contest surfing, Kenta and Reha. Geez, the 8.25 of Kenta's, well, I'll get to have a chat with him. I wonder how his English is, but I'm definitely going to ask him about that.
Yep, well, here goes Red. Second priority, utilises that really strong forehand rail game. The wave goes a little bit sleepy, but he's going to stick with it. And this wave does have multiple sections to it, even at this size. And trying to improve on a 4.50. There is our surfer in red. to extend on second place. Needs a 5.26, so just a touch better than his last wave if he's going to move into first.
Yeah, this guy's quite deadly when he decides to put the foot down. His flow is really good, Juddo. Rail work looks pretty on point. Katura Gus set a real mean standard for the rail work delivery in this round in the very first heat. So Kenta's probably a little bit inspired. Rehar's a bit inspired, and he's digging pretty deep on most of his moves. The number is in. It's only a throwaway score. Geez, a lot of good work for 3.75.
Yeah,
The
that
judges
was
demanding a bit more.
Yeah, a little bit, maybe a little bit sleepy, a little bit of downtime, but definitely a lot came out of that opening manoeuvre from Red. And
if we were having a free surf, we'd come in and go, got one good one.
That was, I'd come in on that one. That'd be enough for me. But yeah, this is obviously a really important event in the Asian qualifying series. And really excited to see some of our seeded surfers coming up in the next round. Looks like we've got the top seeds coming into the next one, a Japanese surfer and an Indonesian surfer. So,
Putra Hermawan, and Theo Radcliffe, he's another one out of Bali, young fella, young Grom, and Tak Alapeo won his heat this morning, local fella. So the Alapeo name is quite a respected name around these parts. They all shred. So our heat 3 is in the gates waiting a start in about 90 seconds. Putra Hermawan won back in 2013.
Here?
Yep, won this event back in 2013.
Cool.
And he's here again. He's all smiles. He does one event a year, and this is it. Because he went, well, I won. I've got to go back. Because I saw him the other day, and I said that to him. He goes, yeah, I've got to come to this one.
I actually was over in Bali about 3.5 weeks ago and had a fun little session with him out at Airport Lefts.
Right.
So I think he was out there with maybe a sponsor or helping a Japanese guy out, and his surfing was razor sharp. It was really good to see.
Yeah. All right, Rehar on Oi. Boom. Loves to kick the tail out.
Doesn't
really
he?
like his attack.
Surprising, no one wanted this wave. He had fourth priority, sitting a little bit further inside, and he's really been able to extract some good points out of that wave. Your current heat leader here.
Yeah.
Looks over his shoulder, just maybe keeping an eye on the two Filipino surfers, but...
Well, he only had to improve on a 2.25 to extend the lead, so we didn't see the first half of his ride. He looked fairly relaxed on the back end of it. Might have improved his lead. We'll hold the phone on that one, but a similar number coming in for Red might just improve his two-wave total. It's about to drop. Something better than a 4.5 to consolidate second, but it's sort of right there as a very similar number. So Blue's going to hold it down for the win. I'll go and have a chat with him in a moment. We'll just officially sign off from this heat. Number in a 4.7, so it did improve his scores there for Rehar Onoi. We'll hold down second position. Kenta Ishikawa is the winner of Heat 2. Heat 3 is getting a call up for a start, so we are going to throw to a break. I'll nick off and over to Justin and Jesse.
Thanks, Mark. Welcome back, and we are into Heat 3 of the round of 64. My name's Justin Majex. I'm joined beside me by Jesse Starling. And Jesse, there's a couple of little white things out on the horizon. The breeze has definitely picked up in the last 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, I've actually just wrapped my sarong around me just in case I get a bit cold because, yeah, the wind is definitely, I think maybe even the last 5 minutes gotten stronger again. My sister and co-commentator, we went for a little walk down to the athletes area, and just sitting there we noticed the wind just getting a little bit stronger and stronger, but in hopes with the stronger wind we might see a little bit more of an aerial show this heat.
I'm really excited. I'm looking forward to seeing people using this wind to their advantage. It's almost the perfect wind at this size, and you can see that we've had a couple of waves locked in already. The best of them are 3.75 to Ota from Japan. Tak Alapaya open with a 1.0. We've got a couple of Indonesian surfers out there in the blue and the white, and with 25-minute heats on offer for the round of 64, it definitely gives a little bit more opportunity. Jess, you're from North Narrabeen originally, but up a little bit further up the coast now. I'll come back to that question because we're going to throw to an interview with Mark Clift and the winner of the last heat out on the boardwalk.
Okay, g'day everybody and welcome down to the boardwalk. I have the owner of the best score of the day, Kenta Ishikawa. I'm going to shake your hand. Tell us about that tube ride out the back.
I just got the wave like so lucky, like I had a priority, but I felt it's coming, and I just had a priority and it just powered in. Yeah.
It must have felt good, yeah. That tube. Tell us about that. The looking out.
It was pretty big, yeah, like big power, yeah, and felt like a spit out, and yeah, it was really nice. Yeah.
Okay, well, we've been saying all along, Team Japan look really strong. Men's and women's, you guys mean business. You want in on the Challenger Series, Kenta?
Yeah, we all like trying to be in the Challenger Series, and yeah, we all trying now, trying our best. Yeah.
You keep up that sort of form, I reckon you're every chance. Would you like to say something in Japanese to your friends online?
Yes. 引き続き次のラウンドも応援のほどよろしくお願いいたします。頑張ります。
Kenta, you're a shredder. Well done, and all the best in the round of 32. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, and thanks to Kenta there. Locked down the best number of the event so far, an 8.25, and don't know that we're going to see too many clean barrels like we saw in that last heat. Now the wind has picked up a little bit, but Jesse, I was going to ask you, do you mind a little bit of wind when you surf, or are you a strictly clean offshore lady only? Like, what do you prefer?
I actually like a little bit of wind. Growing up in Narrabeen, we get about 3 months of the year where we get straight southerlies, which is pretty bad for home. We love a nor'east wind, and it's either surf wind or surf nothing, and surf nothing was never an option. And then moving up towards Cabarito and closer to the Gold Coast, I've noticed that everyone up there is a strictly no wind surfer. So when the wind comes up is when you have your best sessions, because no one's surfing up there.
It clears out the lineup and you get it all to yourself?
Yeah, D-bar. I've had like 4-foot snapper with a northerly wind on it, but it's still been so fun, and you just can't, instead of getting 1,000 turns, you get 2 or 3, but just no one out there figuring out the lineup.
Well, this guy looks like he's not scared of a bit of wind, and using it to his advantage perfectly there. Current heat leader at a 4.50. We haven't seen too many completed airs yet this morning, so I'm really interested to see where the judges are going to go with this. But Takuto Ota, he looks like a really powerful surfer, quite a stocky build, and so far holding down the lead with a 4.5 and a 3.75. No one else is really challenging, just a couple of low 1-point rides on the board. Let's have a look at this. This is Theo Radcliffe on his backhand, the goofy footer. He's out of that one. So, yeah, interested to see where the judges are going to go. It wasn't a massive air, sort of a stock standard reverse, but probably the first really good one we've seen of the morning.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen too many airs, but I think that's why this wave is so versatile, because when it's clean we're going to see barrels, and when it's windy, you're going to see airs, and I think they're the two most progressive parts of surfing up to date. So it's a really fun event. Like, it's so well rounded, and you know, sometimes we could be surfing 1 foot Maroubra, and if it's windy, it's not good, you know. Like, so it's great to be at a wave that can handle all sorts of conditions. Unfortunately, Theo just not selecting the right wave on that last one, but 17 minutes, we've had that extra 5 minute added onto the heat, so it's going to be your best friend or your worst nightmare depending on who you are in the heat.
Exactly right. Well, yeah, I'm from WA, and this is almost like no breeze still. WA stands for windy always, and it definitely puffs up. Mark and I were surfing the other day, Tuesday, when we got here, and everyone's going, oh, so windy, and we were sort of just shaking our heads. There was literally about, I think, 7 knots of northerly wind on the lineup, and everyone was complaining about how windy it was. But we sort of get anything from 20 to 30 knot winds in the afternoons in WA, so this is pretty manageable. But right now, doing the best of it is our surfer in the red from Japan. Mark and I were just commenting on the strength of the Japanese surfers in the field, certainly on the men's and the women's side of the draw. Being a competitive surfer yourself, what do you think it is about the Japanese mindset that really sets them apart? I don't know if you've surfed against many Japanese surfers back at home or in these WSL events, but what do you think is going on in the waters of Japan that makes them so, I'm not going to say, well, just so disciplined and so technically sound?
I think you just nailed it on the head, like disciplined and technically sound. I've had a fair few heats against the Japanese with the co-sanctioned events, and it is so hard to have a heat against the Japanese because Australia is a hard enough region in itself, and then to merge with Asia. But I would say that the Australians are a little bit more fluid than the Japanese, but when push comes to shove and you have to tick all the boxes in a 20-minute period, they tick all the boxes always, where I think sometimes as Australians we might tick one here, but they might be the 2 better boxes, but we haven't ticked all of them. So I think they've just had it drilled into them that, like, that technique is technique over fatigue, like technique over anything. And they've definitely got me at the best of times. So I'm hoping to one-up them here, but again, it's not my region, so I can't take home the points, so whatever happens, I'm happy no matter what.
You're here to commentate, and if you get some prize money, it's a win.
Yeah, exactly. I had my first little taste of it in India when we were over commentating there, which was an incredible experience in itself, and I was like, can we do it again in the Philippines, because it was so fun. And then good little warm-up because we head over to Taiwan next week, and that's probably where I'll be athlete first, commentator second.
Okay, there we go. Well, I think it's super cool to have you here, a new face on the commentary team, joining your sister, which I think is super, super cool as well. Tell us, what is it about having a sister that surfs that makes surfing even better?
Well, my sister was definitely the one who pushed me to get into surfing, and I think traveling not by yourself is great. I'll get back to this because we do have Theo up and riding. That's a better turn from him. Carves back to the pocket, but I feel like, again, wave selection, maybe letting Theo down a little bit. However, he ticks all the boxes on that wave.
Ooh.
Maybe a little bit of a board to the face.
Yeah, look like that.
He's all right. He's kicking to get back out there, but I think it'd be a bit of a lonely journey. I mean, I have such beautiful friends who I compete with and travel with, but when I'm coming to places like I've never been before, especially going to somewhere like India, I was really nervous before we left, but to have my sister there by my side, it was great. And when we're commentating together, I feel like we bounce off each other really well, and it's just fun. It's just all around fun, and a lot of the time at home our routines are nowhere near together, so when we get to travel we actually get to hang out because we don't really get to hang out that much at home.
Oh, that is cool to hear, and the sisterly bond is a very unique one. I'm sure your parents and all your friends are super proud. I'm sure everyone's tuning in to see how you go, but tell us about the India event. Obviously a massive opportunity, first QS ever in that country, and probably just goes to show how the Asian region is really expanding and booming, and showcasing new countries and new locations.
Honestly, I think it's the start of a new surf boom, a new surf culture. India's, when I was talking to the locals over there, they've only really been invested in surfing for the last 5 years.
Wow.
So for them to have the WSL come to it was a remote fishing town where the event was held.
Yep.
And the locals it was like a big deal for us to come there and compete there, and it was really exciting to see. And I've actually made friends with a lot of the local girls. I had a heat with one of them, well, with 3 of them actually, and I've stayed in contact. And
Sweet.
they've been training, and looks like we're going back there again next year.
Wow.
And maybe even upgrading. We're not sure yet, but they've been training. Kind of gave them little tips on how I train, what I do, and like tips towards boards as well. And
Awesome.
they've excelled so quickly. So I think we'll see a bit more of a rampage come out of the Indian surfing culture.
It is super, super cool. And yeah, I think there's something quite unique about, you know, surfing's development. You know, obviously you've got the countries that have been so well established, and, you know, the Philippines is still a young surfing nation, even though this event's been going for 27 years. That's a long time. As we see Putra up and riding here, straight up vertical on the first turn. The wave gets a little bit slopey, but he's going to stick with it. He's currently in 4th position, and he won this event back in 2013, which was a surprise to me. So back to see 10 years after his first win, if he can back it up with another win. So super cool. He's a bit of a veteran on the Indonesian surfing circuit, I dare say, but still likes to come to this event. Mark had a chat with him, and he said, I only do one event a year, and it's always this one. So it's good to see.
Oh, I love that. I think in every region, you know, the more veteran side of the QS warriors, we say in Australia.
Yeah.
I think everyone has that one event where, like, even if you don't compete all year, you still do that one event. And I feel like back home, it's the Boomerang 3000.
Yep.
Everyone goes to Boomerang. It's the most fun event because everyone's always there. People we've competed against in the past, new Groms coming through. So this might be the Asian version of Boomerang. But
there you go. Yep. I think it's as we see the replay here, a 2.85 locked in for this one. So a lot of that score would have come off that first manoeuvre. Not too much happened after that, but enough to get Putra Hermawan up into 2nd spot. Requirement now a 5.45 for the Indonesian stalwart. Theo Radcliffe locked in a 2.50. His requirement's just a 1.36 to move up the leaderboard. Almost went over the falls there, having a pretty close look at that one. He does have first priority, so I think he was just trying to make sure he wasn't paddling too hard to lose priority, so did well. And Thark Alapeo requires a 1.96, so you can see how close these heats are. Conditions have changed a lot with that wind strengthening. And here goes our current 2nd place getter. Just working his way through a smaller wave, looking to get rid of that 1.0 and strengthen 2nd spot. Oh, he's definitely done that.
yeah, I really liked that kind of spark he had on that end turn. He's got that first turn down pat, as we saw on the last wave and this one as well. And he's definitely linked this wave better from start to finish than he did the one prior. So I think he'll replace that 2.85. Here's our heat leader. That was a beautiful roundhouse cutback. Like, wasn't a bobble in sight on that carve. And he finishes that one off. And this is that Japanese technical expertise we're talking about.
Yep.
You know, he finishes every wave. I think right now he has a 100% make rate. And I think the more heats you look at on the Japanese competitors, the more consistent you'd see that 100% make rate.
Yeah, good analysis there, and looking to improve on a 3.8 is our current heat leader. This is Theo Ratcliffe, so maybe we missed this in between the replays. So yep, Theo got a third wave, but looked like the cameraman focused his attention on our Japanese surfer. So his wave is locked in, another 3.8, so smack bang on his second scoring wave. Doesn't improve his position, but I can tell you that Putra Hermawan has improved with a 3.7, so he's put a little bit of breathing space between white and green now and extended their requirements up into a range that, I don't know, might be difficult for these younger competitors to match. I don't know too much about Theo. Met him at the airport on our way over. His dad's here. Pretty sure he's travelling with Sky Brown and her family. So we'll wait and see what the next 8 minutes can produce. We've only got three, after this, only 2 more heats to go today, which I think, I don't know how people in heat 5 and 6 would feel. Maybe a little bit upset, you know, they're going, damn it. I would hope that wind would have stayed a little bit lighter.
Yeah, especially with how amazing the conditions were this morning. Here we go. This is Thark looking for a 4.65, so a really nice first floater. Kind of gets a bit of a foam climb there and carves back to the pocket. We've got Blue Putra up behind him, so really strong first turn. That's that first maneuver we were talking about. Gets a little bit progressive with it, but doesn't just follow through. But so it's really quick paddle out, so they'll be back out there for more waves shortly. But back to Theo really quickly. He, by assuming, is a junior.
Yep, he looks pretty young to me. I don't know how old Theo is. Oh,
Yeah.
only 15 maybe?
15. So I think this is a really good almost experience event for Theo. You know,
Yep.
when you're 15, it's very rare that you make it to finals. I can't think of a 15-year-old recently who's made it to finals.
I don't know, maybe, I don't know. I think Erin Brooks is a little bit older than 15,
Yeah.
but she's a...
She's a little pocket rocket.
definitely. But I think as a young teenager, if you can get into these events, and here he goes, right on cue, Theo drives off the bottom, slaps it, but just buried his nose a little bit. There is a little bit more lump and bump on the face, so wasn't quite clean in his execution on that wave, but I think there is so much to learn as a young teenager coming up against big surfers.
I've just been corrected. It's Teo, not Theo. But yeah, I think the more experience you can get from a younger age, the more I feel like the more humble you can be as you get older as a competitor, and you can stop and kind of take that Japanese approach, I guess, and be a calm competitor. And I think this is a really great idea for Teo to come over here and compete in this 3000 and see how he matches up against the older guys, especially when we have, you know, a past event winner in this heat too. You can just see how he's feeling and how he matches up.
100%, I couldn't agree more. So just slipped under the 6-minute mark. Last score for Red has improved his situation. The best number of 5.0. He's back up a 4.5. So the requirements now are 5.80 for Blue, who sits out the back with first priority. Teo in the white has second priority. His requirement is a 4.05 to go up into second. And the last score for Thark Alapeo has locked in a 2.3. His requirement to go into a qualifying position for the round of 32 is a 4.25.
And tell me, in the last heat there was an 8.5?
There was an 8.25. So
what was that? I missed it.
Yeah, Kenta Ishikawa just got a beautiful set wave, a nice tube, and then a series of really sharp forehand manoeuvres. So yeah, the best wave of the day was in the last heat, and a deserving one at that.
There is Teo just finishing that one off, and I caught the very end of that last heat, but Raiha Onu is one of my favourite Japanese surfers. He was such a standout in India.
Wow.
And I didn't realise he was in that heat, and if I hadn't watched it, I would have seen the 8.25, but as soon as I saw the score, I was like, wow, that must have been a barrel, because...
It was definitely a barrel, and then it was a series of really good turns. So just mixing everything up that the judges wanted. We've only seen 2 excellent waves here today on the opening day of the 27th Siargao International Surfing Cup. Your heat leader up and riding here. Ota. It was a beautiful bottom turn. He sort of maybe saw white out of the corner of his eye, but looked like a little bit of a more slopey wave, not a bit of a runner. So went for the fin throw and was just unable to ride out of that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, I really enjoy the technique that Takuto is displaying in this heat, but here is Thark. So love that roundhouse cutback, super smooth. Gets another one, a little bit of fin release there, and regains it. 2.3 and a 1.9. We know he can do so much more than that, but only looking for a 4.25. I feel like if he can go a little bit more radical on his turns, then he'll definitely be in that 4.25 ballpark. And we missed the end of that last one for Teo, but here goes previous event winner. Strong first turn. Like I said, he's got that down pat and just catches a bit of rail, maybe a little bit of wind coming up the face.
Yep.
Making it a little bit more difficult for the competitors out there.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm not sure. You can sort of see there's been a bit of mix of equipment between the epoxies and the PUs, but now with a little bit more chatter on the face, I think the PUs will be the construction of choice. And, you know, I think that despite what you're riding, the ability level in a QS 3000 is super high. I just hope that, the next couple of heats can adapt, and I guess this has almost been the guinea pig heat, the heat that gets sent out as the conditions are really starting to change. Tide's still filling, wind is definitely the strongest we've seen it all day, and I guess heat number 4 of the round of 64 and heat 5 and 6, our last heats of the day, will really be assessing the conditions and what the judges have been rewarding, and probably taking that into account when picking their boards out of the rack, I guess.
I think as well that we're going to see a few days in the middle of the event window where the wind is going to be like this.
Yep.
So maybe we're just getting the competitors acquired to, or adjust them to this type of wind and these types of conditions so that they know what they're competing in over the next few days. So little layback jam there.
Yeah, it was like a
Tark.
it was like a floater into a layback. Obviously had the super glue connected, as we see Putra. That was a really technical turn. Ditched the fins and was able to sort of get his centre of weight back over the middle of his board and ditches the fins there. So, yeah, I think if we get a replay, his low score currently at 2.85, but a lot of razor sharp surfing there from the former event winner. Looking for a 5.8. Not sure it'll be that, but we'll be sort of looking to strengthen second position to make the job a little bit harder for White and for Green, and it looks like he's done that with a 4.6, so it does extend on second place.
I feel like that was almost like a yes, I got their way, because you can tell he was trying to bust those fins on the last 2 or 3 waves, but was either just coming unstuck or was a little bit clunky and not getting to his second turn in time. So I feel like that was maybe even like a rhythm builder way for him, and there's a minute to go, so hopefully he can get up on his feet one more time. But this guy has been just on fire all heat. And I just love how technically perfect he is in bottom turn to top turn combination on every single wave that he's been on. And yeah, he's milking this one for all that it's worth, that's for sure.
He certainly is. We could really see it in the last heat as well. They've just got these beautiful bottom turns that really allow them to release off the top, and you can see he's just pumped all his way through to the inside, looks at the watch and goes, yeah, 30 seconds. I'm feeling pretty confident I can head in now. So he probably heard the requirements of the surfers in 3rd and 4th and thought, nah, I'm pretty safe on that one. So rode it all the way in, and we'll hope that Putra Hermawan won't find a 4.91 to overtake him in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, this heat kind of flew by actually. The 25 minutes felt almost quicker than the 20 minutes, but yeah, this one's about to wrap up. Yeah, that's it. That's heat. That's round of 64, heat number 3, and Takuto, Ota, and Putra Hermawan getting through this heat.
All right, well, that was an excellent heat. We'll probably go to a quick break and be back with heat number 4 in the round of 64 here at the QS 3000 Siargao International Surfing Cup very, very soon.
And welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup. I'm Drew Starling, joining the booth with Jesse Starling, and we've had a crack up in that last little break there. Sometimes we can't control the giggles. Well, Daniel Espion is currently in the lead with that 3.75. We've got some scores to come through for all of our surfers. This is heat 4 for the round of 64. 23 minutes to go.
Yes.
And Takuto Ota taking out that last heat. Jesse, it looks like a little bit of a slow one. This wind started to come up. Come up a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely been challenging conditions. We saw that last heat, but it was kind of like all the surfers made the most of everything. But we are going to cross down to the winner of the last heat, who made the most of the tricky conditions, with Jerry.
So, yeah, that's good.
Well, you stayed busy, and again, you know, you're a little bit unlucky. It's sort of as the day progresses, the wind's coming more on shore. But I guess you can do the airs, you can do all the manoeuvres, so that's okay for you?
Yeah, that's okay.
And you've been here before to Cloud9, you've had bigger waves here before or better waves here before?
Yeah, last time is barrel. All waves, so yeah, I hope next time barrel.
I hope tomorrow barrels. Look, it was a fantastic heat and it was a really nice win. Same strategy next time, just stay busy?
Yeah.
And would you like to say something to your family at home?
とりあえず、スコアはスコアはそんな出なかったんですけど、とりあえず勝てたんで、次のラウンドに向けて調整して頑張ります。
Okay, Takoto Oto, our winner, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Congratulations. All the best.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Yeah, that was the winner of our last heat, Takuto Ota. So, yeah, he was really impressive. Justin and I touched on how technically sound all the Japanese competitors are. They're just so strong, so reliable in all conditions. We definitely we've got 2 Japanese competitors in this heat, including this man up and riding. So this is Keito Kurokawa. He's so impressive in all conditions. I feel like he's a really reliable surfer.
He looks really agile.
He's, really springy off the bottom, I think, as well. Roy Kanazawa. Everyone knows Roy. Brother duo?
Yes.
I believe his brother's here competing as well, but Roy has always stood out. He's always been a name that's made it further down the draw. He's always had great results, and you know, we expect to see him do the same here. So Roy opening up with a 5.25, which, as we've seen in every round before this, that is an exceptional score that will get you through the heat. But he has a bit of a road ahead of him to get through the next 20 minutes and make sure he's in one of those progressing positions. So we've got Anga Lox Madiana from Indonesia in the white, and Daniel Espijon from the Philippines, so one of the local guys in this heat. But this is Keito, so really nice first turn, straight into a second one. Keito actually resides on the Gold Coast part of the year near Southport, I believe. He surfs D-bar and snapper when it's good, and the face that I see in the lineup a little bit, he's so friendly, so lovely, and yeah, really talented surfer too. I'd love to see him go down into the draw and see him in some really nice Cloud9 waves. But here we go. This is Roy Kanazawa. That's the surfing we're so used to seeing from him. Really strong first turn, straight into a carve. Just looks so poised on a wave that didn't give him that much to work with.
I agree. And Anga out behind him, and then Daniel as well. So a bunch of waves being ridden here. We're going to stick with Daniel. Couple of nice turns here. Saw him a little bit earlier this morning out on that boardwalk there to the steps to get yourselves down to the water's edge down at Cloud9. So Daniel Espion is from the Philippines, as the lone Philippine surfer in this heat, flying the flag here. So I'm pretty sure Daniel's born and bred from Siargao as well.
Yeah, well, we've got scores to lock in for 3 of the 4 surfers. So Keito's last wave a 2.8. So he'd definitely be hoping to improve his scoreline, but he's got 18 and a half minutes to do so. Plenty of time left on the clock. He does have priority as well, so next best wave that comes through, he is the first one to be like, yep, that one's mine. But there we go, all scores locked in. This is what the situation looks like. Roy Kanazawa poised and perfect as usual, 5.25 and a 4.35. He's out in the lead, just up and out of that one as well. Daniel Espejon, the local legend, 3.75 and a 3.5. He's in second. Anger, a 4.05 for that last one, but we'll get back to that because here goes Kato using up his priority. Gets a bit of a foamy rear there. That's a really quick carve from Kato. And again for another one, hoping that he gets a bit of an inside wedge so he can really sign this one off nicely. And yeah, he does that. That was a really nice last turn.
Yeah, Kato looking really solid on his feet, as we said earlier, agile out there. The conditions have changed quite a lot from the first few heats that we saw at around 11:30 today. The wind has started to come up a little bit. It's gotten a little bit choppy, but nonetheless, the waves are still really fun. There's plenty on offer out there for all of our surfers. And these 25-minute heats do just make it that little bit easier, or maybe even a little bit more of a luxury for the surfers as well. That extra 5 minutes actually goes such a long way.
Yeah, I said to Justin in the last heat, it's either your best friend or your worst enemy, just depending on who you are. If you're in that top two or if you're in that back two, you know, if it was a 20-minute heat and you're in the top two, but by the time the 25 minutes is up, you're in the bottom, it's your worst enemy. But if the roles are reversed and you're in the bottom, in that last 5 minutes, you jump up into the top two, it's definitely your best friend, and you'd hope to have 25-minute heats every heat. So it just kind of depends on who you are and if it's your day or if it's not.
Yeah.
But looking like a little bit of a lull in the water. We've got the sea ambulance, plenty of athlete protection, and on land and in water for all of the competitors. 16 minutes, 20 seconds to go. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, Roy, this is exactly the position that we're used to seeing him in first place.
Absolutely, and I want to touch on as well, there is a longboard competitor who is from the Philippines. His name is Rogelio Esquivel, or JR is what he's known as. Everyone calls him as JR. He's from the Philippines. I think he's may originate from this area. And he's actually leading the Asia region longboard rankings as well. So there's plenty of great Asian competitors in the longboard tour. And JR is such an exceptional surfer. He's got a hell of a lot of grace about him, but he also has a different, I guess, kind of take on the waves and what there is to offer. But live action, wow, Roy Kanazawa, huge first turn, rips it around for another one. He throws so much spray, really driving hard on the edge of his board, the rail there. He's just bringing this one all the way through to the inside, just really honestly finding some solid link-ups there for Roy, and then he'll get out of there when that wave just fades out into nothing. So a couple of solid turns there for Roy, and then out behind him, Kato.
Yeah, Kato up and riding on another one. This wave looks really fun. So strong first turn for Kato, straight into a second. He's going to get a carve for a third turn. Will this one open up on the inside? Can see him pushing on that back foot, stalling for more. Hoping to get an end section. We know he finishes them off nicely, and that's Kato's best wave. That last wave for Kato, a 3.15, looking for a 4.1 to advance through. And yeah, definitely say that'll challenge that score, but I do have to correct myself based on something I said in previous heats. I thought one of the local Filipino boys, Kent, who got an 8-point ride. We'll get back to that in a second, because here is Roy Kanazawa. That was so impressive from Roy, straight into a second turn. And yeah, I just loved the surfing he displayed on this wave, True.
Yeah, just really linking it through, smooth surfing for Roy. Really liked how he was just able to go from top to bottom without really much bouncing in between. But as you're saying, sorry, Jessie.
Yeah, so Kent got an 8-point ride for incredible barrel, and he was so impressive on his rail surfing. And it looks like a lot of the local competitors, maybe even Daniel, were riding Pizels, but they actually are not Pizels. They're a local shaper called Hayden Surfboards. It's just that the logos look similar. So a lot of the local Filipino competitors are riding his boards, and they look incredible under his feet. You know, we saw Kent just displays such excellent surfing, and I've lost for words, but I compared his boards to the Paisel Ghost, which is one of the best-selling boards in the world, and I thought it was that. So it just shows the amount of love that goes into his shaping, and he's definitely an excellent shaper, and would love to meet him and see a few of his boards. So not
Great
sure
to
if
chat
Daniel's
to
on
him.
them, but yeah, maybe we'll get him in the booth for
That
a
would be
heat one
cool.
day too.
Oh, that was unfortunate for Daniel there. But yeah, wow, that it would be great to talk to him, and I guess about, you know, how he's working with the surfers here. That was unfortunate for White, just losing his board a little bit there. So coming down to 12 and a half minutes to go. That last wave of Roy Kanazawa, best wave of the heat so far, 6.75 for Roy. And he resumes first priority. So he's just really put himself in a solid rhythm out here.
Yeah, I feel like he always looks so composed in all of his heats. Kato, that last wave of 4.75, he's up into second. So I feel like maybe Kato's starting to find his groove out there. But a 4.16 for Daniel will see him up into second, and a 3.86 for Anger. But here goes Kato trying to improve on a 3.15. Kind of stuck in that foam ball lip area. He needs to get something a little bit more out on that open face. It's bowling up on the inside for him. Kind of stamps on the back foot to ride out of that. There's another turn, and this one really hitting the bank nicely for Kato. And it finishes that one off ever so slightly. We'll leave that one in the hands of the judges, because that would be a hard decision to deem ride-outs and non-ride-outs. But here we go. Local guy, Daniel. I'm sure he got some damage done out the back. We'll probably come with a replay for that one, but yeah, things are heating up. 11 and a half minutes to go. Roy looks super composed. Kato's starting to find his groove, but I think it's still anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. 3.86 and a 4.16 are small requirements for Daniel and Anger. You know, and I think there's scores to lock in as well. So we'll see if that kind of changes the situation or not. We can feel behind us that wind starting to pick up and get a little bit stronger. We've got 2 more heats to run towards the back end of today. We will be going up to heat 6. As far as we are aware, there's just under 11 minutes to go in this one. The conditions still look super fun out there. I mean, there's definitely opportunities on offer. 6.75 and a 5.25 for Roy has him in the lead. But, you know, we have had some pretty incredible action today as well. Some 8s and some 7s locked in. Tenchi Iwami got an 8.25.
No, not Tenchi. I can't remember who it was, but it sounds like something Tenchi would do.
Yes.
Because he's extremely talented. They were a bit of a free surfer going left there. That was a really nice end turn. Here we go, Roy Kanazawa. Wow. Just coming off the back of that one, but he just looks so composed and aggressive and graceful all at the same time. I don't know how he does it. I'd love to know. But a 6.75 and a 5.25. We haven't really seen anyone today get 2 scores, like solid, substantial scores to get them through the heat. We've either seen an 8 and a 2 or 2 4s. But, you know, for him to go out there in tricky conditions, not the best conditions we've seen all day, and already lock in a 6.75 and a 5.25 just shows the composed and really impressive competitive surfer that he is.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, you know, Roy feels comfortable out there, and it's exciting to see. 9.5 minutes to go. You can see Kato just waving his arms. There, so 9.5 minutes to go. Anger has first priority though, and I think, you know, he needs that 4.46. So that requirement has increased a little bit because Kato's last wave went into his top 2, 3.75. So Kato slowly, as you said, Jesse, slowly building his house, just getting himself back into this heat.
Yeah, here we go. Roy Kanazawa, he is in the lead. Just a bit of an up and out for that. I feel like he's got even more of a bit of an old school style approach to his surfing, just really smooth, low, dropped back knee, feet a little bit closer together. And I mean, it's working for him. He's super impressive, whether he's got the rashi on or off. But yeah, like you touched on, I do think Kato is building his house. Daniel and Anger not needing much. Anger only needing a 4.46 and Daniel that 4.75. So it's getting super close. Looks like there might even be a free surfer
Whoa.
surfing with them.
How you going there, mate?
Or no, this is the next heat, sorry, sitting wide of the heat that's in the water. So I believe they'll be surfing or sitting closer to the wave known as Quicksilvers. The next wave down is called Jacking Horse, and this is my last heat for the day, and so you might see me on the camera sometime soon out there surfing, but there's plenty of incredible waves. It's such a live coastline when it comes to surf, and I've really enjoyed my time here. I can't wait to come back, and hopefully we get some really great conditions for the rest of the event.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, you know, we've got shorter, I'm pretty sure we've got some shorter periods as well, so we'll see some consistent waves coming through. Nothing too crazy size-wise. I think it's probably around this size for the rest of the time that we're here, but hopefully tomorrow we'll have a nice surprise and wake up to 5 foot, 6 foot barrels pumping.
It was
you know.
actually pumping here maybe last week or maybe the week prior, because our family, Taj Richmond, we saw plenty of footage of him just absolutely ripping out Cloud 9. It's actually what got me so excited to come here, because seeing him out here and the waves and how good it actually was, and knowing that there was more breaks around as well, kind of got me really excited to come here, because it is such a world-class wave, and not only does it produce excellent surfers, it produces beautiful people, and the community has been so welcoming this whole time. So you can see why so many people internationally travel here for the event, and why this is the 27th Siargao International Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. It's, you know, the fact that this event has been running for 27 years is a testament to the people here and the wave as well. You know, so often we see events being held at a wave that's maybe not so great, and then it won't go back there. But, you know, Cloud 9 is, as you said, Jesse, such a world-class wave. There's so many opportunities, and it really allows all of the surfers in this event to just open up and showcase their surfing and their talent. And in the case like Roy Kanazawa, you know, he's just looking really silky smooth out there.
Yeah, here we go, up and riding right on cue. Strong up into the lip, that first turn. And again for a second, but kind of doesn't get projection out in front of the foam, so that's why it looked a little bit hard for him to come down out of that one. But he just looks so impressive. It's a real surprise that we didn't see him on the Challenger Series this year.
Yeah.
I think he's such a incredible surfer. So, I mean, seeing him in India, I believe he got semi-finals in India, and then coming here for 3,000, I'm sure we'll see him over there in Taiwan, the event coming up after this, trying to secure as many points as he can to ensure that he is on the Challenger Series next year. We're about halfway through this year's.
Yeah, well, we start the 2024 season. We started that in July, but live action. White up and riding. Anger is looking solid on his feet here, straight off the bottom into another one. And puts it up there again. So he's looking for a 4.46. He gets a finish for the surfer in white, the Indonesian surfer. And out behind him, Roy, up and riding.
Roy taking to the air and just spins round so quickly and so elegantly off of that one. You can see him smiling. He liked that one. There's 5 minutes to go. He's looking to better a 5.25. Whether the judges will deem that progressive enough to get over that 5.25 range is completely up to them, but I quite liked it. It was really fast and really whippy.
Yeah, I know. He just looks like we saw him do that earlier, and he didn't quite nail the landing. So he just looked hungry to just nail that landing, kind of feel his feet out there, especially on you know, the lineup spots and where to sit and what the wave's doing. So we'll have another look at this wave for white.
Yeah, Anger really just ripping into that first turn, and again there, so this is definitely his best wave for him, I'd say. That third turn was so aggressive, and he just kind of rages through that pocket and then gets a finishing turn, so only needed a 4.16. However, that is only now after that last wave locked in at a 4.35, so definitely doable. If I was Kato, I'd be looking over my shoulder right now thinking I need to get another wave under my belt, because Anger is hot on my heels. Daniel Eswajon, a 4.75, waving the flag for the Philippines. He's got 3 minutes 50 seconds to do it. Very, very achievable scores for both white and green. And for Kato to take Roy, he needs a 7.25. But there we go. That's that Quicksilver's peak we were talking about. A little grummy on the inside. we might see him competing in this event one day soon as well.
I'm sure we will. There's so many young surfers that are such a talent here from the Philippines, especially in Siargao, and with waves like Cloud9 and, as you mentioned before, the wave just a little bit further down the peak, Quicksilvers, you know, there's plenty of opportunity to better yourself as a surfer and spend time out here in the water. So coming down to 3 minutes to go though in this heat, and as you said, Kato is, you know, he's not safe right now. Anga and Daniel only need 4s, and Daniel having a solid look at this one.
Yeah, this is a good looking wave for the Filipino. So strong first carve. This is what got him through the heat this morning. And again there for a second, this one doubling up on the inside. He's going to rip back to the pocket again, looking for a bit more open face. We'll come back to him now. He's just pulling off that one, so not sure what he got done on that inside, but 3 pretty strong carves out the start. Whether the judges will pay carves or not, I'm not sure, but we saw him make the heat this morning, not for barrels, but for turns like that.
Yeah, that was really solid surfing there for Daniel. I think that wave locked in nice and quickly at a 3.3. So he's still looking for that 4.75, unless he may have another score. I've probably jumped the gun. But we're coming down to 2 minutes, and Kaito now has first priority. Roy Kanazawa, though, flying down the line. Whoa!
Ooh. That would have been really impressive if he had a landed that. As we're sitting here, we're feeling that wind pick up even more. It's kind of blowing directly into us. Conditions getting a little bit harder. Here we go, Daniel on the inside looking for a 4.75. Nice first turn. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough for him. He needs to get out there and find a little bit more open face. Kato is sitting very nervously right now. Maybe he's trying to keep his priority over white and green, just to make sure that if push comes to shove, he can take a wave with them in the dying seconds. But I definitely would look at building my scoreline right now if white and green are catching as many waves as they are.
Yeah, he's definitely staying composed where he is at that moment. And white, having a look at this one, needs a 4.16, Jessie.
Yeah, and he's looking like he's going to take to the air. Brings that one around. Not sure. I'm not good when it comes to airs, whether or not they'll be the score or not, but he's ticking all the boxes he has to tick to make sure he gets those scores. Going for the harder move, you know, even when he knows that if he just banked 2 turns, it probably would have been the score. But to go for a progressive maneuver is risky, but risk versus reward, will it pay off?
Yeah, I was just about to say that, risk versus reward. Will he get the score? A 4.16 is not a big requirement, but I guess it just depends on, you know, the technicality of that score. Looks like he came in at a 3.05, so it wasn't enough. He still needs a 4.16. Current heat leader Roy, just a bit of a victory lap here, and Kaito is breathing a sigh of relief, but I just saw Daniel Espion having a paddle out behind him. What's he got on this wave, Jessie?
Believe that might have been his second turn. There we go, gets a third snap in. Looking to go a bit more to work now. Hoping this one stands up on the inside to finish it off. There's another snap. And again, so it needs a 4.75, just shy of a 5-point ride. Not sure. I don't, depends if he got a turn out the back or not. But he did everything he had to do to make sure that he would get that score. So we will find out shortly. We are going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the round of 64, Heat 5.
And welcome back to the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We have just started the round of 64, heat number 5. In the red, Joe Azuchi. In the blue, Jayard Alciso. In the white is Alan Derecho. And in the green, we have Christian Arakil as well. We saw Roy Kanazawa and Keito Kurokawa take out or move through to the next round from that last heat. That was a great heat. Roy was just looking really on point. I'm True Starling, joined in the booth with Mark Clift. And Mark, did you see anything special out there?
I saw a lot of numbers on the scoreboard. At the end of it, looked like a lot of ways ridden, but I know Joe pretty well. I see a lot of him, Roy, surfing a lot through the Asian series. Doesn't surprise me that he's progressed, but once again, Team Japan do the 1-2, and the Japanese juggernaut just roll on through the draw. So I didn't see a lot of that heat, but I know Roy is a quality act.
Yeah, that he is. And speaking of Roy, looks like he's already down there for an interview with Jerry. Take it away.
Okay, here I am with our last heat winner, Roy Kanizawa. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Tough conditions out there, really windy now, a little bit choppy, but your strategy was good. What was your plan?
Relax and just having fun.
Well, it looked like you were really having fun out there. You have a lot of stickers on your surfboard. Would you like to thank your sponsors?
Japanese okay?
Yeah.
今日も応援ありがとうございました。次も明日なんで明日頑張ります。
Okay, I look forward to seeing you coming up in the next rounds. Hopefully less wind, bigger waves, and we get to see more of your surfing. I can't wait to see you in the next heat.
Thank you so much. ありがとう。
Arigatou gozaimasu, and back to you in the booth.
Thank you so much.
That was John Carby.
Yeah, John.
Doing his best Jerry Deegan impersonation.
I know, yes. Well, John and Roy having a good chat there. Roy is a great human being, very humble. Lets his surfing do the talking, really.
A lot of the Japanese are like that. They're quiet achievers, and they just go about their business and put a rashi on them, and they're just deadly. And that theme has been continued. Joe Azuchi on his last wave, but that was green. Christian Araquil, local campaigner. Alan Derecho, I know Alan did a judging course together in December, so he's a big-time team player down here. Trying to get his judging credentials up and help progress Filipino surfing.
Amazing.
There's a lot of people that are into doing that. A lot of the older boys. It's really cool. Jayward.
Yeah, Jayward a little bit caught behind on this one. Hopefully he can make it around it, but unfortunately just a little bit too deep there. That first wave for Christian, a 2.6, and scores to lock in for that first wave for Joe as well. There it is, a 4 straight off the bat. So Joe, the lone Japanese surfer in this heat, surrounded by some Philippine surfers who are probably from this area and know this wave pretty well. So.
Yeah, and you know, they've been waiting eagerly all day. It's now 4:15 for their opportunity, and here it is. 21 minutes remaining, second last heat of the day. We'll wrap things up at the end of heat 6, everybody online. We'll get a call out to you before the end of play today as to what time we can expect a call made tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I guess, you know, we have to battle that lower tide. The waves don't really offer too much. We'll get back to that, though, because this is live action. Christian Araquil up and riding. Just one big jam there. Solid stuff, and then I thought he was almost going to get a little rebound on that left, but like that single turn for Christian.
Yep, took off quite deep. Blue now is Jayard. Nice tidy swack off the top on a mini wave, and a little boggy there at the end. Can't quite, well he does. He pats the dog and gets back in front of the foamy stuff, so he'll get a little bit of credit for that last mini move. But the judges have sent clear messages all day. Those scrappy little inside waves, you might as well realistically leave them alone. A 2.25 coming in for Jayard there, and that's what the judges are saying. So if you're a switched-on competitor and you're hearing that sort of news all day, you probably leave those things alone, really.
Yeah, honestly,
Here he goes
I
again.
agree. So Christian.
Oi.
Whoa, my goodness, I was not expecting that.
He's got all those crappy little waves you're talking about.
Yeah.
They still have air sections.
Yeah.
All right, Christian, I agree. They do have air sections.
Yeah, he's going, I can do that. I can turn a 2 into a 4.
Well,
but we'll see. We'll see what that wave
That's a 3.
works in as.
Turned it into a 3.
Yeah, so last of green for Christian, as you said, that 3-point ride. So slowly but surely increasing his lead, but Joe Azuchi is definitely one to watch. Has the best wave of the heat so far, that 4.
And back to what we were talking about the smaller stuff and the message the judges are sending. When I chatted with Kenta on my post-heat interview, he was quite honest. I asked him about that wave. He got an 8.25. I asked him about that wave, and he elaborated a little bit. Then he said, and it was like on a big wave, yeah? And he looked at me, and I went, of course it was a set wave. So he knew the theory, and
yeah,
that was where the 8.25 comes from. Nice little pop off his little air effort there. So well done, Christian. Sure he does that all day long when it's a little onshore out here.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go. This is Jayard just using that sharp eye the whole length of his board there, just really trying to finish this one off, get a solid connection. Another nice solid wrap, just driving through. And wow, I'd love to see him on a bigger wave to really see that surfing kind of on a couple more technical or critical sections.
Here goes Alan Duresho. He's got the wider board, the goofy footer. One of the sort of veteran campaigners getting around here and just putting together not a bad starting wave, but I did like what JR did on that smaller wave. It is probably time now to switch gears and realise, okay, done that 3 or 4 times. The judges are saying they want to see more. They're only throwing, low numbers at him, but he's a good surfer. So, settle on the overfroth now, JR. Get out there and use these next 17 minutes a little wiser and just be a bit more patient, and he's going to get some big numbers for sure.
Yeah, totally. He just needs to let his surfing do the talking. That last wave of 3.5. So JR goes into the lead, but we'll see what Joe Azuchi can come back with. He's gone down into third. He has a 4 and a 1.6, and he's needing a 1.6, sorry. And Alan, his first wave was a 2.7. He needs that 2.91 to go up to second.
You can see Alan there. Well, he's not on screen at the moment. That is in the green, Christian and Joe right out there on the peak, being patient. They both got first and second priority. Comes Blue into the picture now, JR, who's just got the lead off his last effort, just the 3.50. So low scoring affair at this stage. Plenty of time on the clock. That's not an issue. It's time for everyone now to start getting more than busy and start to really build a solid campaign for a first or second.
Yeah, absolutely. We're coming down to that halfway mark. I feel like, you really want to try and get some good scores on the board and have somewhat of a foundation in your scoreline. But, I feel like it's been a little bit quiet to start this heat off in regards to the sets and those better looking waves.
So if the ocean goes a little flat and gets a little skunky, maybe that little frothing move there at the start by Blue and Green may pay off. So we've kind of dissed what they've done a little bit, but it could come back to bite us, and they could go, well, there you go, got all my scores early and got an early lead and got through. So
yeah, for sure.
Here he goes again.
Wow, Christian.
Wave number 6 already. Boom. Little frother. One of those little juniors that when you'd be having a free surf, he'd be out there getting a million waves, because that to me looks like the sort of guy he is. Here he goes now, having a lot of fun.
Yeah, that is. He's probably stoked to be out there competing and spending time in the ocean. It's why we do it, really.
Yeah, with only 3 others. He's just a wave catching machine. So wave number 6 locking in inside 9.5 minutes. He's got some pretty slick little moves, but he's just doing them on the little mini-me waves. A 2.40. The judges are telling him, get something bigger, young man. He's holding down a second spot though, so the lead is minimal, even though for this fella, here goes Joe.
Oh, solid first carve there for Joe. Rips it around again for another one and might even find a steeper section. He almost buries the nose there. Oh, wow, he does. He can't really quite ride out. I almost thought that he'd redeemed himself. But then this is JR on a bigger looking wave than what we saw him before. Gets a float there and unfortunately comes off the back. But nonetheless, hopefully he got a bit of damage done out the back.
Joe straight back to first place for me. Just the pedigree surfing compared to what we're seeing from Blue and Green is just a step up.
Yep.
The judges will definitely notice that, and Joe's doing it on slightly better waves. So it'll be a no-brainer. Joe into the lead. Green and blue will be duking it out for second spot at this stage. And Alan, my man in the white, needs to regroup and reel in a couple of these young tackers. He needs a 2.91 at this stage, but that may change once Joe's number drops.
Yeah, I think regardless, Joe will go to the lead. To get to the lead, he only needs a 1.76 or a 1.75 really to go up to first, and he's definitely got that. And I think he'll add a little bit of pepper to it as well. This is Christian. Goes to the air again. Wow, getting that rotation and almost rode out.
Well, wave number 7 is a machine. He's having a ball out there. He's look, for the waves he's catching, he's making the most of his chances. You know, it's just, if it was a 1 foot day, he'd be killing it. It's unfortunately a 2 and a bit foot day when the sets come, but he's eyeballing every ramp and he's putting in some good solid rail work. But yeah, if it was half the size, he'd be winning and be the real threat.
Yeah, absolutely. So you definitely get some height on those airs though, but that last wave of Joe Azuchi, 4.35, so Joe goes into first, which no surprises there, and then Jayard down into second, that last wave of Jayard, a 3.6, so he'd be loving to hear that. That's his best wave of the heat so far. Christian now needs a 4.1, and White needs a 4.4. Joe Azuchi.
This is the wave of the heat again, everybody. You can see where a lot of the points came from. That first real savage gaff right in the pocket. Really strong sort of, well, kind of muffed the finish a little bit, but got most of the work done early.
Yeah, so Jayard currently sitting in second, draws that first carve out, brings it around again. Unfortunately doesn't quite get another connection here, and then Joe just kicks out of that one. Doesn't really see much opportunity on the back end of that wave.
No, wise choice. Anyway, that's half a heat done. We've had, a lot of waves ridden and most of them in the green column, but he's got a little bit of work to do, Christian. Into third spot, half-time heat number 5. Second last heat of the day, everyone. Christian now needs a 4.1 to get up into a qualifying spot, and Alan's been a little bit sleepy on his wave count and his manoeuvres. Needing a 4.4 is the surfer in white.
Yeah, White, as you said, he's been quiet, but I feel like if we see him, just to the right of screen there, that's Christian. He needs a 4.1. So we're just catching up with him pretty much now. Another carve there for the surfer in green. What's he got for the rest of this wave? Puts it straight up for a finish. Doesn't quite get it. I'm going to say he doesn't get it. Definitely not. But we'll see what he did out the back there. Maybe got a bit of damage done to challenge for that 4.1.
He's obviously a young dude. I'm sure he's got a lot of his mates down here watching, and they'll be quietly chuffed that he's not overawed. He's competing quite well for a young guy. He's definitely got some little moves going on. He's got a bit of an air game. He's already got 9 waves. I think his last wave just came into 2.9. It did. So the busiest surfer on the planet that we've seen today is the man in green. He's still got 11 minutes to go. My God.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Jayard really, once again, draws out a beautiful... Oh, sorry. I keep giving you the curse there, buddy.
Look, he's a good surfer. Mark my words, he just keeps making an error every wave. If he could just tidy up the little slip-offs, he's got good speed and he knows how to use it well. He keeps falling on every single ride.
Yeah.
So just tidy that up, young man, and he'll be a solid, contender to get through this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. He just needs to, as you said, maybe finish a wave and kind of get back on his feet before he makes it a little bit harder for himself, because Christian and Alan
they're not out of the picture. They're pretty close. You're right. Yeah, good point. Neither of them need much. They're all chasing, mid-4s to get him. He's just got a pair of sort of mid-3s. So the judges are telling him, we sort of like what you're doing, but just tidy it up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even Joe hasn't really put too many runs on the board. He's done some solid surfing, but even Joe's caught a couple of little rails on his 4s, on his scoring rides. So Joe could actually tidy up a little bit, but he's probably feeling not much pressure based on the other numbers he's hearing.
Yeah, totally. Sometimes you can feel pressure if you, this is Alan. Just getting another wave here. Will he make it around this one to try and get that 4.4 that he's requiring? Unfortunately, just a little bit too far behind for Alan, so he'll have to regroup and get back out the back and go back into that priority rotation.
Yep, he's still got 9 minutes, so it's still not out of the equation either. They've just got a really good wave from either blue, green or white could totally snaffle second spot here. They've just got to get it together once to convincingly move into second. They've all got a little touch of the fumbles. They've all got something to like, but just fumbling their way through heat number 5. Joe, I feel like there's another gear to go for Joe, so I expect he'll finish with a blast because he'll know he hasn't put the heat together that he wants. So I expect Red to do something big. He also has priority. So yeah, watch this space for the man in red.
Yeah, especially in these seeding rounds as well. Sometimes you can have that little bit of pressure, but he seems to be holding it well. And whoa!
Boy, that's what we were waiting for.
That was better looking stuff there from
Finish his wave,
Jayard.
Just stay on your feet.
Oh.
There we go. We're waiting for someone to do something, and he's done something. Bang.
Wow.
Yes, I'm going to put my hand together. Well done, young man. What did he need to go to first? A 4.75. Boom.
Yeah, I reckon he's got that for Jayard. That was really committed surfing there.
Done out the back, first section, on a bigger wave. Nice work. Alan, what has he got?
So, gets a little bit caught off the back of that one. And then Christian as well goes to the air. Oh my gosh, almost made that. Almost.
He probably heard the commentary coming out of the tower and went, what, Jayard's gone nuts. I'm going to boost.
Yeah, yeah.
And he went bigger. He just didn't land it.
Yeah, he was pretty close to landing it as well. Just
Here goes
kind
Joe.
of-
Look, now he's probably ruffled. He wants in on some mag. Oh, this heat's come to life now, True.
Wow.
Joe's done his best move. Jayard's done his best move. Look at the body language now coming out of Joe Azuchi. He's probably realised there's a challenge coming, and he's answering the challenge. That was sick.
Yeah, that was. It was really great surfing from Joe. I liked that first turn and how hard and fast it was. But, that wave from Jayard, I feel
I'd
like...
love to see it again.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to challenge for the lead.
Yeah, I'd love to see Blues wave again, and I'd love to see Reds.
Well, just under 7 minutes to go in this heat. We have some pretty important scores to lock
Yep.
in to determine the leaderboard here, whether blue will go into first or if red will solidify it.
I think they both get their best numbers. A 5 for Jayard, his best. I think Joe's best number's about to drop. It's probably going to be a little better than Jayard's. Oh my goodness. Thanks, boys. Right on cue. We're asking for someone to do something, and red and blue just stepped it up.
Yeah, JR just takes to the sky and gets a couple of turns after it as well, just to finish tying off the bow. And then Christian, unfortunately just slipping off on that one and out the back. Alan having a look.
All right, Alan on his backhand now. Oops, kind of holds on there. He's not looking that convincing. Another little mini schwack. He's got a bumpy wave here. He sort of puts his best surfing together on that wave right there. So Alan was in fourth. His better ride to that point was a 2.7. So I think he's improved his 2-wave total and his requirement. Still looking for Red's number to drop to confirm the leader, and it's about to come through as the best wave of the heat. Jayard put together a 5 for his air. A tidy bit of variety there from Joe Azuchi, a 5.75, and some power and really strong rail work all in the one turn. Well done, Joe, for a worthy lead. 5.75 and a 4.35 now for Joe. And here he goes.
Yeah, so Joe straight up and at it. Wow, straight into that lip there. And again for another one. Joe just firing up here. He was able to tell that Jayard was, coming back a little bit stronger. And Joe's going, I do not want to be in second place. But unfortunately coming off the back, but I feel like he got some damage done out the back with those first few turns.
Oh man, that first turn was to die for. Joe, as we were alluding to, we knew he had another gear, and he's starting to press the clutch and get that gear going on. It was such a sick first move. So let's hope we get to see a replay of that again, because his bottom turn, top turn combo is as good as anyone's. If he gets that right bowl, he takes that chance and takes a risk every time. I really liked it. Well done, Joe.
Yeah, Joe just putting on a show for
There you go.
the second last
I like
heat.
what you did there. Here it is again. So let's just have a look at this first turn. Crunch right in the pocket. The head judge is going to love that. Second turn again. You know, there was no downtime there. That was just pure, you know, flow. He got a little caught there, but hell, the first two turns is 95% of that score.
Well, live action Christian almost got a little cover up there, but that wave not really cooperating. Little slash, brings it around for another one, and this wave doesn't offer really too much more. And Alan out behind him, just having fun out there.
He kind of is, you know. His board's just not allowing him to go vertical, so he's got these little out and back slashes going on. He started to compete a little better at the back end of this heat, but I think the moment's gone, really.
Whoa.
There we go. JR's brought his air game again.
I feel like he's just got those on lock for JR. Maybe even gets a little bit of a bonus section here. We'll see what he can do. I mean,
Surfing to the tower.
Wow, that was next level from JR, just leaping to the sky with just about 3 minutes to go in this heat, so we'll see where it locks in. Christian needs that 5.6 and Alan looking for that 5.9. But now that last wave of Jayard, a 4.5, so Christian needs a 6.5 now, and Alan looking for that 6.8.
And look at Christian, 11 waves. He's making the most of his entry fee. He's catching as many waves as he can. He's still in third. He needs a 6.5. Has he got it in him? Has he got a 6.5 in him to challenge his buddy Jayard? Jayard's slick airs are the difference here. He fumbled around for like 7 waves in a row and then stuck 2, and all of a sudden he's got a 9.5 2-wave total. So a worthy second place, but this man in red is a quality act. You can see he's really starting to loosen up in the back end of this heat now. He's got a pair of 5.75s. So his second and third last waves have been his big scorers.
Yeah, I was like, that was a solid turn there from Joe. He just brought his tail around a little bit too much. He probably could have released a bit earlier, but I mean, he's been putting on a great show this whole heat.
Yep, he's just about got better every ride, so he's surfing a really smart heat here. If we remember back about 10 minutes ago, he was leading the heat on a pair of 4s, and you knew he didn't like that scoreline.
Yes.
He's now got a pair of high 5s, so job well done. Wave number 12 for the man in green, the Grom in green.
Well, that wave not really eventuating too much for Christian. 1 minute 45 seconds to go. Will we see a situation change between second, third and fourth? We'll find out in the next pretty much 90 seconds, but Joe Azuchi is looking pretty in the lead with those pair of 5.75s. Alan out the back, up and over this one. Looking a little bit feisty on this wave.
I like your call.
Out behind him, JR just coming unstuck there.
Up and down for JR. He's on 11 waves now, so the Groms are just frothing out here in heat number 5. One of them's going to get through, and I think it's JR.
Yeah, he's put on a great show this heat. That 5-point ride was great to watch. Getting into the sky on the start of that one.
Alan Derecho, after a slow start, he's sort of made somewhat of an improvement on his surfing act and showing us that he's a good surfer. He's got a few more years on some of these boys, but, you know, I'm still liking that he's fought back hard. Wave number 13, I do believe, for a young fella here it is.
Yeah, well, Christian just, as he said, making the most of his time out there. Wow, really drawing out that his rail work there on that last turn. So Christian having a bit of fun. 30 seconds to go. Will he go back out the back for another opportunity? He's kind of like, I don't really know what to do.
We're probably going to have to drag him out of the water. He's such a little frother. He probably doesn't even want to come in. 13 waves, my goodness.
Well, Joe Azuchi out the back. Solid roundhouse to start off.
My
wow.
Goodness, what an act.
Straight up into it for Joe Azuchi. He has been on point for this whole heat. Just a bit of a victory lap there for the Japanese surfer.
Yep. And I reckon there's a lot more to come from Joe Azuchi throughout this event. He is a dangerous surfer, trust me. I reckon he's a real dark horse looking at that performance. So remember that name, everybody. Joe Azuchi into the round of 32.
Well, don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a quick break, but we'll be right back with the round of 64, heat number 6.
All right.
Stoked to be here. We've got a pretty international flavour to this heat. We've got 2 Filipinos, a Japanese surfer, and one from the Basque Country by the looks of things.
Yep, final heat of the day, Justin Majex. It's been a big day, mate. You know, myself, Mark Clift, the Starling girls, yourself. We've had a great first day, and we've seen a pretty polished performance that last heat from Joe Azuchi.
Yep.
And some slick work from the Grom in J-Yard, popping a couple of nice airs to make his way through to the round of 32. This heat here for me, looking through the draw, I really like this man in blue, the man in, blue, Filmar.
Oh, put the mockers on him.
Yep, once Filmar winds up, he's a big-time player here at Cloud 9. He's one of the bosses out in the lineup on any given day. He has won a QS event before in Sumbawa a bunch of years ago, and I was there watching him get tubed off his brain to take that victory. So he was pre-John Mark Tokong sort of doing his thing. He was the man. So Filmar, kudos. The boys out there in red, white and green are going to have to pay this man a bit of respect, because if he gets the right waves, watch out.
100%.
Who else we got in the heat, mate?
We've got Takumi Yasoi. We've got Enko Marino Zalea. And we've got Mark Kent Hukei from the Philippines. So this is our Japanese surfer, and for me they've been really the standouts of day number 1. Just precision just on their turns, and I guess in this sort of smaller stuff, they're definitely getting the job done. They've sort of held down the red and the white rash vest in the last couple of heats, and have looked really, really impressive.
Super correct, mate. Loving what Team Japan are bringing, tidy and ripping their way through the round of 64. But I think we are going to hear from the winner of the last heat, Joe Azuchi. I'm not sure who's going to do it. It's either John Carby or Jerry Deegan. Boys?
So your plan was to wait for the bigger waves and choose good ones?
Yeah, big wave is good, yeah.
Okay, you've been here for a few days now. When did you come here?
Second time.
Yeah, you've been here twice now. You've also been on the Challenger Series. You were in Belito, Huntington, and where else?
Challenger Series is Africa and Portugal.
Ah, nice. How was that? You learned good experience, and it shows in the water out there.
Yeah, next year Challenger Series, yeah.
Have you got any sponsors or family you'd like to thank? Nihongo is okay?
明日もっといいライディングして勝ち上がるんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, look like Joe, you were just warming up out there. I can't wait to see you in the next round. Good luck and get out there. Yeah. Back to you guys, back in the booth. Thank you.
Well, unreal. Thanks, John. Having a chat there with Joe Azuchi. Meanwhile, this heat rolls on. It is green, so Mark Kent Huche busting the fins out a couple of times and rides out of that move. So pretty tidy surfing. Who we got here, mate?
Yeah, this is Enko, on the backhand. Pretty sure we had a free surf with him on our opening day. He was
Eneko, I think that is.
Oh, yeah.
Eneko Marino Zalai.
Yep.
We'll roll with that.
Yep.
Probably butchered it, but pretty sharp.
Yeah.
I really like that.
And this is one of the local heroes, Filmar Alapeo. Is definitely a standout when it gets a bit bigger out here, but wow, he's lightning fast and throwing buckets on his second scoring wave there.
The good thing is the judges will have a clear comparison there as to what Eneko did as well. They've just watched 2 backhanders teeing off, putting the board above the lip a number of times. They'll compare those rides and try and separate a number. I really like what Eneko did on probably a bigger wave.
Yep. And
probably had a little more flow through his moves. Filmar's numbers coming in. It's in at just a 3.75. This is the replay of Filmar. Geez, he did well to hang on there.
He did. He crunched the first section, but really got a bit caught up at the bottom of the wave. And yeah, just trying to build a bit of momentum. So the 3.75 backs up his 4.25 to give him an early lead. But the best number sits in the red column, a 6.25 for Takumi.
And Neko's put together a 5 for that backhand surfing as well. So the judges lent in his favour. I think just a couple little mini bogs there by Philmar might have cost him a number. But, geez, he did really good to hold on to that first hit. I thought he was gone. Anyway, it is Philmar Alapeo in the lead. His 2 numbers aren't very high. I'm liking Takumi 625 is stacking up really well. He's only got 1 number, but he's in second. There he is out there in the red. Japanese surfers have come to play, mate. They've been going hard all through this round. And even the 5 from Eneko is probably going to hold him in good stead come the end of this heat.
Yeah, we've definitely seen at least the wind back off. It was sort of white capping a little bit only a few heats ago. It looks to be doing, definitely not glassing off, but it has eased since a few heats ago. And as the final heat of the day...
That's a WA glass off, Justin.
It is a WA glass off. Yep. Well, it's definitely lighter than it was before. I'll give it that much.
Yeah, it has pegged back, which is good news for these surfers in the last heat of the day and for everybody online. Thanks for being with us today. I hope you've enjoyed what you've seen. We did wait for most of the day to get to this point, starting at 11:30, which is probably going to be a similar theme tomorrow. Justin, the call has gone out that we'll let you all know at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning exactly what time we'll start to Moz, but I'm thinking it'll either be 11:30 or 12, but no need to get up early and switch on.
No.
11 o'clock call tomorrow morning.
Gives us a little sleep in or an opportunity to, I don't know, save us some caffeine or go for a paddle.
Go for a paddle, I think.
Yep, done, 100%.
Both, and some caffeine.
Oh, yes.
That's a must-do. Here goes Kent. So
Yeah.
wave number 2 for the surfer from the UK. Grinding away now. Haven't seen too many boules in the event. Too many Westerners. Backhand looking pretty good. Up and down, bit of zigzagging. That'll be his second number. It'll take him straight into second. Might even take him to first.
Yeah, quite possibly. So
I think it will.
Didn't need too much, and it's put him right there, a flat 3.0. Gives him the lead on the strength of the 5.0.
Oops, bit of bogginess going on for surfer in green. Mark Kent. Huchao. Huche.
So people might be asking why we're making a call at 11. The tides are just a little bit low in the morning to get anything underway, but we saw really good conditions throughout the later morning and all through this afternoon. The winds have eased in this final heat of the day, and looks like an 11 o'clock call for a potential 11:30 start, as you said, Mark, but hopefully a touch more swell, but we've had a really good day. Day one, 14 heats done and dusted.
14 heats. I think we had 64-ish or something to get through as a total in 6 days. So in the remaining 5 days, we'll have 50-odd. So well played today, gentlemen, the organisers. Here goes the 5-point ride from Eneko. Sorry, the 3-point ride, I think.
Yeah, and if he'd ridden out of that one, he would have been on his way to a touch better number, but right now he'd be happy to be holding down first.
Here he is in the background, just dropping into wave number 3. The Basque country, I've just heard the beach announcers suggest.
Yep, that is a pretty part of the world with some amazing waves. So the EUK doesn't really sound like Basque, but that is where he's from, and bringing a little bit of spice, and the only surfer from that region here representing his country. So
apart from James and John, I think he's the first tourist we've seen, or the first Westerner we've seen, apart from those two as well. So, you know, it is open to those people, but you just can't take the points with you if that's what you're here to do, and it's being just an Asian sanctioned event, the Asian region. So these guys can enter if there's spots available, but no points. So this is what Takumi did on his last wave. So it turns into the wave of the heat. It's a 6.25. Oops, he got a little hung up there, and I saw him give his mate the sort of double shucker thing going on. So I think he had a little laugh at himself at the end of that wave. But 6.25, not too shabby, mate. 2 highest numbers now, straight to first.
Yep. Continuing the rich vein of form the Japanese surfers have had here in the round of 64.
And they're just getting started, I reckon, mate. These guys, when the pressure's on, I have seen them respond really well. So it makes for deadly reading for the surfers once we get to round of 32 and beyond that. These fellas that are putting their first appearances together in round of 64 here, I really think once it's time to step it up again, I think they really can.
They've got another gear,
I reckon.
Definitely looking forward to seeing the rest of our seeded surfers in the remainder of this. As we've said, a call at 11 a.m. tomorrow. We'll let you know what's going on from there on in. But right now, pretty much just tick past the halfway heat of the final heat of the day. And this is a replay. The last of Philmars doesn't go into his top two.
Whoa. Boom. Stop it. That's why it didn't go into his top two. Jeez, had he landed that second move. But you can see he's flashy and he's quality. Just got to stick a wave and get perhaps a little bit more of a stretched out wave. And he's finding waves that are kind of hard to surf.
Yep.
So he goes white now.
Yeah, so our surfer from the Basque Country throws it up there, but just met the lip as it was on its way down. Threw him off his board and won't improve his situation. But I'm pretty sure that Philmar was a semi-finalist here last year, reading through our notes.
He was, yep, equal third. So he's got a little bit to live up to, and he'll be a bit disappointed with his scoreline right now. I mean, you can see how good he is. He's just hasn't picked the easier right-paced sort of waves to really get his groove on. When it's barreling, mate, his backhand tube riding is to die for, seriously.
Yep.
And green now, Mark Kent trying to drag himself out of fourth, but you've got to stay on your board to impress the judges. He goes deep is Philmar.
Yeah, nice first turn there. It's a shorter wave, so he's going to try and stick as much into this as he possibly can. Looking for an inside connect, but unfortunately unable to do so.
Looks like he's part of the Fizzler team as well, mate. Oh, Joe's going to get a barrel here. Sorry,
Oh.
Takumi. Right in Philmar's face.
He won't like that.
So Takumi going from strength to strength. That was a really good wave. Still going. Look at this razor sharp rail work, mate. Boom.
Yep, and White now. This is the back end of his wave. We didn't get to see the start, but really looking forward to seeing the replay of Reds, because I think that's going to push up into the good to very good range, in my opinion.
Solid tube. Haven't seen a tube for a while.
No.
Plus some rail work.
Wasn't a massive wave, but
Philmar will still be wiping the spray out of his eyes.
just checking all his toes are still there as well. Got very close, but
either way, a good surfer's going to dip out here.
Yep.
Philmar and Echo and Takumi are all showing there's a lot to like. The backhanders are vying for second spot at this stage. Takumi is starting to run away with this once that next score drops. He's only ridden 3 waves. We're waiting on his tube slash wave number 3, to see the improvement it does on first. I think it's going to.
Well, here it is. Smaller wave, but did very well to tuck into that tube.
Boom. How's that? Have a bit of that, Philmar, he says.
And this is Aneko's last, maybe that was his second to last wave.
All right, the judges didn't appreciate the spray in the face of Philmar, so they've deducted him down to a 4.45. But it was a nice barrel, like you're saying, probably a smaller wave at the end of things without a lot of quality after it, but it was a good tube.
Yeah.
Well done, Takumi. Throwing away a 4.45.
So just under 9 minutes, and a 4.60 does strengthen second position for our surfer from the Basque Country in the white rash vest. This is your current heat leader, up and riding. Oh, absolutely leaned into that thing. Chucked as much back foot as he had into it, but the wave just didn't have enough push to stand him back up.
Realistically, not the sort of wave he's chasing when you've already got sort of 3 pretty good rides. A little bit of a wave choice issue right there at that moment for Takumi, but hey, he's in the lead. You can do what you want, no worries.
Yep.
But it was a pretty ordinary wave. Probably just saw that one section, thought I'm just going to hack it, see what happens. Mark Kent, Hooche, he got a little barrel too, nice. He's got a little layback going on as well. A little slash right in the pocket. probably going to turn into his better ride.
It is, for sure.
Yep, there we go. He'll be happy with that. His best wave was only a 2.7, so for sure his best.
This is Filmar now, really looking to connect the dots. Little slap there, I don't know, in happiness or frustration,
No,
maybe a
I
bit of
reckon
both.
we missed the start of the wave.
Yep.
So something else happened before we clocked onto those last two moves. And you can see by the way he's paddling out, he's pumped, gave himself a little G up at the end of the wave. So I think something good happened. He needs a 5.35 to go to second.
I know a lot of people down there supporting him. There's
For sure, man. He's a big player out here.
So this was the last of greens, and it's just locked in at a 3.10. That's his best number.
Oh, that's what happened. That's why he gave himself a fist pump.
Yeah.
Told you he was a good tube rider,
Yep.
Jado. Oh, that's a sick wave.
Yeah.
Great start, great finish. Look at that. Boom, he knows it.
Yep. So
He'll go to second for sure.
yeah.
Oh, judges are denying him second. No, they put him into second, just.
He needed a 5.35, and he gets a 5.55. So by the skin of his teeth, he moves into second spot, but he'll be feeling confident after that one. That's a good score in this afternoon's conditions, and he just needs to find something similar to that to creep a little bit further ahead of our surfer in white, who currently holds first priority. So an echo.
Yep, he's a danger. He's a real threat here to Filmar. Filmar will be happy he's now in second, but he won't be comfortable there because this fella here got a pretty razor-sharp backhand. He gets the right pockety sort of waves. He just goes upside down, mate. Some real tidy work going on here for an echo.
And this one's given him plenty of opportunity. Looking to improve on a 4.60. Requirement is pretty much right between his two scoring waves. He's got a 5 and a 4.6. He needs a 4.81 to regain second position with just under 6 minutes on the clock. So
It may happen because there was a lot of work done there.
this is a great heat to wrap up day number one here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup, the 27th instalment of this iconic event, and started back in 1994, and I think the place is just absolutely booming. It's a real...
Filmar's on the hunt. Let's stay with the live action if you don't mind, Jado. Got a lot of speed. Has he got an air game? What the?
No
Stop it! Ladies and gentlemen, you can see what that means to Filmar. That was the craziest move I've seen all day.
Wow.
Shake your hand, Justin.
Thank you. I was here with it.
That was mental. My goodness. I don't think I've seen one of them live in a surfing tournament ever.
So that's a rodeo flip. That's
my God.
That's a rotation with a bit of a twist in it. So where are the judges going to go with that? Because
I think they have to send a message and go, that was the riskiest, gnarliest, craziest thing I've seen all day. They've got to go big on that, surely.
Get near a screen because the replay here...
Anyone online, if you heard what we just went through, watch this again.
A 9.50 has locked
Thank you very
in.
much. Let's see that again, please, production team. I want to see it 3 more times. Let's slow-mo it.
Yeah, let's really slow the pace of
Let's
this
put
down.
that. You better write that on our highlight reel, mate. I'll watch White here.
Okay.
Because it's now between him and Takumi for second. So Takumi surfed a great heat, but he's under threat now. Sit down, Tim Hayne, and watch this. Here it is again. Everybody, watch this. Come on. Doom, stop it. Look at him. There we go. I salute you, Filmar Alapeo.
We should be bowing to him. He shouldn't be bowing in his claim.
Let's slow-mo it. Boom, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. That was just super high risk. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Straight into a claim.
Oh, this angle's going to be cool. The drone angle. Here he goes, drives off the bottom, spots the section, and just throws it upside down and back to front.
You know what, Jado? That is going to be on the highlight reel forever and ever and ever.
Oh, my goodness.
Even though it's a small day here and it's, you know, for sure, dead set, red-hot highlight out of all the 27 Siargao Cups. That's up there with some of the best stuff I've seen. Manoeuvre-wise, that was just mental. I'm going to shake his hand when I see him later on. Might even buy him a coconut.
Oh, he deserves 9 of them. 9.5 of them, in my opinion.
So he was languishing. Look at his scoreboard. He was languishing behind red and white for ages.
Yep.
Got back in with a sniff with his 5.55 and then threw down a 9.50. So you could see that he was just heating up. He was not happy with his performance or his numbers, and just took the biggest risk.
One
on
judge,
a huge ramp.
One judge went as high as a 9.8. Low score on that was a 9, and 2 other judges threw a 9.5.
Here it is again, folks. Everyone online. You could see what he was thinking from the moment he took off. Here's the ramp. Throws it. Gets a really good pop. Rotation was undeniable. And then the ride out straight into a claim. Yes, we salute you too. Thank you, Filmer.
Three bows. Wow.
Mental. What a way to finish day one, mate. It couldn't be a more exciting finish. It wasn't even such a long day, but I'm so stoked to see that go down and just to sign off in that sort of style. As you can see, the sun's going down, everybody. It's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon here, but it's surfable at 5 a.m., so we're on a slightly different sun rotation here because we're quite a way east. Here goes Kent now. What's he going to do? Has he got an air game?
Oh,
Looks
he
like
does.
It. Looks like it. Yes, he does. Thank you. He wants in as well. Takumi, he wants a piece of Takumi's spot. Doesn't get it.
No, just a 4.40. So, wow, the air guys are going to be, you know, just keeping that that manoeuvre of Filmar's in the back of their mind, going, a Hail Mary could get me out of a dangerous situation, but...
yeah, an Echo could do it.
Yep.
Go out and just grab your rails, go upside down and land that thing clean. Oh, what a great heat.
Super exciting, super progressive, and the local boy has definitely stamped his authority on the final heat of the day.
His team on the boardwalk, when he comes in, he's going to be getting back slaps and high fives all the way to the nearest San Miguel.
To the closest watering hole for sure. That was, wow, so impressive.
He'll sleep well tonight, mate, because you could see he was bubbling under his skin with his numbers and what he was doing and wasn't getting the waves, and then he got a barrel and got a sniff of a look at a second spot and then just did that.
Yeah.
Mental.
Well, the 2 local boys out the back here. Green has priority with under a minute to go. Needs something big, pulls in, travelling.
Woohoo! Well, getting some claims thrown down in this heat as well, mate. There's another double fist pump from Mark Kent Huche.
And our second place holder at the moment from Japan just gets a little bit buckled there. Gets jacked off his board. 20 seconds remaining.
Filmer, victory lap. What's he got this time?
I think he's going to pull something else out, isn't he? He's
Wants it again. Oh!
Not quite. Well, clearly he's got that manoeuvre on lock. That wasn't too far from a completion.
Someone's been practicing hard.
Yeah, I think that is worthy of a little round of applause. That was super, super cool to watch. And
a couple of quick highlights of the day, mate. Let's wrap it up here. But congratulations, Filmar and Takumi. That was an insane heat. Ineko, I feel sorry for you. Probably would have got through any other heat. Big highlight of the day, 950 for the rodeo flip. Filmar Alapeo. Kenta Ishikawa, a hell of a tube and some really good surfing on a big set wave earlier on in heat 2 of this round. Katut Argus, for me, did the best rail surfing on one wave today and backed it up handsomely with a 6.1. We can't forget about the tube ride of Kent Soloso as well, an 8-point ride. He was the first one to go into the 8s today. And early on, right in very first heat of the morning, Marino Figueron put together a 7.25. For me, they were the highlights of the day, but none better than our very last heat. Congratulations to Filmar Alapeo. Has set a new level for our air show going forward into the next 5 days. Juddo?
Pleasure as
day,
always.
mate.
Oh, so stoked. 14 heats done and dusted. We'll be back with an 11 a.m. call tomorrow. And if it's anything like today, I think we're in for an action-packed day number 2 here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. Catch you all tomorrow.
Yep, so Mark Clift and Justin Majex over and out. The Starling sisters, thank you very much as well, girls. We'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. call, everybody. See you then. Thanks for viewing.